just in time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
And as it happens to be, we're in this lovely Friday morning, ready to kick off some Kuala Lumpur Chinese qualifier, close qualifier, and day number 2 is upon us here with T-Panda and Lizard. Of course, Liz, how'd you sleep last night? You know, maybe a couple dreams or nightmares from yesterday's games? No. Yeah, he's there. You can see Lizard's fun and alive. But as you can see, you guys want to see Dota. There we go. We have a draft for you people. So this is what you really came to see. We wanna minimize the time on camera with me and Lizard, so you don't feel jealous about all the muscle in the casting desk. So when we're looking up at this matchup for Team Aster versus Team Bright, I can hear you, Lizard, at least.
Perfect.
Yeah, now I hear you even better.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah,
You know,
I heard you singing
slept a little bit
Kiss
longer as well.
Yeah, I heard you singing Kiss while I was brushing my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Got a good start to the day?
not the way I imagined my days would start. Maybe a year ago, you know. But
Well, I mean, almost a year ago. I mean, I was kicking you out of a WhatsApp group, so...
oh yeah. You were the WhatsApp kicker. You were the group
The WhatsApp
kicker.
kicker,
I'll never,
yes.
I'll never. I will not forget that.
Me
The
neither.
cabal
Me neither,
will
Lizard.
come after you. The cabal will get you eventually for that.
I've heard threats. Nothing has happened yet, but, you know... I guess you guys are trying to put the fear in me, so one day I just don't wake up anymore. But, outside of that, Team Aster versus Team Bright, the upper bracket semi-finals. Aster, they beat Ignite 2-0. Team Bright took it to Game 3 versus Go Along. And the last series we cast last night, last morning, whenever you want to call it, Go Along did win Ignite 2-0. So I feel like Aster maybe has been unchallenged, and Team Bright has already met a obstacle on the way. So I guess you could say Aster's had the free pass up until now. So what do you think? Is Team Bright looking like a contender, looking like a somewhat favorite, or is Aster just way too strong? The invite for the close qualifier.
I think Team Bright should never be a contender, like historically, to a team like Team Aster. But things are changing quite rapidly in the Chinese region. Like teams are very shaky. The top tier teams and the top tier teams are very shaky. They're shuffling a lot, and the lower tier teams that have stuck around a bit longer, they're looking better and better. Like this Team Bright, you can see these players. We talked about this yesterday. They've been off and on teams that were in Division 2 for quite some time, and I feel like they're amped. You know, they're ready.
Mm-hmm.
They're ready to perhaps make a couple of upsets in the future. Perhaps not here, but this year I can see them making a couple of upsets.
Yeah, Team Bright that did make an appearance in the Chinese first division of the DPC at the very end of the year at least, but now the DPC has been discontinued. They didn't really lose much by getting 8th place. They would have gotten relegated. Instead, it's not happening, so they didn't really lose anything, to be completely honest, on the side of Team Bright. Their roster was once Phoenix, Irving, Imitator, and Undyne. So I noticed that they have picked themselves a new carrier player in the lovely nickname of
We've enjoyed messing with quite some time, like during the PC season, like you mentioned. But overall, Undyne is the go-to player from them. Irving as well. Like everyone knows Irving. No one cares.
Why is Undyne your go-to player?
Because honestly, he's someone that I perhaps expected to be picked up by a tier 1 team for 10 games that I watched of him, like 10 series. And then 11 series, you're like, yeah, there's still some work to be done here. But he definitely has a shit ton of potential.
So he's a diamond in the rough.
Pretty much, more or less, yeah.
Well, what a place it would be if
Morphling.
Team Bright could match up. Morphling.
Is it
coming out.
Morphling or Muerta? Which one is it?
Well, I mean, if you look at Morphling, where would you put this Muerta? Mid? So I'm guessing if he wants to carry it, he will go for the Morphling.
It's Morphling. It's Morphling. And Muerta is probably some support, right? It's Primal Beast being mid or offlane.
But it's a pretty rapid draft. Spirit Breaker, Weaver, Phoenix, Faces Void now picked up for Aster. And if I'm looking at their games from yesterday, Aster, they didn't have to resort to the Faces Void, but it's starting to get more and more love from these Chinese teams. Has been also pretty successful up till now. They had 10 unique heroes yesterday versus Ignite. They did 9. They did duplicate the Pugna pick, but everything else was different, unique.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're continuing on that same pattern because only the Shadow Demon looks like a repeated hero.
Yeah. Pugna is banned out, right? So they couldn't get it. They would. I feel like Team Aster, they did debate them a little bit with the Weaver pick. It makes you think like this Weaver and Spirit Breaker too damn flexible. And now they put Weaver on 4, Faceless Void plus Phoenix, amazing combo, get some burst. Actually, okay, no burst, get some more team fight instead. Get that mag out. So, what's this gonna be? Probably a Spirit Breaker offlane, mag mid, Faceless Void safe lane. Seems pretty good. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty solid. I mean, it's what do you think about Magnus Void? Because when we in the previous patch, the very different patch before the Frontiers, we talked a lot with Fear about Void and Magnus together, and it felt like it fell short every single time. Okay, Void does get buffed up by the Magnus, but every time they'd start taking fights, it's like, well, where's the damage? We don't actually have enough damage, and you start losing crucial team fights, and you lose the game. Now, Faceless Void is like the ultimate late game carry. Compared to almost any other carry you can think about in Dota, Faceless Void is heavily regarded as top 1, top 2 right now. Now you have, again, the Faceless Void Magnus. Do you feel like it's a big threat in every phase of the game? Or do you still feel like Faceless Void, yet again, just needs a lot of time?
I think like you can itemize a little bit easier when you have a Magnus on your team. He can heal you up. Heal your damage up, that is. Can empower you, so you can go even a little bit more defensively when it comes to the items. Helps you versus Morphling, who's... this is a hero I called, 5 times yesterday when Void was picked. It's the first time we see it. It's a really good Tidehunter game. There's some problem with the Phoenix, maybe the Sunray, but your ultimate should always go out. Like this Ravage, more or less, should be uncontested. Faceless Void as well should not have a game. Like if you're playing this correctly, like Undyne and Irving should just make his game miserable in the laning stage. You shouldn't see this Tidehunter dying unless there's a shit ton of rotations moving towards him. So, yeah, I like it. I actually love this last pick Tidehunter.
Also, what I really like about Tidehunter is the fact that Magnus is in this game. So if you get RP'd, you got a chance that your Kraken Shell might proc, and you're spamming R while you're stunned up, and suddenly you're ravaging the entire enemy team. Hence why we see Chrono first into RP, to make sure that we're going to get those targets out of the way, instead of RP procking Kraken Shells and stuff like that, and we suddenly didn't kill them, and now Void is struggling to get getting his Chrono out. So I'm on the same lines with you. I feel like the Tidehunter has a good lane matchup. He has a good game matchup in terms of what kind of heroes he's playing up against. And even the lanes look pretty good if you think about it. You got Primal Beast, Tidehunter, Muerta. These are pretty good brawly heroes for your early game, and start looking for kills as well.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I agree with you, kinda. I feel like Aster is still gonna win. Yeah, I mean, as much as I can, Aster still feels like a stronger team to me, even though they're playing versus a draft that, for me, has pretty good chances against them. I love the yeah.
Aster has by far the bigger experience out of these two teams, but Team Bright, they're the contenders. Maybe this is the chance for them to really rock the world and, you know, take a game off of Aster. Hell, if they do win the series, they would be in the top 3. Of course, only the top 1. The winner of this qualifier gets through. But day 2, we're gonna see some stuff happening here. They're already familiar with each other from the open qualifiers, and of course who they faced up against in day 1.
I love this metalhead in you, you know, T-Panda. Can they rock the world? They wanna rock all night.
Morphling.
I can see it.
Well, pretty passive start. The Lanham stairs have been warded up by Aster. Bright, they've only put their wards down onto the right side of the river. No jungle wards for either team. I feel like they feel like this is a bit of the Chinese meta at the moment, because every single time the wards are only put down in mid. We don't see any jungle cliff wards, any courier sniping wards, nothing like that. It's like the other regions only prioritize that type of vision.
Can you hear me better now?
No.
Now I can't hear you. Nice. Wait.
He's muted me on purpose. I don't know what's going on here, but...
I'm as close to the microphone as I can be, Mr. Panda. So hopefully you can hear me.
I'll just have to put you louder, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to yell in my ear, but I love to hear you yell in my ear, Lizard. Alright, well, I mean, already looking at the mid lane, Phoenix did get pushed under the tower with a skewer. He's lost half of his HP before a single creep has even died in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that you have to worry about versus Magnus and versus Earth Spirit, right? Like, when you're playing versus these two, just make sure that you don't get kicked or pulled under the tower. Like, that's the way they kill you.
Yeah, self-defense.
Yeah,
don't let them kick you.
Yeah. That's the only way they can, more or less the only way anyone dies. These bulky boys are, I mean, you know, you see two guys on mid lane going in, another one, by the way, gets pulled again.
Yeah, at least for the positive side about most of these mid heroes is they usually have some kind of escape mechanism or ability built in. So he's got the onslaught that you can always get out, but you're still going to take a couple hits from the tower nevertheless.
Yeah, that escape mechanism is called having 1000 HP. Most of our mid laners right now. They're just way too big. Even if you put them under the tower, you're not gonna kill them. If you do that like 2 or 3 times, then maybe it will happen.
Yeah, it depends how many times you're gonna get to repeat that. Echo has already had twice the success versus Phoenix. And he's also feeling the advantage. And here we go again. Number 3, Primal Beast this time, not under the tower. Onslaught's back in. Finally has a point in trample, so at least he can trade back with the Magnus. And, you know, a very fun interaction when it comes to Magnus versus Primal Beast. You pop trample just before you see the skewer go off, and suddenly Magnus has lost like half of his HP by the time the skewer ends.
I mean, hopefully Phoenix gets pulled under again. I don't see Magnus losing any HP. I see Phoenix getting really low. But he's still way too big. This is like, can we nerf all of these? Like, look at this. On bottom lane, there's some Morphling. He's tanky as well, but at least they managed to kill him. Can we get these boys, offlane boys, out of my mid lane, please? Can we get normal heroes like Queen of Pain, Lina, SF? You know, I want to see these guys on the mid lane.
To be honest, I actually would like to see a Shadow Fiend for once. It's been too long. But which Shadow Fiend would you like to see? The Mechanism Shadow Fiends?
A new one. I want a new Dagon Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, Dagon Shadow Fiend. Damn,
exactly,
this guy's cooking.
Exactly. No one is building Dagon anyway. So
Nyx
combine the hero
the only one.
I mean, yeah.
I get your point.
Like, even Nyx Assassin, I guess. I guess it's okay on him, but even that feels bad.
There was there was one of the games in the open qualifiers I was watching. There was a TB versus Nyx Assassin. That was not the carry matchup, but that was basically the storyline of the game. You remember our good old friend Lil Pleb?
Yep.
Yeah, Lil Pleb playing TB, and the opponent's team has a Nyx Assassin, and he died 4 times in the jungle because Nyx showed up. And Nyx was like, well, I mean, I'm killing him this much. I might as well just start maxing out Dagon. And he did.
Did he win?
Yes, he did.
No, good for him. What usually happens is you max out at Dagon, you feel so good about it, and then you have no mobility and no saving mechanisms, so you just die every time you enter a jungle. But
yeah,
sometimes it
to
works.
His name of an ass assassin. But then again, back into this game where we've only had 1 kill happen so far. Shadow Demon also dropping fairly low in top, and also another fight in bottom. Phoenix is not going to die to the blood grenade as he got under the safety of his tower, and now Muerta's being chased up by the Weaver, but won't be diving under the tower, being Frisk. Just making space for his Spirit Breaker to get some safe farm. He's already level 3. You can start looking at potential rotations moving in inside the next minute towards the mid lane as the action rune, the coveted action rune. Oh, we have just jumped onto desktop, but we are back in action, baby. We're back to Dota. Nothing to see there.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to be rotating so much with the Weaver. The hero that should rotate in this game is Shadow Demon, probably Imitator. Like this tight hunter on top lane, first, I think he could have done a bit better so far, but he's still doing quite alright. Second, I don't think he needs a lot of help. So, yeah, Shadow Demon is mid now. I think it's still the right decision, even though Tide
Irving's
is
dying in top lane, though. He's just a couple hits away from falling, and that is going to be a certainty of, you know, the relentless chase from these two. What can a Tide Hunter do except just try to waltz away? Watermelon.
It's still a correct move, by the way. It's still a correct move by Shadow Demon. The fact that he got bashed a bazillion times and he was under the tower when it happened, perhaps, yeah, was not great.
Nice attempt on a dead shot there, and Imitator able to pick up the Arcane Rune as Phoenix was going in for the deny. But that Arcane has been secured, however, it's on a support, so no bottle refills here. Phoenix, who is making a move towards bottom, well, at least it feels like he was making a move. He's just stuck farming the jungle for the time being. I don't think they see any proper kill opportunities happening.
It was for the bounty rune. Like, he moved in for the bounty, but it got stolen from him. Like, one of the nice things of having a Weaver, like, this side lane is always, do I want to go for the Lotus? Do I want to go for the bounty?
That's a lot of bashes, to be honest. Irving might have lost a bit more HP than he signed up for.
Yeah, I don't think he should be dying, like, here versus Phoenix with no Sunray and Void. This lane...
He just died, Lizard.
I know, that's why I'm saying. I don't think he should be dying. This lane should be a bit easier for him. I'm not sure. The lack of boots and just like the max of just going for Meteor Hammer. I mean, if you have no boots and you're under a tier 1, I guess you will die. They will run you down.
There's a lot of small things happening around the map, like Wright was just able to pick up the double Wisdom runes. You had Muerta versus Weaver, so you just dead shot the hero out of the way, steal the Wisdom rune. One fact why I really like the Muerta in the early game is that long range crowd control that allows you to just contest for a pretty important objective, which is the Wisdom rune at 7 and 14 minutes, especially at 7 minutes.
Do you like her late game as well, or is it just early game that you like her?
I mean, I like the core Muerta late game. It looks pretty fun to play, because the damage you dish out on Agi heroes is pretty ridiculous. But Irving here in the top lane is going to be surrounded by 3 enemies from Aster, and they're looking to kill this Tide Hunter. It's taking some time, and they have to use the Chrono for it. Oh, they got a Shadow Demon, so that's an extra on top of it. So it's not just 1 kill, maybe it's 2. The bubble will come out, but the slows from the Icarus Dive is there, and Frisk will be there to help out. Secure those extra right clicks, even if the Faceless Void can't take part in action. So Aster up to 4 kills now.
They're up 4 kills. They scout out the stacks as well. So Magnus could rotate in probably with Phoenix, or maybe even Weaver plus Phoenix could do it. It's a nice chunk, like 3 stacks of Ancients, 3 stacks of Hard Camp. they've dominated top way too hard. I feel like you last pick Tidehunter here just to win the lane. Not just to win the lane. The hero is overall good, but he's really good in the lane as well versus Void. And now this happens. I guess you can still look at the bright side of getting that shard. Like, you're gonna have that in the water eventually, and it's still gonna be good versus... No, I mean... I wasn't going for any pun. I really just think it's good versus Void. And Weaver.
I like that, you know, the bright side for Team Bright.
Wow. I mean, you know how it is. You see a name, you see a word, and then your mind has it subconsciously. You use it. I wasn't even thinking about it. Like, no way.
Yeah. Also, a good point out from our observer mentioning that Phoenix not playing Phoenix. You know, SMH.
It's always like that with them. There was even Team Phoenix. Phoenix playing Phoenix on Team Phoenix.
Of course. They had to. But hey, remember the good old North American team of Sand King Gomez, and they never picked Sand King.
Yeah, Sand King Gomez was a good one. Apparently, it's because of the way Sand King when Sand King says Sand King cometh.
Yep.
They would hear. You know how you sometimes mishear things. Morphling bottom.
Well, good old misheard lyrics. Morphling just getting perma bashed here. Barely gets off the waveform. It's a 4 versus 2 scenario with the Shadow Demon bubbling himself. Might have been a misclick there. Probably wasn't intending to do that, but he's trying to teleport away. He's able to do so. Aster opens up the bottom lane, takes that tier 1 tower. And Void back to farming it top. He's got Chrono ready, so I think Aster could maybe even utilize this Faceless Void for a potential kill. If he just gets the backup he needs, Frisk's already on his way.
He needs
Phoenix
more.
Is slowly moving towards. And there we go. He's going to be jumping onto Imitator. Irving trying to finish off the tower. Tower still glyphed up. There we go. Nice bubble with the Chrono. Tidehunter's still going to go down, nevertheless. Irving won't be able to pop even a defensive Ravage with that Sunray ticking. And Aster up to 6 kills, and Bright still hasn't responded. It's just a copper 0.
Bright, you know, I woke up 10 minutes ago. I feel like Bright, they didn't have the best night's sleep. I've seen better things from them, you know, like back in the past, especially from Irving. Like, this guy has been even picked up by, like, in the past. Can't remember. I think he played for one tier 1 team. He also stood in a couple of times as well. He had some better performances. Like, some games you can kind of blame it on a player or a play style. So far, I don't think Shadow Demon moving out of top lane still it was a bad thing, but the lane just collapsed afterwards. Like, it didn't feel good. Like, usually with Tidehunter versus Void matchup, you get a 4 that can rotate just exactly because of that. You get something that roams around. He doesn't need help. But yeah, it didn't work out for them.
At least the signal right now for Team Bright is they're gonna need some help from somewhere. Is it gonna be the Morphling that shows up to the pedestal, or, you know, you talked about Irving during the draft that everybody should know him by now, at least the people watching the Chinese region, that he's capable of making some good plays. And they might just be needing that because himself is right now being focused under the tower. They got a charge coming in, and the Ravage popped up as well. The Supernova, can they destroy the egg? No, they can't. Imitator even walks in. He explodes under the power of the sun. Undyne is going to be moving out. Phoenix also attempting to disengage, but here comes the Morphling. Trying to get something done, but he's just pondering there. Phoenix, though, trying to fight back against Echo and also against the Spirit Breaker, but he's running out of tools, and he will also drop 4 heroes down from Bright, and it's a 10-0 game right now.
Yeah,
Nothing.
This isn't looking great. This isn't working for them. Even Morphling moved in. I mean, at least he didn't die, you know. Look at the bright side. There you go. There you have that pun. At least the Morphling is still alive.
There we go.
This time I consciously thought about it there. It's different.
It's a fitting moment for it, Lizard.
I mean, I hope they don't have many more of these fitting moments, or the game is gonna end in 5 minutes. So far, nothing is working out for them. I feel like they're trying to set up around this Tide Hunter with the Ravage and him just being up front, but you can't do that. Magnus already has a blink. Like, he just jumps behind you, pushes you under. If you follow, you're gonna get chronoed.
Well, playing follow the leader, or Simon Says, whatever is the case right now. It's working for Aster. Phoenix trying to make a move in the bottom lane against the Spirit Breaker. He'll just zone him out with another strike. Imitator a little bit too late to help out. And now you got Aster coming in towards bottom with multiple heroes. Phoenix with his attempt for a bit of a poke. He's now on the run. Frisk scouting up forward. They don't have vision in this area. They're going to have to give up the chase for now. Bright also stacking up some numbers towards the bottom lane. Undyne TPing in. Imitator still being chased by Frisk. And
Charge.
that is a very optimistic teleport attempt, because the Spirit Breaker, with the vision given by the Weaver, he's going to be dropping down. Phoenix now charging in here. See what they can do with the Sunray here. Well, not really hurting the Primal Beast at all. So he will run down the Spirit Breaker. Find himself a worthy trade-off here. 1 for 1. Maybe even more. He's got Pulverize. And another charge.
Here.
He's got no dive. He's dead. Oh, he used his onslaught. Wait, he used his onslaught. It was... What? I don't even... What happened? He had it off cooldown. He could have killed with it.
He could have. Maybe he was just afraid. There's... Magnus wasn't showing and Void wasn't showing. Like, you don't see them. And there's a tier 1. And there's an outpost. So maybe he was thinking he's gonna get countered. I understand it, but at this point I feel like getting any kill mid.
Oh, you're getting a kill on Irving at least. So the only kill Bright got was off of the Spirit Breaker.
Maybe they won't, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, Kraken Shell dispels the debuff, so...
There's a charge. There's a charge. Hold that thought.
Going a bit deep here. Yeah, he's gonna pick that one up. That's an easy one to grab, and they're isolating the Primal Beast. He's trying to onslaught his way back to his side of the river. Quick uproar to keep the rest of them at bay, but Frisk is going in. Chrono Man is ready. Not dropping it just quite yet. Oh, they're going to grab the Weaver here into the loving arms of the Primal Beast. And Frisk has everyone surrounded, and that's a 3-man Chrono. Right on the money here from the Faceless Void. Take down Imitator, take down Phoenix, and onto the Morphling they go as well. He's already pretty much shifted all of his HP into strength, so he's got no damage to fight back with. 3 heroes down, Aster, everyone alive.
There's Ravage. Tide's
Morphling still trying to go back in and trying to help out. Maybe they can get this Phoenix kill. Yes, they can. They lose a tower, but Morphling getting a kill and also getting a killing spree off of the Phoenix is not too bad. Not too shabby.
Not too bad at all. Only needs a recipe now for a Yasha, but... And, like, Aster, they can't get away with this. Like, they need to be punished. At this point, the way that they're playing is... I guess you're 8k ahead 17 minutes in, so you can afford it, but that was so cocky. Like, they go way too deep, and they only have one ulti. No egg, no RP. They only have Chrono, but that Chrono catches 3, you know, or 4 even. It's ridiculous. Like, I really felt that Team Bright should have countered them under the tier 2. That fight should have went a bit better for Team Bright.
Look at top. Maybe it is going to go a bit better for Bright here. But not for Aster. They've got no ultis to fight back with. Faceless Void is going to be dropping. Maybe even onto the Phoenix they go. They've got the Magnus trying to TP out, but he's going to get cancelled out by the disruption. Echo feared back into the rest of the pack from Bright. Suddenly, Morphling picking up a lot of kills. Now he's got more than just the Yasha recipe coming up, as he's starting to feel a bit rich, you know. Internship paying off. You got yourself a job. You got some extra money in your pocket. Now they're targeting the Spirit Breaker in the mid lane, but that's a tricky one to catch.
Yeah, very nice. He's top of the network now on Morphling even. Like, life is good, getting both cores, and they don't have a Midas or anything on Void, so it's also buying a BKB. But it's actually impressive that Morphling has managed to come back so well. He even died a couple of times in the lane, right? Like 2 times. Once in the lane, and later on they got him.
Yeah. Isn't it nice for once that we don't have everybody role-playing Midas? You know, you only got 1 this game for the Spirit Breaker instead of 4 for the team.
Yeah, I guess it's also because of the Magnus, right? Like, he's empowering Void, so... might be an overkill to go for Midas too.
Alright, well, let's see what Bright can score with this smoke. The last few minutes have been looking pretty good for them. A couple good turnaround fights. A couple good kills that they've been able to find. Radiant scan into the Dire jungle, but nobody is around. And Dire scan also missing them. They're right on the edge of that. And Tidehunter is going to walk into it, so they have information now that they're about to be ganked in the mid lane. So a bit unfortunate there with his moves.
Yeah, they saw the ward as well, so Phoenix destroys it, and that should be it for now. There's no BKB on Magnus yet, but they do smoke him up, so they want to catch someone.
Yeah, Aster trying to look for a retaliation this time. Void teleports away.
Nicely read by him, just TPs. There's a good ward as well, down bottom, so...
Echo still on the hunt here, but again, mirror movements happening. There's nobody inside the Radiant Triangle. Neither was there anybody in the Dire Triangle, as Bright smoked up there a minute ago. So Morphling and Void, neither one going to be caught. And a Tormentor has spawned, so Morphling's going to go straight to action. Imitator, he's trying to help him out, but Imitator's like, well, I mean, I might as well just kill myself at this pace. Same thing for the Morphling. He's dropping low, Shadow Demon. It ends up dying!
Yep.
The Adaptive Strike was a bit too much.
Yep, I don't know, I always chuckle. You know, I love it. The best addition from Tormentors for me, hold that thought, bottom lane charge in on Phoenix.
Well, they're going definitely deep onto the Primal Beast here, so easy pick off there. But yeah, back to Tormentors.
Yeah, one of the best additions when it comes to Tormentor is seeing supports die. Or in general, seeing heroes die to it. It's I don't know. It's always funny. I like it.
I mean, the name is fitting. They're definitely tormenting the lives of the supports. You can either get a reward, or you will pay with it with your life. Well, let's see how things are going to be escalating in this game. I like the fact that it is actually the Primal Beast who picks up the shards, so you get that rock throw. Get yourself a long-range stun, also dealing a decent amount of damage. Oh, they found the Spirit Breaker, actually. Rod does connect into the Fear, but he's got Bulldoze on. Thankfully, there is an anchor. He's dead in the water. So, a straight-up counter to this Spirit Breaker. He doesn't exactly have the highest attack speed to start hitting the anchor, so Tidehunter does counter him in some extent.
No, it's like Tide usually is banned against these heroes. I was actually surprised that they didn't ban him out. So, as Tide is in, it's good versus all of them. Like, versus Mag, Void. Everyone on Aster depends on some sort of mobility. So, that in the water should do a lot. But one thing that is coming up for Aster, even though their lead has halved right now, it was 8k, like 5 minutes ago?
Yep.
Now it's 4. They do have a BKB. On Faceless Void, they have a BKB. On Magnus coming up, it's hidden in the trees. This is a smoke timing, more or less, for them.
Well, Phoenix does have one, and they did smoke up the 2 of them before. They're going to do it again. The dynamic duo from Aster. Phoenix is the target. Maybe they can potentially find a core waltzing around the jungle. If they could spot this Morphling, for example, Phoenix, he does get information of the Tidehunter moving about. And it looks like the whole team is also here. So that's a good ward placement. They see behind the back lines. Frisk already throwing in the Crab Orchestra, but it doesn't catch onto Echo. Sorry, Echo, that's his friend. But Phoenix will get hit by the RP, and there's the Ravage turnaround coming out, and Void will instantly drop the Chrono atop as well. There's a Disruption save coming out. Everything he's dropping pretty low. Supernova also on the back. They can't hit the egg, and they're focusing on the fight. trying to force out as many heroes as they can. Nice charging, catching two, but they got the pulverize, turning things around onto the Spirit Breaker. Going in as a churned Spirit Breaker with that Morphling, catches one. But the rest of Aster looking like they're going to be unfazed as Echo will bring in Undyne, and Tidehunter buys back. He's teleported straight back into the fight, but is there anybody left to catch? They've got themselves the Magnus under focus here, dropping low on HP. Not enough to kill him. Rock throw, is that going to be enough? No, he blinks out. Also salved up. Weaver goes away with time lapse, but now they're going to be chasing Frisk around, trying to get a vision on him. Finally get the disruption to connect. The rest of Aster, they're already gone.
They didn't have
Where's
detection.
your vision? Where's your vision, boys?
Yeah, they didn't have detection in the last
Costly.
few moments there.
2 for 1 and a buyback.
You click on your support in that situation, then you see that he has 2k gold, saving up for the blink dagger, but has no detection versus Weaver, and you're like, oh my god. But,
it is what it is.
That fight was riddled with mistakes by both sides, like uncharacteristically. In the end, yeah, they do buyback, but at least they have this reward of Roshan. Like, they're gonna get the Aegis. And truth be told, Morphling didn't die, right? So he's still doing.
Yep.
He's still farming up. He's still on top of net worth. You're not super happy with the way that fight went, but you're not super sad either. Like, it's kind of okay for Team Bright.
Yeah, in terms of Irving and Imitator are in charge of 60% of the kills for Aster. That also means that the most important cores, the Morphling, only died twice. The Primal Beast only died 3 times. They haven't really been slowed up that much. Of course, like, you're always worried about the net worth on a Primal Beast. Like, yeah, well, why is his net worth so low? Why is he only 5th? But yeah, that's just how Primal Beasts maneuver. They get a strong start. They start to slow down because everybody else just simply farms faster. Even though you have Trample, but Trample also has a decent cooldown of 21 seconds, so it's not a fantastic farming ability either. But you get money through kills, so you just need to stay alive with that hero. And talking about staying alive, Magnus and Void are getting stronger and stronger, so is this Spirit Breaker. So things are getting harder, but a little mishap on the way. Frisk does end up losing his life. And a tower.
Yeah, dead in the water. Works through your ulti, so he couldn't get away. Time-lapse didn't really help him out. I like that they itemized a little bit to be able to catch these supports and Morphling. Like the Atos on Phoenix, the Orchid on Weaver. Something Fade usually does. Anyways, like, if you're looking at Weaver as a support, Fade is probably, like, Frisk is probably one of those old school position 4 Weaver players. Where did he play? Let me remember. I think it's Vici Gaming. I remember like 5 years, 6 years ago, Vici Gaming, they would just pick bugs and it would be Weaver for every single game.
You know what's the funny thing about Frisk? I just went on his Liquipedia. I've never seen this before on any other player. So hear me out. He is in the IG roster. He's in the Piggy Killer roster. He is on loan for Team Aster. He's in 3 teams at the same time. They all say present.
The man is versatile, what can I say?
He's multitasking.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone have more than 2 teams active at the same time. So that's pretty crazy.
Back in the day when rules weren't as strict, you could see players playing for like 3-4 teams. Like one for Join Dota League, one for something else, one for some Star Ladder tournament, you know. Lower tier teams always, you know, not like tier 1 teams.
Yeah, I miss good old JDL. All those were the days. How the TOs disappear in time, but ESL stands strong here with this $1 million tournament, with the second best Chinese team gonna make their way through out of this qualifier. The best, obviously, being the invitee for the main event. I believe that was Team Azure Ray, whose roster is still yet to be revealed. I guess you could put LGD into the mix as well, because LGD and Azure Ray are the both teams invited for the event. So technically we could be saying third best Chinese team coming out from this qualifier.
Do you think they have what it takes to just take the qualifier, Aster?
I think that's... I don't think they're happy with anything else, to be honest.
Yeah. Even though they reshuffled, right?
Yep.
Honestly, like last year's Aster was probably the most fun Aster that we're ever gonna see, especially for I think for West and for East.
Let's see what happens here in bottom. The Harpoon play going to be grabbing the Primal Beast onto the high ground, into the Sunray. Aster got themselves the opener for the fight, and it's taken a time for killing them, but they've got themselves the Chrono. They've got 2 heroes connected inside, but Irving coming around with a Ravage play. They will lose the Aegis, and Aster already forcing out 1 buyback. That's the Phoenix. He never got to use his Supernova, and there goes the Morphling. Another RP placed down onto the ground, and what a kill it is for Aster to take down the Morphling, and that buyback pays off, and now they're trying to get out. Phoenix teleports away inside the trees, and they end up losing 2 heroes, but it is a buyback forced off of the Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't think you care that much if you're Aster that your Phoenix bought back. Obviously, you care in a way that you might lose him, and then he might be dead for a prolonged period of time. But it was a little bit of a mistake. He though win the same time Void went in for the Chrono, and he got caught in the Chrono, so he dies. But overall, your job is done. You defended, you took the Aegis, and you killed the Morphling. Nice defense.
Yeah, good usage of spells. You got that very early Chrono for damage output on a couple of heroes. You got rid of the Aegis, and then you get a skewer play to push the Morphling into the base. Then you still had RP. So Irving, he tried to intervene with the Ravage, which I felt like that was the right move to give a fighting chance for Bright. But it kind of overlapped with the Chrono, so it only delayed Aster's damage output when they weren't able to dish back anything themselves. And I think damage really is a bit of an issue on the side of Bright, because the main source of damage is the Morphling, and you've got great solo target stuns to keep the Morphling busy. So how far can a Tidehunter Primal Beast really bring in the deeps?
I don't think that's like it's a fair assessment, I suppose. I think, but if you morph into Spirit Breaker, you get that bulldoze. Like, you shouldn't be controlled that much, and Morphling is a beast when it comes to damage. Remember, he's still quite high in the net worth charts. He's got his Silver Edge, getting Satanic next.
But you got no backup. It's all about him.
Okay. There's Primal, there's Tide. It's not too bad. Irving, is there a Tide? That's the question.
They're trying to make a play on him, but the Harpoon pops the Lincolns, and there goes your Tidehunter. They do use the Supernova for it, but it's not the first time they use spells on just singular targets quickly as soon as they can. Oh, they got the Morta controlled, and an RP used for the Primal Beast. Nice read there from Echo, and Undyne still surviving. Coming in from the side with the Morphling and get that damage in, and he wants to clean out house. He's got 1. Can he get another? Frisk able to use the time lapse. A charge going onto the backline, onto the Morta. That's going to be the Morta down. Shadow Demon and Primal Beast still patrolling the area and able to force Aster out. Aster losing again the Phoenix in this fight, but he did pop the Supernova, basically used everything that he could, and they were able to get something with it.
Well, you could see even in this fight, which started off really badly for them, they lost their offlaner, they weren't really all together. Morphling managed to dish out like some insane amount of damage just by coming from the back. If he's able to hit, if they're unable to control him, I do believe that he can be that 4 protect 1 carry that wins you the game. But easier said than done.
Easier said than done, indeed. At least on the positive side, all the spells were used on everybody else, so Morphling had some free reign. And I think that's the best case scenario for Bright, because then you do get that damage output uninterrupted. And Aster has to pay attention to that as well, that they can't leave this Morphling undressed. Or unaddressed. Or like unaddressed.
Did you say you wanted to undress the Morphling?
No, I said they don't want to leave the Morphling undressed, is what I said.
He isn't wearing much. He isn't wearing much already.
Exactly. Roche ain't home. 1 more minute. They're just checking the pit quickly if he's returned. And Bright's actually going to walk into Aster here. Frisk has to be careful. He's got the vision advantage, so he should be able to quickly get out of there as these smokes are popping. He wants to go in with the Crab Orchestra. Has Irving busy. Echo pushes in Muerta. Muerta does have the Yules by some time. Phoenix doing a lot of damage here with this Primal Beast on top of Frisk, but Frisk is still on the move. Faces Void, has the Chrono, but he got nobody to target. He popped his BKB to find someone and finally gets onto the Morphling. Morphling in trouble and might just die inside. Irving coming in with the save. Imitator has the bubble on top as well. The RP though. Morphling still surviving for the time being. How long can he live? He's not dying at all. They've run out of damage. And this is the time for Bright to shine, and it really shines bright as they get that Faceless Void out of the way and towards the Roche pit. Roche is going to be home in 10 seconds, but holy, 2 good saves, Irving's Ravage, and the disruption coming out from Imitator, keeping the Morphling alive, Lizard.
Yep, like, suddenly the Morphling doesn't look that bad, does he? Like, he initiates from the back, the Silver Edge jumps on top of the Phoenix. Like, Phoenix just dies in the same second. Like, the whole fight was a bit of a mess for Aster, because they weren't all there. Like, Spirit Breaker was on the other side charging in too. Like you said, Faceless Void, the full duration of BKB, just running left and forth, trying to figure out who to go on. And I don't know why, but this wasn't happening before, and this is how the fight should usually go. If you're playing Shadow Demon into Void, Void chronos someone, you save him, and then the fight proceeds afterwards, you know, that's why you have the disruption. But unfortunately for Bright, so far it wasn't that way, but at least it is now, and they're gonna be given a cheese and an Aegis to work with for the next fight.
Yeah, they're pretty happy with securing the Aegis and the cheese, and also a successful team fight. But Aster, that net worth difference hasn't really shifted in any direction. It's still 9,000 for Aster, but this Morphling continues to get stronger and stronger. He's got a butterfly soon.
Yeah, not only the Morphling, right? It's all these little items that they're getting on other heroes. Like, you're gonna have an Axe on Shadow Demon soonish, but most importantly, you have this Hex on Tide. I think that's a big item, especially when you're playing versus someone like a Void or a Weaver.
Yeah, that Hex is pretty nice. Also love it that it's the Tidehunter that builds it, because, you know, who else is going to grab it? You could potentially get one of the Primal Beasts, but he's got more items that he needs to focus on right now. You've already said the Axe is coming up on the Shadow Demon. But Muerta's like, guys, I want to help you out with damage a bit. This Gleipnir is going to help me keep the Spirit Breaker on the spot, so the Weaver. But you also get a bit of extra damage. Undyne can slowly start turning into this pseudo-core scaling, while in the top lane, Spirit Breaker being chased up, and a Ravage does connect, but it barely does anything. That's 70% status resistance from the Bulldoze. He's completely fine.
Yeah, Irving, he's had some moments this game. Let's put it that way. And with them not having a Ravage, they still have Aegis Cheese, so you probably don't want to fight.
There we go. Okay, he does get the disruption off. The Harpoon play comes out. They wanted to quickly snipe someone, maybe even kill someone with the RP. They had both heroes empowered, but good reaction there with the disruption.
I thought maybe he was charging Phoenix top, but he didn't have vision. I love how Phoenix actually dives out just because he saw the same trajectory. It looked like it was on him. And now that same Phoenix has Refresher Orb, so the next fight could be a bit more interesting. The only problem is, even with the Refresher Orb and Atos, if Morphling gets on top of you, you will die in the same second. So they have to make sure that Phoenix gets off an egg at least.
Yeah, the different type of Phoenix. Vision pop down. Dust does connect onto the Spirit Breaker. I love how the tooltip on the Dust says he's can be seen by enemies, slowed by 0%.
Yeah, it doesn't deal damage anymore, right? It does. 25 damage, yeah. Feels good. Getting hit by that.
And you only take damage if you're invisible. If you're not invisible, you take no damage. But at the same time, that's a freebie. Undyne will drop. Aster sees an opening. They're going to start chasing. And they see all of Bright here. They see Phoenix. They see Morphling. Morphling forced out already. Lincoln's popped. Quickly cleans out the crabs. And Aster won't get an opening.
I wonder what he was doing there. Was he trying to ward? Or because he went really deep and then he got skewered. Like some of these plays, you know, you have Aegis, you have Cheese, you put yourself in a position in which perhaps you can push, perhaps you can take an objective, and then this random death happens.
Well, talk about random deaths. Aster, Frisk is the one to get caught by the Pulverize, and an RP onto two big targets. They're all clumped up right now. Phoenix is about to fall. Morphling is low. Magnus down half HP. Pops his BKB. They got the stun from the Supernova connecting onto the Morphling, but at the same time, Imitator is going to be falling on the other side of the fight. 2 heroes down from Bright. And Chrono is up, and he's looking, and he's going to get hexed up. Faces Void. Needs some help. Give this guy something, but he is gone. Double kill for the Morphling. Faces Void making a huge mistake. And Erica, oh boy.
Did he forget about the hex?
It seems like he did.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he forgot about the hex or he thought that they're not gonna be able to stop the Spirit Breaker. But that charge was good enough.
Well, they got the dust now. He is definitely slowed up, but Bulldoze move away.
Yeah, there's still one creep. There's still one creep, so... Ah, he's dead now. Never mind. Yeah.
There's no backdoor, though. He can go in. The creep came far enough. Quick hex up onto the Morphling by Frisk, but he's still going to continue doing work. And they should be able to get this tier 3 tower. There's no glyph. They're going to get the glyph now for the melee racks, but backdoor has returned. Top lane is also very close to the base. It just needs to get a little bit further. There's 2 catapults holding them in place. Aegis has also been reclaimed now on the Morphling. Frisk. Ready with the hex. 20 seconds for the Faceless Void. Glyph used. Echo. Ready to push somebody out of the way. There we go. Morphling has been caught. Has been starting to take some damage here, but they weren't able to get anything out in time. The hex already runs out. And Supernova is just wasted at this point. Spirit Breaker also charging onto the side. Imitator does break the Lincolns. Echo does see an opening to bring the Shadow Demon into the base so they can clean out the support out of the way. And Aster, they're able to hold their base for a little bit longer without any extra buildings falling with that kill.
Yeah, that really felt like a high-risk play, going in with Magnus and just using the egg on Morphling, but it's one of those plays that, okay, it might not work, you might not kill Morphling, but he's not going to take objectives. And you're buying those extra 15 seconds for Faceless Void to come back into the fight. Sometimes you lose those heroes and you can even lose the side afterwards, but it's fine. They had a buyback on Magnus, so
yeah.
But overall, this game is riddled by mistakes. I hope you see this. You see it the same way, right? Like from both teams.
Yeah, the early morning shakes definitely on both sides. But at least one thing about the Phoenix, not the Primal Beast Phoenix, is that they're not afraid to use the Supernova. So they're pretty happily just popping it on any single pickoff that they can find, preventing Bright from retaliating.
Yeah, like this hero can sometimes be... it's funny, right? Sometimes you don't want to use the egg because you see the kill is coming your way anyway. But if they're trying to fight you afterwards, having that egg there can use as a repellent. You know, you go for a kill, you use the egg on top of a target. It's like a repellent. They don't really want to engage. They do want to engage, though. 5 smoke.
Bright is looking for a fight. Supernova's already come back off cooldown, and they're going straight for the Phoenix. He will die during the Hex. That's an easy kill. Just 7 armor. That's pretty much all removed by a single gush from a Tidehunter. So he will drop very fast to the right-click damage. Aster down by hero. He does have buyback again. Let's see what Bright wants to do. They're in a pretty good position considering it's still an 11k lead for Aster. Money doesn't seem to matter at all this game. Probably mainly because of the mistakes.
Yeah, like you get an advantage and then you get hexed. Doesn't matter how much gold you have. If you're stunned or hexed, you know, still gonna be killed. You can even see that Weaver is the one defending. Faceless Void is standing far back. They don't have a read on Team Bright right now. They don't understand what's going on. They're just waiting for Phoenix chilling. Phoenix, that is.
Phoenix, yeah. All right. Let's see what actually comes out of this game. We're still rolling game number 1 of Aster versus Bright, also on our secondary channel, ESL Dota 2. I think it's the Mango channel. We are here on the Tango channel. We've got the other Chinese game, Invictus Gaming versus Team Zero, going on. So you might be interested in how does IG do in the qualifier. You might as well check there. But we're watching Aster and Team Bright. It could, if you look at speculation, be Aster versus Invictus Gaming in the upper bracket finals. But Team Bright right now is on the verge of, upsetting Aster for the first time. They got invited to the qualifier. They beat Ignite 2-0. And now they could lose game 1 versus Bright. But let's see. This game is still completely open. It's still wide open.
Yeah, this should be a smoke, yeah. They smoke up. They anticipate that Roshan will go top during night. Meanwhile, Aster, they're already ready, right? Like, they're set up in the position. It all comes down to the first initiation. Irving, it's his time to shine. Let's go. Let's see. Oh!
Irving is really deep in. And there we go. Echo goes for the play. They got the Morphling. He's hexed up. The Supernova in the back as well. Pops his BKB into the Chrono. He won't be able to get anywhere. They just need a little bit more damage. But the save Imitator will sacrifice himself to help the Morphling out. He will still look to die. Just comboed up Irving a little bit too late with the Ravage. And Morphling coming in with the buyback too. Aster on the chase right now. Irving will maybe fall. Aeon Disc will pop. Gets the cheese out in time thanks to it. But with this Morphling buying back, Aster, they're just looking to disengage, get the hell out of there for the time being. They have, then again, if they can kill this Morphling, that could just be game over. Phoenix scouting out in the front. They're going straight to the Roche pit. They need a second life from Morphling desperately. They're going to go into the pit. Crab Orchestra flying in for the vision. They see everybody right now, and Irving almost gets the play out there, but Echo gets hexed up, and here comes the Morphling! Huge charge in! Echo will die. He'll coming in with the buyback, teleporting onto the outpost. At the same time, Faceless Void, he's broken on the spot. He's got an anchor stuck on his foot. He ain't going anywhere. And Erica down, and Weaver, he's about to drop as well. He's about to scout it out. Does have the time lapse. Imitator catches him. Phoenix goes onto Echo, and Aster, you've got 2 heroes dead that will not be able to come back as Magnus. That's a dieback for Echo, and Morphling's buyback pays off in the end, Lizard.
Yeah, that's a very brave choice from Aster to stick around after Morphling bought back. Like, you could see that even when they had all their spells, it was really difficult for them to take down Morphling. They used Chrono, they used RP, full duration, Sunray, and barely got him down, barely killed him. And then without all of those spells, they decide to stay around. Like, I get it, you want to contest Roshan, but still, it was obviously, like, in hindsight, not the best move. 70 seconds without Magnus.
It's pretty huge that they got the refresher shard. And every time you see it with the Tidehunter, you're like, oh, double Ravage. He's got a refresher coming up. Triple Ravage. No, it's on Imitator. So he can throw 4 demonic purges during a fight. 4. Undyne.
Yeah, I feel like
They've got the Spirit Breaker stuck in the river. He got this BKB off. That's a stronger charge than the Onslaught, but he's still going to get the Pulverize off, and there goes your Spirit Breaker. Oh boy.
Yeah, there also goes your Refresher from Shadow Demon. I guess everyone else has it. Like, Tidehunter has his orb anyway. He bought it, so they gave it to the Shadow Demon. But overall, I still think you'd rather give it to the Tidehunter.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. But right now, Bright, 1 lane of rack secured pretty quickly. 15 seconds, Magnus is going to be returning. They know he cannot buy back, but they want the Spirit Breakers buyback. They want to get that one out of the way. Aegis, Cheese, double Ravage. Still available for Bright. 2nd lane of racks being secured here.
This game fell apart really, really fast for Aster.
still, somehow they still have the economy lead for some weird reason. Usually when you look at the game like this, it's like a 20k lead the other way. Oh, already got some plays happening here. Echo got the grab onto the Morphling, looking for kill number 1 with the RP. They're successful in doing so. Supernova pops, and another refresher for a second. Chrono is there as well. How do they get to help him out? They need to get to the Morphling. That could be potentially game. He misses the Chrono! Oh, he doesn't actually. It's just the disruption save, but it might just be enough. There's the Ravage. Turnaround coming in from Irving. They're fighting neck and tooth on the side of Aster, but this Magnus is down. The Faceless Void surrounded by hostiles. Second Ravage dropped as well, and Bright are cleaning Aster inside their own base. This Void is not coming back, and GG is called Team Bright. They take the upset.
Yeah, it's slow and steady. I really think that Aster, it was more about them making a ton of mistakes, you know, like they had some really good plays early on. They completely dominated and controlled the game, and then suddenly they allowed themselves to, you know, give this Morphling a couple of too many kills. Like he gets 1 kill in 1 fight, then he gets a double on Magnus, and Void, suddenly he's becoming too big. This is still a hero that if you do allow to scale, like even versus Faceless Void, he's gonna do very well. I mean, you could see in these last fights, he pops the BKB, and in the Chrono, you're not really hurting him. It's very difficult to take him down. As long as Shadow Demon is at least there once, you know, he doesn't have to save you twice, he doesn't have the refresher for that, he can't disrupt you twice, but at least once from the Chrono, and you're gonna be taking it. Really nicely done by a huge upset by Team Bright, I would say.
You definitely would. Aster losing for the first time here at the close qualifier, being the invite for the close qualifier itself. Team Bright coming all the way from the open qualifier, now 1 step away from getting that upper bracket final spot. But Aster, this is the time to shine. They know that with their, well, they're not their backs against the wall. I'm not going to use that phrase here this time because we know what this team is capable of. But if Bright gets off to a good start in game number 2, anything can happen. But all of that after the break.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's finally sinking in. You're in. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. That you move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the close qualifier for China here at the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. We are going into game number 2 of Team Aster versus Team Bright. Let's roll the draft for you people to watch here with Team Panda and, of course, my man Lizard. Aster, stumbling a bit here and there, but so did Team Bright. They also stumbled, but less, because they won the game.
It was. There's two ways to win versus a team that's considered much better than you. First one is stomp them early on and have this insane draft that can't be just it can't be stopped. Snowbally kind of a lineup. Like nothing to say the way he lost with Spirit Breaker yesterday, or the second one is have this ultimate carry and then just hope for the best. Just hope that you're gonna reach that ultimate late game. And Team Bright, they had that ultimate carry in game one, and I feel that they have it again this time around. Chaos Knight, like this hero is. I don't know if you're Aster. Like I don't know why you're giving away CK when you're one game down.
Yeah, Bright are. I guess they're putting up the tempo coming into this second game. Want to get this done with, get this over with as soon as possible. Basically, if you do play the CK lineup, usually you look at, well, we're on a timer because we need to achieve success early on. But that goes to your point again about trying to crush the laning stage and then crush the early game and then dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, I don't know what timer you're on when you're playing Chaos Knight. You can also put him on offlane, right? Like you can mix it up a little bit. They already have like two heroes that are really strong with him. Like you can have Inkswell plus Chaos Knight on one lane, or you can have Ancient Apparition stun Cold Feet on the other. So Cold Embrace. So overall, like feels pretty good from Team Bright at the moment. You also get AA into Dark Willow into Primal Beast. Like Soulbind into Primal Beast. I still think Aster is gonna win this one, by the way. Don't get me wrong. I really think that they will. I feel that game one was just well, maybe I shouldn't give them too much credit, right? It's still like, even though they have good names, it's still like a fresh new squad. So maybe Aster, maybe we shouldn't count them as this huge favorites, right? Like maybe they just need to actually prove to us that they are first.
Yeah, Team Aster or Team Caster? Because we did hype up Aster a bit earlier on, and I think they still have the capability of easily running down any opponent they go up against. And looking at this draft so far, they've kind of safely bring up this Phoenix. It's kind of uncountered at the moment. And there's no real room for a Snapfire either for Team Bright to pick up in their draft. Maybe you could still consider Lina, but the way that they played against the Egg last game, they didn't really care too much because the Egg was used for singular pickoffs. And like you talked about the repellent. That's exactly what it basically did. It allowed Aster to get a pick off, but it didn't lead into anything else except just one hero lost. So if they don't want to fight the Egg, you just maneuver away from the Egg.
Yeah, I have to say that this is a really good Phoenix game. Like you are able to get on top of Grimstroke and Ancient Apparition very easily. They can't deal with the Egg. It's one of those games in which Phoenix kills the supports even. And versus CK, it's also pretty damn fine. Like Fire Spirits make him a very miserable AoE damage versus the illusions. Like overall, it's good. I have to just before we discuss the QoP, it has to be said though that Phoenix in the last game was played the way he was played because he itemized in a way that if he doesn't play that defensively, he dies at the beginning of the fights. So sometimes when you play Phoenix, you're just like the moment fight starts, you're spamming that hard. There's some Morphling or I don't know, Storm, QoP, something that can jump you and kill you off instantly. So you might as well just use your spells, right?
That kind of forces Aster for reactionary gameplay to just go and either fight around the Egg or utilize around it. You just don't want to waste your big cooldown that your team doesn't actually play around it. So Aster, they used Phoenix as not their main way of fighting, but it was something that they could play around with if it was popped in a fight, because it allowed a lot more freedom for the rest of the Aster heroes to maneuver. And you were asking for those good old school mid heroes. Well, we got the QoP now. It's I mean, the hero has been strong against particular heroes. I think one of the best examples I've seen of Quap this year is versus the Pango, pushing the Rolling Thunder with Sonic Wave. You don't really get to use your ulti if he's just pushing himself away.
Yeah, versus Pango, versus some melee heroes as well, but I'm not sure. Are they expecting a Primal Beast matchup? Because if you're Aster, you could still mix it up a little bit. Like you could put Wraith King as a carry, Primal Beast offlane, and you can last pick something into a Quap. That's why they ban out the puck. Okay, I see. Nice ban. Like the first thing, like my slow brain is eventually gonna get to the idea, and when I get to the idea, the team has already banned it like 2 minutes ago. But yeah, we'll see if they ban out another quote-unquote counter to a Quap mid, or if they just ban out a carry, because this could be Wraith King offlane Primal mid, and then you last pick something that's maybe a bit better for the CK. But if you look at Team Aster as well, and their last 2 bans, they're banning out carries as well. So Aster is expecting the CK to perhaps be on the offlane, which is another insane thing. Like it's very rare that a hero is extremely broken and that he's broken on many different positions, which is what CK is in this patch.
Got the Luna and the Weaver bans, and Bright's gonna clean out the draft with a Doom. So this is looking like a very traditional China draft. Quap, Doom, AA, Grimstroke. Maybe the CK could also add into the mix, but at least 4 of those I'm so used to seeing this region pick. Let's see what Aster has on their minds, because Bright did ban out 2 heroes from different lanes. So this could still be Primal Beast, Wraith King Flex, but let Aster reveal their cards. They got almost their full reserve time to think about this final pick. How does Doom change things, Lizard?
I'm thinking like it maybe makes Wraith King more of a carry. You could still get some melee destroyer versus Doom. See what they go for. They get the TA. I mean, okay, they wanna push the tempo a little bit. I can see that as well.
Erica for the Templar Assassin.
Yeah. Now you have this TA that should do pretty well against the Doom. Like I have seen some games in which she dominates. I've seen some games in which she gets really pushed out of the lane by Doom. But depending on what creep he gets. But overall, I feel that they want to play the tempo this time around. Last time they owned early game, but they needed to wait a bit for the Mag Void combo to come online, and the game kind of fell apart. But I'm trying to find the positives, but honestly, my heart is going with Bright. Like I like their draft a bit better.
Brain above brawn. I guess you could say that Bright has a very good shot now, kind of showing some perseverance in game number 1, that despite having an economy deficit versus Aster, it didn't really slow them down at all at any phase of the game. They got themselves good reaction is usually what decides a lot when it comes to teams of this level, especially for Team Aster. You see a moment, you seize it, and you hope it's the right call. But at the same time, most of these things is not hoping. It's about knowing and doing. So Aster, they kind of have to get back. They have to get their composure back, the cohesion that this lineup has with their talented players. While Bright they're riding the hype train right now. They just beat the favorite to win the qualifiers and are one step closer of being at least in the top 3. So where you have basically 3 attempts. Well, you could say 2 attempts because 2 losses are going to lead you out of the qualifier, but you could still climb yourself way back into the grand finals, even if you lose the winner's bracket finals, because you are so close and you know and you trust your capabilities. So let's see if Bright is really riding that hype train to the finish line. You only need 1 more win to do so, Lizard.
Yeah, just 1 more win, and you have a CK carry. This is probably, like you said, the best opportunity they're gonna get. at least I like their chances. I still feel Aster, they have a really strong team fight. Like you have this egg covered by Terrorize, covered by Primal Beast, Onslaught, and Pulverize. It can do a lot. At the same time, on the other side, there's a lot of good little combos that you can play around with, like CK plus any of these heroes, Quap as well with AA. Like you have so many good 2-3 hero combinations to get pickoffs in the mid game. The game is a bit different though. I don't think you can just wait for that super late game where CK is invincible like Morphling was. I think you need to play the tempo and win the game with that tempo. If you are bright, that is.
One small detail that really struck my eye was Shang-Chi with his... I think that's one of the coolest cosmetics in this game, the Wraith King sword that he has right now. It's kind of like a lightsaber, but not quite. But that is a damn fine sword he's wielding. That is
I'm really admiring his swords right now.
Like
it's really nice.
I'm an aficionado when it comes to like art, especially music-wise, being a musician myself as well. When I see something that metal, that really makes me want to just slay demons with a sword like that.
I can imagine you headbanging right now with that sword, you know.
I mean, I have the metal music pack as well in Dota, and sometimes I put it on just to get a good feel, you know?
What's your favorite metal band?
What's my favorite metal band? I'd have to say throughout the times it has to be Cradle of Filth. You know, the British extreme metal band with the singer doing super high vocals from time to time? Have you ever heard of them?
Of course I have, yeah.
Cradle of Filth was a big influencer when it came to my music craft or music theory, I'm putting it that way. Not the vocals mainly, but their melodies and the stuff. I think I've learned like 20 or 25 of their songs on the guitar. Great band. So I guess Wraith King is the closest you get to metal in this game. Maybe Doom is another, because you know he has.
Come on, Doom is way more metal. Exactly. Bottom lane though, they might be able to take down Undying. Let's see, one more hit. Yep, got him.
There we go.
It's a really good strong lane on both sides. On one side you have CKA, on the other you have Dark Willow and Wraith King. So gotta be careful.
But this lane, based on what you were saying on the side of Bright, it felt like this is an unlosable lane duo with CK and AA/Grimstroke. Of course, you can get singular pickoffs.
I won't say it's unlosable. I just say that it's a lane that has a combo. It has like a combo that works well, which you can win with. But
I was convinced by your magic.
No, it's far from unlosable.
Meanwhile, Echo is diving pretty deep in mid. He's got the wave all the way behind the tier 1 tower. Tried to poke Phoenix a bit there, but was unable to do significant amounts of damage onto this Queen of Pain. So he's taking the long route with this entire creep wave just following him about. Phoenix farming under the tower. Frisk and Undyne battling for the bounty rune. Undyne's going to win that one. And top, they're also fighting for the Lotus. Imitator. He should be okay. Okay, so they're just training abilities here and there. They do throw the blood grenade, and that always looks like a sign of a commitment. But Irving, he's also slowed by a blood grenade, so he's not going to get there in time.
Yeah, can't really get a
lot of sequences.
He does have a Ring of Health already, so should be fine with the Doom. Farming up, chilling in this lane. Until level 3, you don't really have any kill potential on Aster's side. But even with level 3, this top lane, I feel like you shouldn't be... Again, though, I said the same thing last game for Irving, but I really don't think you should be dying here. Unless there's a rotation happening.
Well, we might have to wait a bit longer for those rotations to kick in. Echoes wants to farm the mid lane with the trample, but good usage of the glyph there by Phoenix. Throws in free right clicks on the Primal Beast while he's hoping the creep wave would die, but, you know, invulnerability.
Echoes
is very low too, so Imitator, he just snatches away a water rune, And he has a completely dried out bottle. So maybe one of the
Okay,
supports has to
outside
rotate in,
bottom
but CK's in trouble in the bottom lane. He's not feeling it in the same way we probably are with our pronunciation as Frisk takes down the CK. 2 deaths now for the Bright safe lane.
Yeah, the game started off a little bit differently this time around. The carry on Radiant side, the carry of Bright that is dying. Morphling died once last game, but Ty died too many times, right? I'm looking at Team Bright, and I'm expecting perhaps some pressure on top, but they still don't have a
They're
creep
pressuring
on
bottom right now. Wraith King does have frozen feet right now, so Undyne, with the help of whom, do get themselves a response kill of Shang-Chi and the Wraith King dropping for the first time. So good, respawn, teleport, go straight for it, get a kill.
Yeah, straight for the kill. This CK sometimes feel unzonable from the lane. He just heals way too much with Chaos Strike constantly. But okay, they managed to kill him twice, even though he killed Wraith King. This is still pretty solid for Aster.
Yep. CS
Top
is
lane.
tied as well between the two. At the end of the top lane, going for an attempt onto the TA. They will get the Inkswell stun, but that is a Phoenix that is causing a lot of issues for them. Constant Fire Spirit spam. Doom barely has any attack speed to fight with. While the Skeletons are causing a bit of a headache for the CK.
Bottom.
Constantly poking. A nice Shadow Realm poke thrown into the mix. And a creep wave. This CK is not having a great time. But he will live.
Yeah, Irving is really sad. Like, he still does not have a creep on Doom. Like, I really felt that he should be able to maybe zone the TA a bit better with Inkswell on him, but they just don't have that extra oomph that the creep gives you.
Yeah, that is true. Phoenix also made a rotation with the Quap. So this is the Phoenix Quap. Rotated to bottom to help out the CK, but there was no kill to be scored. So the Queen of Pain also losing some time. Precious
Irving,
time.
he's
Irving
actually
as well
going
with
in.
HP, but the turnaround for the TA has to run away from the Sunray, though. TA does get a bit of extra healing there from the Phoenix.
He's got his Vanguard now, though. So, yeah. Time to stop looking top, I guess. But look at this rotation. CK and Ancient Apparition both went in. Well, sir, someone needs to show bottom, I guess. Never mind. Erica. Let's see.
Let's see if anybody goes anywhere right now. A bit of a battle for the Twin Gate, I guess. AA wants to go bottom. CK is also going straight back, so Erica will be able to dodge the movements here. But that T1 tower has already fallen.
It's such a weird move. Like, if you're going through the Twin Gate, isn't it natural for you to go to the right side on top? And then dive the tier 1 or go for the medium camp. Like, that's what you usually do. Why'd they go left towards Roshan? It's just, it's so weird. Like, it's really, to me at least, it felt like, wait.
A 200 IQ play looking like 10 IQ.
Yeah, pretty much. Primal is moving top.
Well, yeah, he's going to get a kill.
Break it.
This Grimstroke is history. That's a free one for Echoes. Doom is also getting closer to level 6, but Erica unfazed with this Templar Assassin in the safe lane. Not leaving this lane at all. No need to do so. But a lot of movement here. Undyne, the next support found from Team Bright. As Echoes charges in. Undyne surviving. Phoenix rotating as well. And now Imitator teleporting in for the rescue. And Frisk is going to be the target they're going to go for. Phoenix wanting to get the stun to connect. And he will get the Willow. Stuck on the spot. Drops the Sonic Wave. Secures a kill for Phoenix. So a bit of a failed gank from Aster. I like the idea of just being able to kill the Grimstroke, but it took a while until they got to the other side of that mid lane area. He's already respawned, so you know he's going to come to the rescue if Primal Beast is making an aggressive play. So suddenly it's a 3v2. At least you got a technical or tactical bottle refill from Frisk and Phoenix. Rooted up. Echoes moving in with the Pulverize. You're going to have limited damage here, but you just need to force out his blink. He's not blinking out, though. Echoes has to run away. Blood Grenade misses as that Onslaught goes out faster, just as the Shadow Strike. So he's got less HP than he had by the time Frisk TP'd in to fill his bottle.
And less HP than the Quap they tried to go on. I'm not sure how that is a play in that situation. Like, the two of them going on the Queen of Pain without level 6 on Dark Willow is just not gonna work. They need Bedlam. But at the same time, maybe it's some 200 IQ force of rotation. You know, you see your Quap being gone on. As a support, you start TPing in, you start moving in, which is, frankly, what AA did. He did go to help.
Nothing big happening on the map right now for, well, I mean, maybe I spoke too soon. A bit of movements towards mid for the 10-minute rune, but Quap, he has the regen secured with Imitator. They were attempting to fight the bottom half of the river, but since there was no rune, there was no decision to battle. Phoenix, however, is stealing some stacks here inside the right jungle, so that's always a bit annoying when you have a quad stack and a random support Phoenix comes around with Fire Spirits and starts burning them up.
I mean, who's gonna farm those stacks?
Quap.
If you look at Team Bright, I mean, okay, the hard camp, yeah, the medium one, maybe she could have, yeah.
But Aster is contesting this. They have multiple heroes in the area. You know, somebody's coming for it, and Undyne's also pinging. Oh, wait, sorry, actually, Echoes is the one pinging there with the quick X. Forcing him out, forcing Imitator into the trees. They're just trying to de-push this bottom wave, but we're not getting much done with the CK yet. When do you want the CK to activate? With the Echo Saber, or do you still have to wait?
I feel like he could have activated himself long time ago by moving top, forcing a fight on the tier 1. But you can wait the Echo. You can, if there's a brawl happening, you can even join it with the armlet.
Well,
like
maybe here's an
right
opening
now,
here.
I thought
on the Dark Willow they go with the Inkswell. Even if he has Shadow Realm on, he's still going to get caught by it. Phantasm dropped as well. Nice nukes falling in there. Quickly deleting the Willow out of the way. But I totally agree with you. I feel like the CK, when you pick this hero, you need to be much more active. But I feel like they just haven't been able to achieve that kind of threat level.
Irving.
Yeah, he was the target of hate last game.
Look, even if they caught him, I don't think he dies. He had Vanguard and Ice Armor on him, so...
And a Lotus, yeah.
Good luck.
Pretty tanky boy. Meanwhile, Haichu denies the shield rune. That's a big rune to deny from the Quap. With 1200 HP, that's 600 armor, or 600 shield removed. Also has the Kaya now. They're farming some stacks here. Imitator decides to smoke up the team. Unfortunately, the smoke has been spotted as there's a ward on the cliff here. And we'll see this move happen.
Yeah, you can still smoke up, go somewhere, you know, with it. Maybe, like, if you knew that there's a ward, you could mix things up, go in the opposite direction somewhere they don't expect you.
Well, they're close to the Phoenix. Irving. He's spotted out. He's got the Icarus dive and a head start. Imitator won't be able to get the Soulbind off, so he's out. There goes the smoke.
Yeah, some Phantom's Embrace. Like, the Embrace on bottom lane on Dark Willow was a bit slow, and now on Phoenix as well. Although Phoenix probably dives out anyway. I'm surprised they aren't able to just take down this tier 1. Don't you just park your Doom with Ice Armor and you hit the tower? Don't you just do that at this point? Like,
I guess.
You're basically, if you're Team Bright, basically what you're doing right now is waiting for Radiance on Wraith King. Because if you're Aster, you don't really need to fight. You're waiting for that as well. And he's got Sacred Relic. He's completely uncontested. I feel like Team Bright is way too happy with the state of the game. Like, they're taking it super chill.
No pressure whatsoever. And they're going for the CK. This is a perfect kill for Aster. And there we go. With the help of the Bedlam, the Pulverize, the root on the spot, this CK doesn't get the armlet toggle. He tried, but Frisk got the right click squeezed in between an attempt. If he did get it off, maybe that could have been pretty awkward for Aster. They do get the IA Blast, and Echoes will melt down to it as Phoenix helps him with a bit of a push from the Sonic Wave. Has the Haste Rune, goes for another one. It's the Wraith King that's being targeted this time, but they won't go for it. They see the Phoenix as well, and they're just getting, they're just getting toyed at here. Running in circles, Imitator dropping low. And Phoenix will not find a second kill. They almost lose the Grimstroke in the process. And now the top lane, Irving, barely teleports away from Erica with the TA, almost getting a solo kill.
He didn't have armor on him for some reason. Didn't use it. He's gonna be stacking up some more Ancients here. Like, one thing that they are really lacking is a hero that takes Ancients and stacks easily. Yeah, Co-op can do it, but I don't know. You don't have some carry that enjoys doing that. The CK, definitely not a hero.
7 teams that played in the Open Qualifier, Team Bright was top 3 in the amount of stacks they did in their games for Open Qualifiers. They did an average of 11 stacks. So they've definitely been living off of that. Right now, Undyne will have to forfeit his life in the arms of Aster, but they are looking to retaliate. Egg forced out. That egg is history. Unless the fear. They need one more hit. They got it. Just what they needed. That one extra right click. The Doom connecting as well. And TA in trouble. Aster in trouble. Getting a pick off of an AA. But now losing 3 heroes for it. And that's your carry dead.
Yeah, the egg with Terrorize, it looked kind of decent. But it's level 1 egg, and all it took was Imitator to stroll in with the Grimstroke, and he was like, eh. One hit, the egg is dead.
Value right click, though.
Yeah, you can see these kind of plays that Aster, I don't think Aster from the last season would be making. Like, getting so severely punished, trying to devour.
Oh, Irving has Pipe. He's going to survive a bit longer here, but he's got a lot of damage coming in from multiple sources and finally taken out of play. It's going to be Echoes getting this one. And 4 heroes from Aster and top. They look towards pushing... Actually, not pushing. I was thinking about Roshan as well, because they have the Desolator. Yeah.
They have Deso. They also have Radiance on Wraith King. He can join them through the portal. Yep.
Phoenix just scouting out with Icarus Dive, dropping the sentries down, checking if there's a cliff ward. There's no ward there. And they will see any move from Bright towards the Roche pit, but they're smoking up. And did that ward scout them out? Maybe one of the heroes got caught in the field of vision, or the view. AA Blast inside the pit. They've got Erica inside, but it will not connect. It's going to be a miss. Grimstroke. There goes the charge from Echoes. He cancels it. Doesn't want to go in. AA Blast is back up in 50 seconds. Probably just the time that they need, but the TA is already inside the pit once again. Erica, he's close to getting it. Zhangxi, with the Wraith King holding the other front. Echoes does find the sideline. It's the CK getting caught. Gonna get hit by the Terrorize. Egg placed down again. And nice this one's a much harder egg to destroy this time. Phantasm coming through. And that egg does get destroyed. No stun. Sonic Wave connecting onto the back line onto 3. AS gonna be dropping a low on HP. Imitator trying to get away as well. But they've already lost 2. And they might be losing even more as Irving is on the runaway now. And there goes Imitator, sniped by Frisk. Phoenix doesn't get any connections. And that is a bright loss. A heavy loss indeed. That's 4 heroes dead. And Phoenix teleports out. So that's 4 heroes gone, a Roshan given away, and most likely a T1 tower to follow suit.
Yeah, they waited a little bit too long, and the egg came off cooldown, so they were able to just jump in with the egg. It was really nice positioning. Unfortunately for him, Ancient Apparition managed to kill him off. Another thing that they perhaps didn't expect is the Primal Beast jumping in.
AA Blast is coming in. There's no Sonic Wave. He just blinks out. Okay. They won't get this kill. Back to you.
Now, if there was a Sonic Wave, they probably could have done something there. Maybe Co-op turns on them.
But that is a Roshan secured for Erica with the TA. And only 400 gold short from picking up that Blink Dagger. So Blink Deso, that farm is going to increase. His kill potential is going to increase. And it gets a lot easier for Aster to maneuver around these fights, because also Wraith King has the Blink Dagger money in his pocket right now. Primal Beast is close to BKB. You got a lot of items coming on Aster, so Bright, they're in a very weak spot right now.
Yeah, I just felt that they could have done more earlier in the game. They're a bit too passive, always waiting for something extra. Don't get me wrong, late game they're also pretty solid. You have Doom, he's gonna eliminate 1 or 2 targets with Soulbind. Ancient Apparition and Co-op, it's a ton of damage no matter how farmed you are. And CK, even though he shines earlier, like he's not weak later on. Especially if he goes and gets some, like, he's going for Heart now, but if he gets something like a Shadow Blade or some item that can allow him to hunt heroes down, he becomes really scary too. I'd really like him to be the same way Morphling was in the last game. And that's like playing this game in which you jump a support, you just eliminate him instantly from the fight, and then you go on from that.
Well, now that we're at 20 minutes, Tormentors spawning. And Bright gonna have to play from behind a little bit here. They do have the Heart coming up, and also the Crimson Guard soon ready for the Doom. Couple other extra items. The Lincoln soon up as well for the Queen of Pain, so they have some extra tankiness going their way, which could also help them in these fights, especially for Quap having that Lincolns, preventing the Primal Beast from just blink initiating with Pulverize and getting follow-up stuns. Gives him a second more to react, or maybe a half a second. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Can't Shadow Realm right-click pop Lincolns? No, that's not how it works, right?
Nope.
Yeah,
It's just a right click. It's just gonna hit you for damage.
Yeah. I was thinking if there's some hidden interaction there, because Dota has some of those very interesting ones. Like the Earth Spirit Centaur in TI. Getting stuck in boulder form.
Yeah. There's the Dota is such a game that there's always something. There's always that one interaction, especially because they're patching and changing things all the time.
Yep.
Even if they weren't changing things, I'm still sure we'd be finding new interactions all the time.
The good old spaghetti code, like you called it. Frisk, terrorize onto the Grimstroke, helps out Shang-Chi to jump in. And that's an easy pickoff off a support. It does open up Aster to put some pressure down the mid lane. And they could also just take over this triangle, potentially even start containing the Tormentor if they get lucky with it. Irving loses his courier to Echoes, just blinking in, sniping that out of the way. Did he lose an item with that? No, he's already finished the Crimson Guard. All right, he didn't really lose anything on the courier there. Nothing of significance.
Yeah, Ancient Apparition gets the shard. It's pretty good, by the way. It's like one of those shards that made this hero viable again.
Yeah.
Like
Big upgrade.
like you could even go for something. He's getting a 4-staff. Like I've even
Shang-Chi
seen Blink.
Getting surrounded here by Irving. And Phoenix also coming in for the rescue. That's one death. Oh, Undying dies somewhere else. They struck the back line. But they're still going to lose this Wraith King by the looks of it. That Radiance is now out of the way, but TA dishing big hits onto Irvine. It does... Irving. He does drop the Soulbind, but there's an egg on the back line. An Echo going straight on top of the CK, but CK has 4,000 HP. Pops the Phantasm, just needs to find a target. He's so close to the Primal Beast, but no cancel. No, sir. He goes out.
Why Reality Drift over Chaos Bolt?
And they can't even catch the teleporting hero out of the way. Ah, that's a bit awkward. I was wondering the same thing too. Like Chaos Bolt should be your bread and butter, right? But nobody's stunned.
He wasn't BKB, right? Like he wasn't. Like, so yeah, interesting.
It's like I think it's between two things. Inkswell me for the quick stun cancel, and he didn't use Chaos Bolt because he thought he's about to finish it. So it could have been like a a moment in the moment thing.
Yep. In any case, all things said, you did force your Doom to buyback, so that's not great. But at the same time, if there's one hero that's gonna recover economically from buying back, that's Doom, right?
Yeah.
He's got his Midas. He's going for his Blink next. He will farm it up.
Also a pretty big passive for the Primal Beast, the Uproar Dispel. So There's a lot of slows on the side of Bright, and he can get rid of all of them with just one press of a button.
Well, you can't get rid of Phantom's Embrace as well, right? Like that's and Doom. Those things matter as well. But overall, you're completely right. A lot of little things that annoy you, a lot of these little things that don't allow you to trample around.
All about the mobility on this hero, so getting rid of any slow, always handy. Especially if you get hit by cold feet, you can't really pulverize, because you're going to get stunned after, and then you might be the one dying. A lot of small interactions coming into play with that. But Aster still commandeering this game, as we expected Aster to fight back. They're definitely showing it now, but Bright... I'm not going to say that they're not so bright now compared to game number 1, because they still could be able to do it with this particular smoke. 5-man smoke towards Aster's side of the map, and Shang-Chi, the Wraith King, just gonna walk away. Oh, that is so close. CK was going the right direction for a second, but nobody to be found here. Waves are slowly pushing in, so Aster knows something's up.
I honestly think Team Bright is not in the worst position ever.
They're TPing, and the whole team's coming in. Let's see how they retaliate. That's the first kill off of the Wraith King. Terrorize only pushes the Doom away a little bit. CK looking for a secondary target to hit. The tower's falling. It's finally out of the way. Phoenix slowing up for Frisk. Does have a Yule to buy some time, but Aster's not retaliating yet. No egg, no nothing, and they're pretty spread out. So I guess they're just going to sack Frisk and Shang-Chi.
Yeah, like I just wanted to say, I don't think that they're out. Like, this is still Chaos Knight with the heart. Your damage is lacking at the moment on Aster. Like, you do have level 4 Sunray, but you need to control him somehow, and if your Wraith King is dying first, you're not gonna get that control. Primal Beast perhaps, but that was all without the Doom, by the way. Doom wasn't even used.
Yeah, pretty low commitment there from Bright. They got the ward placed down near the tier 1 tower, and Wraith King, who already dodged the initial smoke, still walks back into lane and dies, so that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. I love this, by the way. I don't know how much I love it over Silver Edge, but I think it's still pretty damn good. Like, he got a Blink Dagger on CK.
Oh, CK.
Yeah, on C. Yeah. So he's... Like, there are some games in which you look at CK and he's just way too passive. Like, he has all the farm of his roles. He feels like he is a beast, but he doesn't put any pressure on the map. You know, it's like some carry that's like a Luna. Okay, I see a Luna, I run away from Luna. Who cares, right? Like, unless they're playing as a team, it doesn't matter. Like, CK, once he gets a mobility item, like a Blink or a Shadow Blade, suddenly becomes... He gets another... I don't know, another approach to playing the game. Like, suddenly he can make plays alone on the map. Like, supports are super scared.
This could be pretty big. CK just charging forward here. Gonna find himself a catch on top of Erica. The TA focused first, and Irving coming in with the Doom. It does get the BKB and walks away for the time being. Echo's going for the Pulverize as well. And Phoenix, the egg, is finally placed down. Irving low on HP too. They're trying to get away with that egg, but that egg is gonna get destroyed. And Phoenix in the backline as well. Echoes is down. They've lost Erica. They've lost 4 on the side of Aster. And Shang-Chi, the lone survivor, walking away. And you know what, Blizzard? Roche is up in 20 seconds, so Bright could look from one objective to another with that big team fight win.
Yep, really nice initiation from the CK jumping in. The Terrorize was a bit scary. Like, Dark Willow did manage to get CK away from the TA, like Templar Assassin. Erica, he moved away being doomed. The egg looked like it was like nicely placed. But it doesn't matter. Like, they just don't have the they don't have what it takes to take down this CK at the moment.
That's a huge win for Bright because it does increase their momentum again. They are very high level with their cores. Quap's almost level 20. The CK, as you've been talking about, he's a beast. But the way the fight starts, you get TA first. That it couldn't be better. The big damage battery doesn't get to do anything in the fight. Aster's already in panic mode. Like, guys, what's happening? But they're going to try to initiate here onto Bright, coming in from the back. They have the high ground advantage as they're all inside the pit. Xiangxi has found them all. The Wraith King will drop for the first time in just a few seconds, and they're already maneuvering around Bright. They've got the AA blast again. He blinks out, dodges the Ice Blast. Echo charging into the backline, onto the supports. Undyne's going to be focused here. And look, can they get him out of the way? Yes, they can. They trample him down. That same time, they lose Imitator. And now Erica gets to fight back. Irving pushed away. Phoenix thrown into the air with the Yules. And this Grimstroke, he's also in trouble as he drops. And they're losing another member. Bright is already down by 3, but it's the 2 remaining survivors trying to fight back. CK battling it out. Phoenix has to buy back to join in, and another Phoenix in the fight trying to help out this CK. CK is armlet toggling and doesn't get another one squeezed in. Does buy some time for Phoenix to deal a bit of extra damage, but that Primal Beast lives. Erica lives. Roche is up and low on HP.
Woo! He almost died there.
Yeah, he almost did. The Aghanims. The power of the Aghanims there. And Roche goes down.
He knows. Phoenix knows. He's hunting him.
He is, but Roshan has also been taken at the same time by the TA. Can he get this kill? He just needs one good blink. One good blink is all he needs. He scouts the courier on the move.
Maybe another
Echoes looks like he's going to be able to move out. Long charge still. Phoenix has a long blink. He's close. He's got the Shadow Strike popped, but it doesn't catch the Primal Beast because it is an AoE ability. They're TPing into bottom, though. Roche is down to 4,000 HP. The fight's still not over. They are regrouping on the side of Bright. It's 3 versus 4 right now, and Primal Beast is super far away, so it's even a 3v3. They get the wards out of the way. They're going to back out on the side of Aster and open up that Roche pit for the time being, but CK is up in 10 seconds. Aster smoking up with 4. Primal is almost here, and they need to get here super fast. Bright, this is super important for them to get some kind of response for this, but CK has only just respawned. Irving's already TPing in. Wraith King is being focused here by Phoenix. Egg is also available, and they got the jump onto the Wraith King. Supernova plays down. Doom gonna get controlled. AA Blast is looking like a really good one. It does hit Erica on the way as well, but they will lose Irving. Egg will explode. Phoenix still on the side, and CK, very, very long jump with the Reality Rift and trying to find somebody to focus on. Can they get Erica? Yes, they can. They've taken down the TA. TA bind back in as well. Aster, they're now on the run. It's back and forth this last 2 minutes. And Roche is still being contested. Aster with 5 heroes. Grimstroke's going to be up in 10 seconds. And he does have a teleport available for the outpost, Lizard. This is probably still not over. We're going to see another brawl in just a few seconds.
Yeah, there's no ult on CK, though. It's kind of an issue. Ice Blast up in 10. I love that Aster tried to just jump in and fight.
He's looking for it again.
You need to go on support.
Oh, they got the catch first. They go to Wraith King. Wraith King still has that second life. Terrorize onto 3 though. Phoenix battling at the back line, trying to kill Phoenix. Trying to kill himself by the sound of it. At the same time, Primal Beast is going to get focused on the Doom. Does get dropped as well. Irving is down, and that Doom is not coming back. CK, and of course, trying to focus the big target. Erica surrounded, gets one out of the way. If Erica falls, they will have to give away this Roshan. Aster losing the TA and the Primal Beast. Even though it is the Grimstroke and the Doom out of the way, they have the big tanky cores of and Phoenix still up.
Yeah, the only way Aster wins these fights is if they go on supports first. Like, you cannot go on Doom or CK. By the time you kill them, the supports are gonna do way too damn much. And Primal Beast read that very well. Like, he went on the backlines in the last fight around pit, in this one as well. But this time around, they just didn't have what it takes. It was Bright that initiated. And it always looks scary when they initiate, because they get terrorized, like all of them. And even when terrorized, there's just no damage to take down the CK. Like, Templar Assassin, she's dying left, right, and center. Whatever clips her, she feels dead. Chaos Knight, I don't think I've seen this guy under 50% HP. In this whole duration of a fight down bottom.
And also one huge detail is the fact that it turned from night to daytime. Aster lost the Roshan advantage, and Bright was able to send in reinforcements much faster than Aster were. So they're buying back, and their closest objective that they can teleport to was, of course, the T1 tower. But Bright could instantly bring another hero into the fight and continue going on from there. So that Roshan shift, that night-daytime cycle, actually played into Bright's playbook.
Yeah. Even though the one hero that they bought back, like the Doom, he didn't have TP, so he had to run. I mean, sometimes you get God gives you all the opportunities, but I already TP'd. What can you do? I'll just run, guys. Wait for me.
And so they got the Aegis and the cheese going their way. Oh,
Dude, he can't. Oh, whoa. That was really close.
yeah, too close to comfort.
I have to just say one thing as well. This Wraith King on the offlane didn't feel like a hero the whole game. Like, he has all the farm, he gets his Radiance, he gets his AC, but it's not even about the Wraith King. I feel like if you're... you have to play around him. Like, if they go on him and they kill him once, you need to be there to fight afterwards, right? Like, you need to be there to set up the egg on his grave and fight around it.
Yeah,
but
and faster.
You saw how this... And faster, right? Like, this game so far, every time they go on Wraith King, they kill him twice by the time his teammates are even around.
Yeah. Like we've seen...
Undyne?
Yeah, Undyne. Oh, actually, maybe Echoes is the one in a bit of trouble here. Frisk does show up for the rescue here. They drop the Doom down too. But that Primal Beast, he's fine. He's fine. Frisk probably not as much, so a support trade-off. He's fine. But yeah, like the thing is, they have been using Terrorize, they have been using Supernova, but they're like 2 seconds too late in using those abilities. So if Aster, they can get that gap closer to 0 seconds of the Wraith King getting fully initiated on by Bright, it suddenly looks a lot better of a fight for Aster.
Yeah. And it's
I totally agree with
difficult. Yeah, and it's difficult for Bright to push high ground, right? So maybe they will get these seconds just from that, because those seconds are usually information, right? Like, if you have information, if you know where the fight is gonna start, you preemptively prepare. Meanwhile, if some Wraith King is caught,
He's going in.
Oh, CK.
And he's got Erica as well, out of all things. That's already TA losing a big portion of his HP. 3 traps, though. CK silencing up Phoenix now in the front line. Yules goes out. Supernova might have to be used here. It's a big egg, but that is so many targets focusing it down. And oh my goodness, Shang-Chi goes down too for the first time, and maybe even a second life lost. They already pushed the Sonic Wave, preventing this Wraith King from retaliating at all. He pops his BKB, runs away. They force out a Glyph now to try and keep their buildings up and running for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Primal wasn't there.
Yeah,
like,
not
he
at
just
all.
wasn't. He was in the jungle farming. I'm not sure if the TP was on CD. I think it was on cooldown still.
And now Bright
He wasn't joining. Yeah.
really... if game 1 was an upset, winning the series against Aster would be a humongous victory, because Aster, by all signs, should be the much stronger team. We've been believing on this team. I think everyone knows Aster. They're like, who are Team Bright? But they're doing it right now. One lane of Rax already cleared out. The second one in the works. Aster, they gotta find an avenue. They gotta find an avenue to play around with that Wraith King. Wait for the Phoenix to come back up alive in 25 seconds. He will not have Supernova by the time he's respawned. CK already looking for the Blink Stun. Nobody to connect to. Irving Phoenix. He can work. It's just this wall of Ice Vortex. It's like so much vision and information for Bright to just continue sieging. Also knowing they're on the power play. They're untouchable with this siege.
Yeah, like all the vision, then 4,000 HP on CK. You also have to be careful about the Ice Blast. If it hits you, it's basically an initiating tool, right? It's not only damage. With the shard, it's a stun, and a pretty big one, so like a 2-second stun.
Hail Mary smoke by the looks of it. They might surprise Bright here with this move, but here we go. CK gets the stun, but it doesn't actually connect onto Echoes. Looks like he might have been cancelled out by the Pulverize. Perfect egg placement, Aster. This might just be their fight. They're forcing away Bright. Nobody gets caught by the stun. Frisk is low on HP. Phoenix is hitting with a DD rune in the backline. Imitator will go down for the first hero, but it's going to be buying back. They still have the cheese as well. CK fighting in the front. They've got Shang-Chi. The Wraith King about to drop for the first time. Echoes charging in. A lot of damage. Queen of Pain pops the cheese. Gets a big heal. Frisk is already down. CK going to get stunned up. And they're trying to get this down. Erica throwing in big hits, but they can't clean him out. And Aster, they're in huge trouble now with their 2 cores in the front line lost. And Erica is on full retreat. Team Bright are doing it right now. This is their win condition to take this series.
Yeah, and they have that heart on CK. He's gonna heal up. You do have buybacks. You have to use them. Let's see. With the buybacks, perhaps...
Bit of time
they go back. By the way, that last fight, Phoenix is a god, like literally. He uses E-Blade on the CK, saves the fight that way. He realizes the only damage that they've got dishing out is right click. At that point, at least.
Yeah, Phoenix was hitting the backline, focusing on Frisk, while everyone else was focused on the CK. But 15 seconds for the Willow. He's not buying back yet, but it's going to be mega creeps in just a matter of a few seconds. They need to find a way to initiate Echoes. He's ready to go in. He's got his blink available. There we go. The Sunray, the pop in. They go straight in, and this is their final hurrah. They've got the Ice Blast. It doesn't connect onto the Primal Beast, so they're fine with the debuff ticks here. But the Range Rax is falling, and the Range Rax is gone, and they've got the Primal Beast, and he might just fall. He's down. Echoes is gone. And the CK still somehow staying alive. He's getting so many buffs. He's got double Glimmer Cape buffs on himself, so he doesn't die. And there's the GG Aster to the lower bracket. Team Bright with the upset again, 2 times in a row, Lizard. This is crazy.
Yep. I mean, at this point, like we talked about during the draft stage, I don't think the first game it was an upset. This second game, at this point, like we just have to ask ourselves, who's Aster right now? It's not
Exactly.
Sumail Aster. It's not some Baboka Aster from back in the day. It's just some, it's just some team that, just like any other. However, they did play extremely well in game 1 and game 2 when it comes to early game performance. And I feel that in game 1, they had the game, but they threw it a bit. In the second one, the draft was interesting. I don't think you give you're 0-1, like you're 1 game down and you're giving away the strongest, most broken hero of the meta to the enemy team. I mean, this is bound to happen.
Yeah, overall, really strong performance from Bright, and I have to highlight Phoenix. He's also unkilled this game with the 21 KDA with the Queen of Pain. Everything outside of maybe we were a bit worried with the early game. Like, is Team Bright doing enough? And they definitely weren't. But I think this game kind of got handed out to them because Aster weren't on the same page. They weren't as fast with their reaction time when they needed to have that. It was, like you said, and we pointed out multiple times, it's Wraith King dying, and then the help arrives, but too late to get a full synchronized combination coming out from Team Aster. So Bright, I feel like this game kind of got handed out to them in a way that they would just, they would do the right things, but they didn't need to do anything special. This was just a regular game for them in a way.
Yeah, I feel like they played like a team. Meanwhile, Aster, they had really good lanes, really good individual performance, but as a team, they were just never there. It wasn't really a team effort, let's put it that way.
That also means that as our series ends 2-0, again, we are not on a rolling schedule, so we have a 2-hour break ahead of us until the next series is going to be played out, and that means the next series we have... to be honest, I don't actually know how they go with the pairs, because usually at this point of the double elimination bracket, they swap around the upper and the lower teams. So either Go Along plays versus Aster, or they play the loser of IG Team 0. But we'll find that out in 2 hours' time. If the other game is still going, make sure you go check that one out while you're waiting for us to return in 2 hours at ESL_Dota 2 Mango. So we're at the Tango stream. Just swap one letter on your website bar, and you'll find your way into the IG versus Team 0 series, if it is still going. But from me and Lizard, we're going to return in 2 hours for the next series at the China Close Qualifiers.
am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're in. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is our second series of the day here at the close qualifier for the China region on the Tango stream. You guys have had some time to rest and relax, but now it's go time and a draft time as well here with T-Panda and Lizard. Lizard, we are watching Team Aster versus Eagle, and we just witnessed Aster getting, I wouldn't say dumpstered, but outclassed by Team Bright in the upper bracket. And of course, this has been come up multiple times. It's not the same Aster as earlier on this year or the Aster from previous DPC seasons. Obviously, the roster has changed a little bit, but still, they have players who have proven themselves. They were favorites. There's a reason they were invited, not Team Bright, to this qualifier directly, and now they're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, now they're here, and you know what? After the last series, after the last game, honestly, they can lose this one as well. Like Eagle, I think that they're strong enough to take down Aster. Yeah, I'm not saying that they will, but I'm saying that Team Aster, they need to really step it up. They can't play the way they played the last game and expect to just breeze by Eagle. There's no way. Like if you give Butterfly Effect his Magnus, which they won't because it's banned. They banned his Necro as well, which is really nice. But if they give, if Butterfly Effect is enabled and if he gets his hero, I'm telling you, this boy can cook. He's gonna cook him.
Definitely can. It's not just Butterfly Effect, but also Shang Yu, who also had a very, very good performance throughout the series. I think it maybe got a bit worse towards the end because his Dawnbreaker was impactful in game number 1. His Visage is already a very difficult hero to adjust to today's Dota meta, and he did all right, but the hero just felt kind of... The hero is what it is. I can't blame the player,
Yeah, I know.
The theory craft we did with it is kind of like...
The question is then why pick it, Like there are some teams at TI. Who was it? I think Entity experimented with Visage, lost with Visage, never picked Visage again. I think the hero is just like not for the meta at the moment. He's not for the meta for a multitude of reasons. One of them is there's just too many tanky boys as well on the map. Like when you're playing Visage, you like these heroes that you show up on top of him with tags or without tags, and you just blow him up. Soul Assumption takes quarter of his HP. You saw Assumption a Bristleback with 4,000 HP. Like he doesn't care, So really not the best hero for the meta. I think that Bristle, however, if they put it on offlane, already is a much better pick.
Yeah, you wanna focus heroes that are capable of battling against the big cores on your opponent's lineup. You don't want an offlaner that is only good at killing supports, but has nothing to do with the opponent's core. So that I think that Bristleback is a perfect example. To anything between 2 to 4k HP, and heroes like Visage are just going to struggle taking those down. So you're good at the laning stage and whatnot. So we'll see if he decides to pick something different here, or if he is going to definitely go with this Bristleback instead, which is much more meta related. And of course the Muerta. Eagle, if I was looking correct, I was just scrolling through the games that they played before. Okay, it was Team Bright who played a full Muerta series yesterday. Eagle had 2 games of Muerta in the upper bracket, and they ignored it completely versus Team Trust in the lower bracket. It was actually picked by Team Trust in game number 2. I also see a very interesting Meepo pick in game number 1, but it's not by Eagle. So...
I wish I was there,
Yeah, but they won versus Meepo at 37 minutes, and then they stomped game 2 at 14 minutes, 48 seconds. So Eagle called it an early day, now going up against into Aster.
Yeah. You just teased me now. All my brain is like Meepo. All I can see and hear. Unfortunately, not gonna see it, but we will see a Batrider, like pretty solid versus Dark Willow and Clock. Like he doesn't care about these 2 heroes too much. Also versus Kunkka, you have a hero that can get on top of him. The problem is X marks the spot, can mess you up. Like your lasso isn't as good. But All that said, seeing Bristle, Muerta, and Bat, I already kind of like the Eagles draft. Team Aster, like what they could maybe do is put Kunkka on offlane. It doesn't matter. You just build Ags and the hero is the same.
Yeah.
You put him on offlane and you pick something else mid. Like you can, I don't know, get some co-op, Storm, things like that. Heroes that are a bit better versus Bat.
What I also like about when you're pointing out this Eagle draft is if these 3 first picks, we can talk about the Shaker in a bit, if these first 3 picks end up being cores, they are natural BKB builders, which also makes this a very good answer in team fight versus Willow, versus Water Park, versus Clockwork. They have a lot more capability of just moving around, being able to maneuver much easier. They're highly mobile heroes, all of them. Muerta also with that long attack range, pretty beneficial. Bristleback running around all over the place. And now you have a Shaker that you just added into this draft as well, who does build into a Blink Dagger naturally. And if it's a core, maybe even an Aghanims on top of that. So you got good answers versus what Aster has so far. But also, that's when this hero usually likes to come into play. You got to find a heavy answer. You bring in the Faceless Void.
Yeah. Look, it's not only... This Faceless Void isn't only like, okay, he's a strong hero, this is why he's picked. Like, there's method behind him. There's reasoning. Like, first, with the Shaker picked up, you can put Bat mid or offlane. Like, Earthshaker enables that. But he is not too bad with a Bristle as well on offlane. Now, you need a hero that kind of does well against both of them, and Faceless Void is that one. Like, Time Dilation was always a nuisance for Bat. Perhaps not as much anymore, but it's still annoying. And same goes for Bristle. Now, I'm not saying Faceless Void is going to win that lane. It all comes down to the way you play it. I'm just saying that he has tools to use versus Bristle and versus Bat if they go on his... meet him at the battlefield. Now, the Axe is banned out also because of Bristle, right? Like, you get this hero that can turn him towards you, which is something that I perhaps expected Aster to pick, but they didn't. Like, usually when I see a Bristle, I really, really want to see a hero that either breaks him or makes him turn towards you so that you can actually kill the guy. Remember, Bristle, like we were talking about Chaos Knight and how he's broken. Well, Bristle was picked like every single game in the group stage until teams figured him out. He's just as strong.
And also in this, at least in the open qualifier, Bristleback, Spirit Breaker, CK, and Kunkka were contested 100% of the time. So all of these heroes have still continued over to the closed qualifier with very high pick percentage. There's not a lot of access, though, which does maybe surprise me a little bit here, that he hasn't really been getting that much love, but it is a good ban from Eagle. And also the other hero, which probably doesn't fit Eagle's draft anymore. When we talked about this Tidehunter, that has, the idea of winning the lane or at least having an answer later on with his lockdown, and of course the Anchor Leash, which counters multiple heroes. There's no room for him necessarily in this particular draft, but he's usually been the answer to the Void.
Yeah, I mean, you think there's no... If they want to mix it up, you could still put Bristle on carry, Bat mid, and then you pick Tide last. Like, that's also an option. It's doable. Will they do it or not? We'll see. I'd rather have, I don't know, just another carry into the Faceless Void. They just lost to a Morphling with Faceless Void. Pick it again. Hit them where it hurts.
Yeah, weakness in the armor. I guess Morphling could be an idea to pick up here for Eagle. What does Ukiyo want to play this time? And
what did he play?
Show the rest.
What exactly did he play the last? Let's see. They didn't have reserve time. They picked Phoenix in the end.
Well, at least
I'm Muerta carry. Well, I'm insane. Why was I saying Muerta Bristle carry when there's Muerta on the board as well? Yeah, of course. You put Muerta carry. Just the hero was played as...
probably the reason why is because TZ has been playing the 5 Muerta for Eagle.
Yeah. And in the last series, we've seen a lot of Muerta position 4 and 5, so...
Yep. So that has definitely been the difference maker. But, so Fort Phoenix, China Classic, I think they have their and the Battriders support as well. So this is kind of like their own regional meta combined with the competitive meta that's been going on for the last 2 months.
Yeah, pretty much. I do like it. I honestly think that Eagle have a really solid draft. I really think that they can take this one against Team Aster, especially after Team Aster losing the last series and probably not feeling too great about themselves. If I had to put some percentages, I would be straight down on 50-50. I wouldn't count Aster as the favorites. Yeah, they are gonna win the lanes and they'll outplay the heroes early on. But so what? That's what they've been doing the whole day and losing.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically just execution speculation, but on paper, I would probably put Aster at 55-45. But definitely when it comes to the experience play, that hasn't been showing. That has not been showing for Aster. They're in the lower bracket for a reason. And Eagle, they have a couple hot players. Already talked about the Butterfly effect, how strong he's been in his lanes. And then, of course, Shang Yu on the off lane. He is playing the Bristleback this time, so it's much more straightforward. But hey, we got ourselves a brawl going on in the river as it is a full-on 5v5. We're not going to get an early casualty, but a chase kill is potentially happening. Clockwork with his battery assault, able to zone him out for a bit longer, but the fire spirits and a couple spikes. First you're burning, then you got holes everywhere. You got these ticks that you're trying to scrape off your skin. But it's not going to work because Bristleback will secure that kill and get the first one on the board for Team Eagle.
Easy clap. Where's your 55 now, huh? Huh?
Theory on paper.
Yeah, I mean, probably one hero that
right.
you don't want to give that. Probably one guy that you don't want to give that first blood to, right? Makes the game much simpler for him. I love the fact that they put 4 bat as well. It's some Saksa bat reminiscence. You know,
Yeah,
I haven't seen too many bats position 4 at TI, but this guy is still a beast on 4.
Yeah, Mercy, another player who was really, really good with the Shadow Demon yesterday. A lot of good disruption saves, just countering Spirit Breaker most of the time, really. That was basically his role, is just you pick up that early Aghanim's, you're able to pop your ulti every single time during the fight, and then get the disruption saves. Now, as Batrider, I think you're doing something similar to the Shadow Demon. Not necessarily targeting a specific hero in this game, but you have this kind of vision providing support because you are not you're not standing at the back line. You're working together with this Bristleback, going onto targets, and not just during the lane, but like outside of it when you're looking for pickoffs, when you're trying to open up these fights. Bristleback, he's the one giving information and vision. But you also have Batrider who kind of can do the same thing. He's just a bit squishier. He can draw attention to him.
Yeah. We'll see how the top lane goes. Because I feel Void is one of those heroes that can do decently against the two of them. But Bat and Bristle, they can dish out a ton of hurt. I love that they put Shaker mid. Honestly, Eagle, if I... Just looking at these two drafts and how it ended up being here, like, Eagle just plainly outdrafted them. Like,
yeah,
they caught them. Like, Aster didn't even know what to ban. Like, the last 2 bans from Aster weren't even the positions that Bright picked, because they switched everything up. Like, Bat to 4, Earthshaker mid. Like, really nicely done by them. Like, Muerta as well. They probably thought that Muerta is a support early on. Nice job.
There's a lot of high-level thinking going into this draft. Like, a lot of flex is available, and then you're actually flexing them towards the way you kind of close out the draft too, is because you're allowing your opponent to figure out one thing, but then you're giving them a couple more dilemmas on top of that, and they're staying thinking like, wait, how are they laning these heroes actually? And then like, oh, that's a mid, oh, that's a support. Kind of like the shock that the Muerta also brings in from time to time. It's like, yeah, it's very likely a support. I mean, we've seen it being played as a carry, and then you're still surprised that it gets picked as a position 1 very early on into the draft too. So you start to wonder, did we actually even counter this hero now that the opponent's just been flexing, literally flexing during the draft?
Yeah, they haven't really, right? Because usually you pick Murta 1 into a void. So
yeah. But we only have 1 kill on the board so far, so just a casual CS battle all over the place. Shaker's already pulling off a bit of a lead in mid with those 7 denies versus the Kunkka.
yeah,
But this is kind of expected. Your right-click damage is superior.
Is it that expected? Like your right click is superior, but there's a
It
Kunkka
is
with
expected.
Tidebringer as well. I mean,
Shaker should beat this matchup because the only matchups where Shaker actually loses is where he can't trade against this opponent because they have higher right click damage. Where Kunkka does help. You are right about the Tidebringer, but like even the Huskers and stuff like that usually are considered counters in mid, they just have such low base damage that they can't fight versus the Shaker. So he just amasses a lot of denies, slows down the enemy mid, while your farm pace is still completely fine. The difference is, what do you do with that farm? Does Shaker just sit in mid for 10 minutes because your side lanes can't do anything? Or does he get to relieve pressure off of the side lanes and do something with that early advantage when your opponent's mid is a little bit behind, maybe a level behind? You hit 6 before him, for example.
yeah. After you've said all of this, I think maybe that was the case at the beginning of the patch when Shaker was introduced to mid. I feel like most players right now have figured out ways of playing against him. Like meta on lanes, it evolves. Same like the meta itself evolves, the matchup meta evolves. And sometimes the matchup that was really good can become not as insane. And I think Kunkka should at least be even here. And yeah, he's not. I mean, in any case, Shaker, yeah, he's having a really good time, 25-13. Like you said, there aren't many heroes that can CS against him. The fact that I'm losing with Shaker and trying to justify it, you know, that's a different thing.
But in the end, like, everything is just, theory craft. You can have a mediocre mid player with a Shaker and you can lose the lane against a much more inferior matchup if you don't know what you're doing. Meanwhile, Aster might lose a hero on the top lane. Clockwork slowly burning to death. And they will get themselves another one for the Bristleback. Clockwork a bit out of position, and of course then you have another misposition tool, or forced positioning with that Flame Break, so easy job for Bristle to hunt him down. And now we see the Shaker also making potentially a move, picking up a bounty rune. Nah, he's just going to go straight back to mid, alright. I was thinking, does he want to rotate this early for a quick Echo Slam use? But you don't have enough lockdown for top. Faceless Voice just going to time walk and full heal.
I was just asking you, like, this is a sub-minute 5 Vanguard on Bristle. Like, he's already a problem. How do you address it? Like, you already have to think about some rotations or moving the Void out, because he's going to get Magic Wand charges, sure, but this is a 1v1 lane from this point onwards, and Bat is free to roam. Like, he can do whatever.
He basically can. I think you just pressure the Muerta at this point. There's a hero that you can kill. And they're actually going to try the Bristleback, so as you mentioned that...
Kunkka is here. Yep.
They've got Echo, they also have the Phoenix here, and here comes Mercy. They need a little bit more to save his life. And he will end up dropping, so the X-Mark bolt combination into a Tidebringer, slicing the neck of that Bristleback. Aster will score a kill, so pretty important opening for them, as he was left quite defenseless there.
Yep, for sure. Like, they needed to... He's a problem. They needed to rotate someone in, and they rotated the Kunkka, they got a kill. It doesn't... Like, it's not a complete fix, but it did stop the bleeding for a little bit, you know? Like, this Void gets a bit more out of the lane. He can chill farm, gets his power treads. Now he can actually pressure the Bristle and maybe right-click him a bit if he gets some lucky bashes.
At least looking at the last hits and kind of translating that into net worth as well. Eagle is doing pretty good in money right now. Clockwork pretty deep in. Mercy, no TP cancel, so it's just going to let him go. Oh, the fissure, it's like 0.2 seconds too late. And also maybe a pixel too far.
Was very, very close.
You got to grab those small openings when you do. 8 minutes, next rune is spawning. Who takes this one? It's not for Butterfly Effect, it's an illusion for Echo or Mercy. Denied. And he's gonna catch the X mark though. Revenge coming out from Echo with the boat. That's a lot of magical nuke.
Dude, that's like they threw so much on him. Like it's kind of hard to count in the end. The blood grenade as well, like the Shadow Realm, Bramble Maze, Torrent, boat, and the bat is just like, please, just let me die already. I know I'm dead.
Yeah, it was a pretty big nuke. You got the... Oh, wait, you got a Chrono actually used up in the top lane here. Is it a zoning Chrono? Is it killing Chrono for the Bristleback? Well, the Cogs might do some work, but they're hitting the back of the Bristleback. And look at that, the spikes are bouncing, but Clockwork will survive. 7 Quill Spray stacks, but not enough for a kill. That's only level 3 Quills. If that was level 4, that probably would have done the trick.
Butterfly Effect?
Is that a Butterfly Effect on Butterfly Effect? Yes, it is.
Because of the kill that happened on the top lane, a small gust of wind sent Dark Willow down mid, and Earthshaker caused a tsunami. There we go.
Wow, that's a sequence.
That's Dota. That's Dota for you. Honestly, like Butterfly Effect is a thing in Dota. Like you're 2 seconds late because you hit a creep. You know, you got to last it. And you get ganked because of that, or you're too late to help your teammates.
I wonder. Nice voice crack. I wonder if when there's a day for either Dota 2 to get another engine update at some point, or if Dota 3 or Dota 4. I'm guessing Dota 4 comes before 3. Yeah. We'll get back to that in just a second, as we got Mercy locked down. A very low Clockwork, but he's just chilling. Teasy with a big heal, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough, and even Clockwork looks like he might just survive. The rum buff helps him out, so Bristleback is just chasing ghosts at this point. But, going back to the idea of... if we had some really... You talked about the tsunami. It would be really cool if you throw a fissure into the water, and the water actually splashes from the force when the earth kind of slaps in there.
Okay, is it
particle effects?
Is it just particle effects, or does the water do something? Like it washes everyone's face, everyone gets a buff.
I don't know, maybe they lose a bit of movement speed because they're swamped in water. I don't know, but that's something cool to think about. Food for thought. Mercy gets taken down by Echo and Frisk. They did throw a rocket flare on top of the Bristleback, farming Ancients, so they were looking to contest it, and instead they found a Bat Rider on the way. So, didn't get the stack, but they got a kill.
What if there's snow and everything is icy, T-Panda? And then we get
just have the drow hypothermia, you know?
No. We get the slide kitty slide. Everyone is just sliding. Bot lane, Phoenix.
I'll put a pair of roller skates on this Phoenix.
Did you play Run Kitty Run?
I played Slide Ninja Slide.
Or Slide Ninja Slide. Okay, that one is good too. Run Kitty Run Kitty Run was the original one. It's like you had these little Priestess of the Moon or Miranas, and there was Linkin Park In the End song played while you're playing the game, but it's pitched up like 2 pitches up.
Oh dear.
And sped up like it was, yeah. You get to the last portal and you die, and in the end, it doesn't even matter. You know, it's deep.
Yeah, I think Slide Ninja Slide had something similar. You know, I think it was a big theme of like, I need a cool song for this, and then they just grab anything that they can and put it 2 times pitch higher. That's always been the theme.
Maybe the Linkin Park one was actually Slide Ninja Slide. Maybe
it could be. It could be. Yeah.
Good times, good times. Now we have like a Warcraft 3 mod in Dota, and it looks better than Reforged. I'm
But
telling you,
hey,
it looks better than that scam. Anyways,
when do we
Aster.
get Dota 2 inside Warcraft 3 inside Dota 2, you know? Real Inception. Someone's gonna do that, you know?
I'm sure. Hookshot.
Oh, that's a pretty good one. It does catch the Bat Rider, and still inside the cogs, you've got the Kunkka showing up as well. Kunkka's really living off the land, basically, here. It's just kill after kill after kill. And he gets to be a part of so much action. So Aster, they're getting kills. Eagle, they're getting farm. There's another big stack for this Bristleback to farm, and they're just... How do you see this game progress? Because Aster gets money from kills, and Eagle's getting money from creeps, and they still have all their cores barely above the Aster cores.
Yeah, I mean, Bristle first farmed the stack on the right side. Now he's farming the left one as well. Overall, I think you should be.
Oh, Echo in
okay
mid
with
lane.
this.
That's a big kill. They get the Void. Oh, they needed to use the lasso just in case. Dawnbreaker coming into the action as well. They got the egg that will explode, and Earthshaker needs a bit of help. There's a couple blade mails, though. He might kill himself with the enchant totem, but TZ trying to heal him up, but it's not going to be enough. And there's the hook shot. Clockwork looking to snipe both of them here. Low supports Mercy there, and here comes the Bristleback. Just finished off some farming. Ukiyo coming in for a kill. Echo, he does have the X mark and the Torrent nicely, keeping the Bristleback at bay. And a blade mail.
Nah, he's
Okay,
fine.
it's not enough
Overall,
to cool down.
yeah. Overall, Aster once again, they're really showing us that they individually and like the experience is on their side. They move on the map a bit faster. They address the problems and they deal with the problems. In the laning stage, at least. Like, they managed to somewhat shut down this Bristleback, or at least give Void a free lane.
They're going to try the Bristle again. DD rune
yeah.
for Echo, but he can't get inside the cogs, so it's going to be a bit of an issue. There we have the Muerta. Big damage from Ukiyo as well. You don't expect that from a core Muerta to actually hit that hard, but the calling connecting on 2 and the pierce the veil plus a nice dead shot.
Yeah. There's an Echo in 10 seconds, and he has a Blink Dagger. If Void shows himself 20 Magic Wand charges, I don't know if they can... They need someone else, I feel like. Can they solo him?
They probably need one more, but Aster already coming. That's a DD Kunkka. He still has it, and he wants to use it. TZ... Oh, TZ's gonna get away.
Yeah. It was a scan, I
And
think.
is he gonna walk back in? He's gonna walk back into them. Oh, no. Smokes are popping. Terrorize misses. Doesn't connect onto TZ. So TZ, he's out, then he's into the fight, and then he's out again. And that's a 100-second cooldown spent on Frisk.
They missed him twice. Nicely done. Like, he can even get all this farm on top lane and get some experience. All you're doing is just waiting for the Axe on Bristle. Like, you can fight if you're bright, but what's the funny thing?
That TZ probably didn't even know what was going on, and he just forced an ult.
He knew. Like, Shaker and him, they moved away from, and they scanned the area too. Like, they knew. I'm not sure what gave it away. Was it a ward, or sometimes it's just the way that the carry that you're trying to gank is moving. Like, Void was kind of going towards the creeps back. Maybe that gave it away, but they had an idea. The scan didn't connect, by the way, but it still gives you their mindset. Shows you their mindset, that is.
Clockwork is setting up in top. Probably calling out for his buddies. I could fight, but in the mid lane, huge Echo slam takes down Frisk. Echo down to half HP. Dawnbreaker ulti coming in. Now you got 4 versus 1, and Butterfly Effect's just gonna get nuked down. So he only got a support and loses his life. Valiant effort, almost got a double kill, and the other being the Kunkka would have been absolutely massive, but now he just ends up dying. It's not that worth in the end.
Definitely not. Use the Echo as well. And there were these 2 sentries that were giving away his invis anyway. As he was dying as well, what that did is it prevented Clockwork from dying, because instead of being ganked on top, he TP's mid. So they lose a kill on top, and they lose the Shaker on mid lane. Right now, for the way it feels for me is like the way they're playing is Shaker is trying to get these solo kills multiple times now, instead of doing exactly what Bristle is doing right now. Put Bristle up front, force them to go on Bristle, and then follow up with an Echo and an Egg. I feel like maybe that would be an easier plan to execute for them.
Yeah. As we are now just a 1k lead going for Eagle from all the farm that they've accumulated during this game. They've got Muerta almost at 200 last hits, with Bristle, who's been farming Ancients at 140, so all those creeps killed, definitely giving them a lot of money. Aster, they had an advantage in kills, but that advantage, it's only very minute with an 8 to 10 score line. Eagle finishing off the T1 in the mid lane, so now they can start taking over the enemy jungle. That is the Aster top half of the map, and Aster, they've warded this mid lane with between the tier 1 and the tier 2, and then they also have a cliff ward placed down near the bottom tier 1. So they probably want to play around these two areas. But I really like that they've got that one ward in the mid lane between the tier 1 and the tier 2. That gives a lot of information for Aster.
It's that word is super good when you have a when they have a tier 1, you know, and then they try to defend. Your Batrider moves around, he lassos someone. Maybe it's not as impactful at the moment, but it's still pretty good. Yeah, it's still showing you the Dawnbreaker. Whoever goes on a tier 2 there tries to TP. The Dire one is extremely good though. It's been planted there for a long time, and it actually gives you very valuable info. I don't know, like both of these teams, it feels like they're happy to just chill. Clock and Dark Willow seem like the only ones actually making moves.
I guess that's the thing as well. When you have so much vision, you can kind of just mirror move much more around the map. Like sometimes when you're like, we put a ward down here, that means we want to play in this area, and we can see the exits and the entries from the opponent whenever they show up here, and we want to say fight or smoke to that area. But for the time being, it feels like these wards are just giving information so that they could farm more instead of fight.
Yeah, and the farming time is done, I think, for Bristle. If you click on him, he has 8 gold, which means Aghanim's point booster is flying out to him. Yeah. So he's gonna get that. Meanwhile, Void, he doesn't have the BKB completed. I feel like they have these 2 big items now for Bright. There's a Aghanim's on Bristle, there's a BKB on Shaker. Like these two are really big.
Mean?
What does what? Why?
Bristle wrote chat why in chat. So.
Yes. Go. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Like maybe. YYF.
FR.
No.
No cap. All right. Water Park is online. Very much needed extra crowd control. The moment you have your chrono down.
The smoke. Oh no. No, Team Bright.
So valuable for Aster. This ward is now actual MVP. If Aster is able to win this fight, they need to get there in position though. Mercy's. Oh, he got in, but the hook shot, he was expecting that to happen. And the Batrider is going to be falling first. And that's the first casualty for Eagle. He also used the Supernova. So they're moving out, and they have 1 hero less. So Aster, it's already a success, but looks like they might even want a little bit more. They've got the shield rune, extra 800 HP on the Kunkka. But it doesn't look like they're not going to... I mean, they're already far away. Eagle realized that this fight's lost.
Like, Bat jumped, and Clockwork managed to hook him before the lasso. I actually don't think Clockwork was hooking him. But I'm not sure. I feel like he was hooking the Bristle in the river because he was in the same the direction. I'm not sure because that was insanely fast. If he even knowing that there's smoke, that was really fast.
All right, they're pinging Aster's positions here. The Bristle back in the front. They've got the Phoenix back alive. Sorry, the Batrider back alive. Phoenix just the one without the Supernova. So they're moving around.
As good as that, right?
The Roche pit.
No supernova, useless hero. I'm kidding. Like the maxed out sound ray definitely helps versus all the tanky boys. He has an ATOS too. It's very interesting how players like Phoenix as a hero. It doesn't matter what you build on him. It does, but you can do anything. And now teams are just going for ATOS all the time. Bristle, I don't know about this.
Yeah, I guess the lack of control as well, in a way. Getting items to hold them on the spot, Gleipnir's, Rod of Atos. Yules in some cases as well, but I think I like Atos more because it allows Bristle to damage. If you just buy a Yules, it's not really helping the Bristle.
Yeah, it's the catch, but it's the catch on Phoenix because he has dive, and then you can dive Hex or dive Atos. That's the idea behind it, and it's not bad. It's just that I feel like players have started copying one another a bit too much. Like this Atos is good on him, but like it's good versus a Void until the BKB, and the BKB is done. Like he's got it now.
He caught the Dawnbreaker there. Dealt a bit of damage by Mercy and Butterfly Effect, but in the bottom lane, at the same time, TZ gonna get caught with the hook shot, and he's dropped an egg that's a broken egg. It already cracked before it was actually set up there, and Bristleback's gonna fall next. This is not good at all for Eagle. Aster's just gonna take it with open arms. They've got all their heroes in this area. Ukiyo, he's got no way of getting out either. Has BKB, he could turn around and kill this Clockwork. He's gonna stand his ground very bravely as well, just fighting against the Clockwork. He will escape. Kunkka also blade mails up, but they force the BKB, and Batrider, he is gonna drop next, and that's a third casualty. Butterfly Effect blinks out, and Ukiyo will be able to move out with the Muerta. So their most farmed heroes will get out, but that was not a fight for Eagle, Lizard.
No, that wasn't a fight. That was just some scramble. Are you surprised he didn't go win? Like, I am. That's what I want to say. Surprised he didn't go and try to chrono Muerta. Like, he could have. Now my question is...
Probably could have, yeah.
Yeah, because they had this ward on the cliff and he had all the vision. And he was out of vision for quite some time. I mean, he probably reacts, but so what? You pierce the veil and then you try to fight afterwards. Maybe the idea is let's save it for the pit. And go into the rush pit. If they try to contest us, we have Chrono.
Yeah. And now they have the Aegis on the side of Aster too, so that's a free Roshan. Eagle didn't really get to fight much. They had a quick battle with Dawnbreaker in top, and Aster was already moving towards bottom. Get a pick off, get themselves into a skirmish, which led into multiple kills and secure Roshan. Eagle's gonna have to, I don't know, farm a little bit more. You got Mjolnir up on the Muerta, which is like the big core item for this hero, because it's your attack speed source to get... You technically get double damage when you have Mjolnir, because you get more Gunslinger procs from your attack speed. And then the Pierce the Veil also gets a lot stronger with your right clicks being amplified.
Yep. I don't know if that matters if you're chronoed, but... overall.
Yep, that's technically 0 damage if you're chrono. That is true. Mercy's spotted. Frisk is
Nothing
right
helps,
there,
right?
And there's the hook shot, but it hits a creep, it hits a Satyr in between. So Mercy's able to walk out, his life intact. He would have died otherwise. Sees the rocket fly right past him. Butterfly Effect is ready to go in. They see Frisk, but do they get to kill him? That's one slap in the face. Waiting for the second one. Flame Break's also there. X-Mark has placed down, and that's a chrono. But the Egg's also at the back. Can they save the Shaker? It's going to be a tight call. Echo does go off, and the Egg only now explodes. It's too late. Bristle's about to drop too. He does no damage whatsoever. An Eagle in shambles. Aster, maybe we'll lose one hero. Ukiyo. Oh, a bash.
X.
He got the X-Mark, but is the BKB out on time?
Yeah.
Oh, he's there. BKB runs out before the X-Mark, and he's forced to stand his ground, but he almost kills himself too, the Blade Mails. Maybe he gets a Dawnbreaker kill here, TZ. Oh, he's gonna get X-Mark too. You come back here, says Echo. And he wants to get the full clean team wipe. There we go. Erica will take the last remaining kill, and Aster, they just wiped Eagle.
Yeah, okay, I was saying that they might not be the favorites, but they are. It's not only because of this last team fight, the way the game has been going. Like, overall, Aster have been... They've been the only ones, like, making any moves on the map, right? Like, like from the get-go, they're setting the pace, setting the tempo. Top lane, Bristle gets a really good start, as he should. Gets a really nice and early Vanguard, but then it's unused. Like, they just don't help him at all. I feel like he's one of those heroes that, like, he's gonna get a really good, okay, avoid, Erika, Po Yo-Yo. Never
He's
mind.
just vibing here. Meanwhile,
Mercy.
Mercy, I don't know if he's vibing. Not at least good vibes in this case. Aster, another pick off for them. Up to 20 kills now. So Eagle with their farm pace early on, it feels like it's drying up now.
Yeah, exactly. And they do have these heroes that are supposed to maintain momentum. And they weren't able to do that because Aster just played around that very well.
Yeah.
They do,
There's still
they do have a
one-
Lotus.
There's still one big surprise factor, and that is why I absolutely love the late game Muerta carry. You don't care about the armor your Agi carry opponent has. Like, say Terrorblade, he's got like 50 armor. It doesn't matter. Your Pierce the Veil just goes straight through all of that. So that is one big factor they have for killing this Faceless Void in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a Lotus now on Bristle, so he's... At least he'll be able to keep on using spells in the fight, and he can deal with the Vessel that's been destroying him as well from Dark Willow. Just these mistakes that Radiant has been making. You know, the fight in the... now when they got vibed. Like, they went on Dark Willow without having combo on Shaker. So they went on her without Fissure. And I'm thinking, like, how do you kill her? What do? You totem and then you wait 5 minutes and then you totem her again? Like, she's gonna Shadow Realm and terrorize you. Or you're gonna get chrono.
Yeah, and that did happen. They did get chronoed right after because they failed to kill the Willow. So that attempt backfired, and Butterfly Effect is being hunted right now. Echo, Frisk, and the Clockwork, of course, trying to find an opening here, but he's already teleported away. Echo. The DD rune. That's an Ukiyo Muerta, by the way. Rooted on the spot. Pops. Doesn't even pop the Pierce to Veil. Terrorized. Down to half HP. And almost dead completely. Tries to dish out some damage onto the Kunkka, but there's the Chrono coming out from the Faceless Void. And Muerta is history. And they got the Bat. They got the Phoenix. They got the Bristle on the edge as well. They can't do anything. Completely disarmed. And no tools to answer versus Aster.
What the hell was that chrono, man? Like, it's like anti-Loda sphere, you know? It's...
Yeah, where was this Aster in the last series, man?
Well, this chrono was so good because it caught 4 heroes and everyone was on the edge of the chrono. You know, it's not like they were all together, like in one bowl, and then it's an easy chrono to do. No, he caught everyone on the edge, on the outskirts. Really well played, nicely done.
And a perfect start for the fight, too. You got Muerta first. Basically a hero that has no way of getting out. You're good at standing your ground and great at counter-initiating because you have the calling for the silence and Pierce the Veil to kind of give you that immunity versus physical damage. But they basically got to do a lot of free hits. They got a nice stun combo going on, and Muerta had like 200 HP by the time she got her BKB and her Pierce the Veil on. So that's a little bit too late.
Yeah, one of the biggest issues that you have when you are playing with support such as Batrider is they tend to not buy team items. They're buying items for themselves. So your Blink, your Yules, God forbid a Force Staff is purchased, you know?
Yep.
And Phoenix, like I told you, Phoenix could buy anything. He could buy Glimmer and Force as well, but he went for Atos, and now this Muerta, once they get on top of her,
Hello,
she
Echo.
only has her own pipe.
Oh, he got the lasso, but it's pushing him in the other direction. The tidal wave pushing the Batrider instead of the Batrider with the lasso pulling him to his team. So Mercy's all by himself at the mercy of Aster. They will not give any. They will take us life. And there's the Bristleback surrounded. Egg in the river. There is Echo hitting it. Echo doesn't have the damage for it. Bristleback's fallen. And they are on full route on the side of Eagle. Ukiyo, he's trying his best, but he's again doing a lot of damage to himself because of that blade mail on the Kunkka and the heart, so he's already back to full HP. Ukiyo still on the run. Butterfly effect also just guarding his friend there. Again, another failed fight for Eagle. But what started off with that? An X-Mark Kunkka just going to clear the wave. He pops a couple smokes, forces the Batrider to go in. But the Batrider was definitely going in because he was not going out.
Yeah, it was a nice seg in the end in the river, but it didn't really matter. There's no assistance, no one to help you out. Looking at this game even, and just talking about Phoenix, if they set up these fights a little bit better, like this egg should be unkillable or almost unkillable. Like you're playing Phoenix into 4 melee heroes, and you have a Shaker on your side. You know what I mean? Like these eggs could be insane. Like this Phoenix could win the game if he's farmed enough. I'm not even kidding. Like if this is.
Oh, let's see what happens here. They've got a clockwork caught, but instantly breaking that lasso. And there's the Echo Slam onto the back line, and maybe this time, no, the hook shot will cancel the Shaker. He will get the kill. Phoenix going to get caught inside the Chrono. So is the Bristleback. They've already lost 2, and that Bristle is also unable to attack right now. And the Muerta is basically burnt out. The Pierce the Veil on the BKB. So Muerta gone, and so is your game, Aster. They've got this one in the bag. Eagle, they're facing elimination soon.
Yep. Eagle. I'm not sure what happened here, but it didn't feel like they had an idea of how to play the game. Like, their GG isn't working.
Yeah, they called another one.
Because, in my opinion, like, which can be easily wrong, right? Like, I really think that they had what it takes to win this one. Like, the draft was solid. The way they played post-laning stage was not. Like, they were kind of all over the place. It didn't feel like they ever, like the only plays that they've made were like some big 5-man smokes, right? And that's it. On top lane, Bristle gets like sub 5 minutes. He gets a first blood. He gets like a minute 4 Vanguard.
Yeah,
he shouldn't be like he should be your focal point. Like he should be the centerpiece of your drafts. Move around him, force that void out of the lane. Take his tier 1 tower. Just make that dire jungle Bristles. And then he can farm up the Ancients and whatnot. They just let the Bristle die 3 times. Like he's big as hell. There's a Kunkka rotates in. There's another support rotates in. They kill him.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues for Eagle to answer because it felt like nothing really went their way this game. So going into game number 2, I think you've got to find a really good, efficient way to get yourself back in because there's a lot of things to reset from this one. But Aster, it's starting to look a lot like more the Aster we've kind of used to seeing, at least from the players in this current team. Erica was playing a lot better. Echo had a clean 28 KDA game on this Kunkka, unanswered completely. Dawnbreaker, 5-1, 16-2. Everybody contributing on the board, and everything just seemed to work for Aster. But Lizard, let's take a break. Let's see if Aster's up for the task, and maybe Eagle, can they answer? We are going to game 2 in a while, so get yourself your refreshments, whatever you need. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
And we are live once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Chinese closed qualifier here for the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur $1 million tournament. One team is going to make their way there, but out of the two teams that are playing right now for this game number 2, they aren't going to continue at all in the closed qualifiers. We have a draft ready for Team Aster versus Eagle, and Eagle is the one facing elimination right now. Aster winning game number 1 without too much of a struggle. It kind of reminds me of the upper bracket match they had against their opponents, Team Bright. And Bright was looking very bright. Aster, not that much, but now it feels like how turned the tables, Lizard.
Yeah, this time around they actually showed up. They played the laning stage well, and the tables have turned in after the mid game. Like they continued out playing Eagle left, right, and center in these team fights. It really felt that way. Like they actually started playing these team fights properly without too many mistakes on Team Aster. Meanwhile, Eagle just disconnected, really disconnected. Maybe a little bit of fear in them, maybe a little bit of respect towards the org name. Like TZ with Phoenix, some of those eggs, man, were amazing. Some of those eggs were game losing. So maybe they can switch things up somehow a little bit. What's in the pool? What's left? Like Butterfly Effect Necro is in the pool. Maybe that's something they can take.
Yeah, Necro.
We'll see. Yeah.
He's not going to get any other of his comfort, so let's see if Aster decides to ban something more here. Got one more ban to go before picking their next, and then Eagle revealing their double pick. So they start things off with the Willow, leaving things fairly open. You know, they're not really locking too much in with this Willow. It's a very, very stable, you know, bread and butter support right now in this patch, so not too much going on there. Would require a couple more picks to tell why this Willow looks good or bad in this draft, to see what Eagle responds with. And they banned the Face Void, actually.
Did you hear anything I was saying, by the way, since the draft started? You did, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Sometimes I was muted. I was muted. That's why I'm like looking at the microphone. I'm like, hey, wait, did he hear me? Anyways, like the Dark Willow was picked as a carry as well, right? Like Shiro played it. A lot of teams tried. A lot of teams have failed with the Dark Willow though, so probably not gonna be that. Instead, they get a Weaver. Okay, like you said, they didn't give away a lot at the beginning, and they're not giving away much more now. Erica is just as Fade. Like Fade is a really good 4 Weaver. Erica is a good Weaver on safe lane. Like when I think of Erica, actually 2 heroes come to my mind. First is Drow, second is Void. Like these 2 heroes, he's actually Poyoyo, Drow, and Raid King as well. Back in the day, he was good with, but yeah, like his hero pool on position 1 is big, but his hero pool with heroes that he excels isn't, if that makes sense.
Yes, the patch favors him in a way.
Yeah, in a way, yeah, it does.
I'm just curious about you're talking Poyoyo. I'm used to Erica, but I don't think a single caster has called him YSR04E. It sounds like it's some kind of android.
It sounds like Elon Musk gave him his name.
Kinda does. Hopefully not related to that guy. But we got a Lion Dawnbreaker. I'm used to seeing Tusk Dawnbreaker because that was one of the winning lane duos for a couple of the North American teams and a couple of European teams back in Dream League before TI. Very, very strong 3-4 combo. But instead, we get to see the Lion. And Aster have just, I wouldn't say double downed, but you see the Dazzle.
Dazzle!
You know you're in for a lot of fun, yeah.
Dazzle, yeah. Like, I love it. The only thing is, you picked it up before seeing the mid laner on Eagle. So, for Eagle, it should be a little bit easier to pick something like a Puck, perhaps, and have an easier lane against the Dazzle. Now, if you're Team Aster, what you could do is Clock Weaver off lane, or no, wait, Clock Dazzle off lane, Weaver Dark Willow safe lane, and then you pick something on your mid as last versus Puck. Maybe that's an option.
Willow carry with Dazzle 5 could work. Weaver carry with Dazzle 5 could work. But then the Clockwork just doesn't seem to find a place. I guess if you play Dazzle Carry, you could put Clockwork there.
Look, like it's not ideal. Don't get me wrong, but like Clock Dazzle on offlane would be solid. It's a solid combo. Clock Dark Willow as well. The only problem is like Weaver would like a brawler to be his 5. You know, something big up front like Clock, and Dazzle also needs a brawler more or less. But you could Dazzle Dark Willow on offlane.
That actually
just theory crafting, yeah.
Talking about theory crafting as well, why in the first place did Clockwork get demoted into a support? Is it because he doesn't itemize that well as a 3?
Yeah, that like the biggest issue with Clock is your item progression. Like there's nothing that you buy on offlane Clock that makes a huge difference. You know, maybe right now when I think about it, like the meta is all about blade mail and heart. Maybe you could go for that on Clock. Like buy a blade mail and farm with it. Like blade mail isn't that bad, but the problem is you don't farm very fast. Like even with the battery assault changes to creeps, like they deal more damage. Even with that, you don't farm as fast as some other offlaners. And this is all coming from a Clock spammer, by the way. I love the hero. His agonyms also, the rework, it's, I don't know, it has its positives and negatives. Like some of positives are you can always outpush, which is really nice with rockets, but the old Axe was damn broken. Like the old Axe was really nice, like the overclock.
I think you could make Clockwork viable as a 3 if he had his rocket, like his battery assault work like rocket barrage, but just in melee range. But I think that sounds way too OP.
That's the that's basically the agonyms, if that's what you mean. Like the AoE hitting of battery assault, that's what it does with tags.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like just with rocket barrage, with like the intervals being like ta 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 ta, you know, even faster than what it used to be with the talent. And the last picks. Oh, we got a Luna. Eagle's been coveting this hero a couple of times. They've been trying to get this Luna into their draft. I've also looked at some of their previous drafts in the open qualifier and also the close qualifier, and this is a hero that they've pulled out in some scenarios and have been actually pretty successful with it. So, what do you think about the Luna? Do you feel like it's the perfect choice to fill out the draft?
Well, they picked 2 heroes that aren't really picked at all, Lion and the Luna. And like the question mark is on the Luna. Why pick her? She has extremely high armor, so she's really good versus some of these guys, such as Weaver, if the Weaver is the carry. But if you're Team Aster right now, you can think about maybe getting something with a built-in BKB against her, something that gets on top of her easily. Those are always the options as a carry, but you can also play Weaver. I feel like it's really not a big deal. I love playing Clock into Luna, by the way. Okay, not the built-in BKB.
Clock is fun to play against Luna, yeah. But I also feel like Luna with the new, well, not the new, but the changed shard that now allows Luna to take more of these fights with the damage reduction glaives around you, allows the Luna to actually fight back against the Clockwork.
Yeah, it helps. It definitely helps. It's just that, like when you're a Clock, if you're having a good game, you see a Luna or a Lina on the map, you're just hunting them down, right? Like these, they have no ways of getting out of the cogs without killing them, and they can't kill you.
It's the same issue with the Muerta as well last game. Like, the Clockwork will hunt you down, and you don't have a proper way to get out unless you have a Hurricane Pike built up in your inventory. So you're right about that. Though, Aster, they still decide to put the Dazzle into the mid lane. They're not going to do any role flexing shenanigans inside their draft. And Eagles, there's also pretty straightforward. Are we going to see Eagle eliminated from the close qualifier? Do you feel like Aster was too strong in game number 1 that Eagle didn't get to address their issues during that break?
After the last game, I really feel that there's a huge skill discrepancy between these two teams. It's not even about the draft, it's just about the way Aster plays. So if Aster plays the same way they did in the last game, I don't think that our boys Eagle have a shot no matter what they draft. It's really rough. I feel at the same time, when did I see Eagles win is when Butterfly Effect has a free game, and this feels like a almost near free game for Puck until Dazzle gets his shard. Right,
Yeah.
then it becomes a little bit harder.
It's a game
but
changer, sure, yeah.
yeah.
But you are right. If Butterfly Effect does get himself a good game going, it can be the big difference maker. But we're going for the Protect the Trees first blood attempt on both ends here. Cutting down the trees on the side of Aster and protecting them on the side of Eagle. And we have our smokes popping here. So they've already cut down a few, but not enough. There's a Lion stun, but they're already in the safety of the Tier 1 tower. So no proper fight ever breaks loose between the two teams. And only a few trees do get cut down. So they did get there in time on Eagle.
I want to see some bloodbath. Come on. I want to see
like
some first blood.
Always when you see a trained protector in the game, it's always the protect the trees smoke.
Yeah. And for a reason, like the guy is... It's not useless when you cut down all the trees, but it makes this game much, much harder.
Yeah, it's a counter. They do get the D ward off of the high ground on the bottom side of the river, but we're not going to get a scuffle. Instead, we're just going to get a split 2-2 on the bounties and get the laning stage underway. Eagle fighting for survival. They got to keep the series alive and then hope to have a chance of knocking out Aster. But Aster, again, just one more game would do the trick, and they've earned themselves a good, I want to say evening rest. They still have a Either team still has another series to play later on today at the lower bracket semi-final, of which, spoiler alert, Team 0 has taken the lead versus Go Along in game number 1, so Team 0 could go up against Team Aster if the pattern stays as it is. Meanwhile, in the upper bracket, that's going to be the last series on our stream, Team Right versus Invictus Gaming, but Mercy... First blood is going to go for the clockwork, so the support clock gets himself the first pick of the game.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why Lion isn't played so much on 4 anymore. It's so many of these heroes just destroy him. I would even say that this lane isn't the worst. Lion and Dawnbreaker, I think they're actually really strong. Lion just being caught out of position. Bot lane as well, like when you look at the Eagles, Luna and Treant, that's a scary lane too. It's like... let's see. I really feel that this game, if nothing, Eagles could have a really, really good laning stage.
It's a solid combination of damage, at least on the side of Eagles, with the Luna and the Treant Protector. And Wraith King, that's kind of felt like the hero that isn't capable of brawling back, but at least a couple laning stages I've seen with this +3 Wraith King, the skeletons do so much work.
Yeah, they should. But versus Luna though and Leech Seed, we'll see. Mid lane, how it's going so far? Oh my god, this Puck is being destroyed. Holy hell.
Yeah.
Yo, you picked Puck into this. I thought you were cooking something. I thought they knew what they were doing, but this is... Damn.
This is almost humiliating. Yeah, you got 5-1 versus the 13-7 on Echo. So Butterfly Effect is not getting anything done here. Did he really lose his confidence after game 1 on that shaker?
I think it was from yesterday as well. Like, Necro game. Like, the first game on Magnus, he just destroyed. Then the Necro game, it all kind of fell apart. He was even good with Necro. It's just that the team effort later on was non-existent.
Yeah. Definitely, he didn't really get to play that Magnus again, which was, I think, maybe a little bit too strong. Yeah. Clearly a comfort hero of his has been banned throughout this series so far. Bit of a fight in the top lane inside the cogs. We got 3 heroes. Clockwork is dropping low. Mercy's dropping faster, I think, with that minus armor. And he's the one to drop first, so the Weaver getting everything out of this trade-off here. Dawnbreaker does pick up a kill, but double experience on the side of Aster.
Yeah, yeah. The battery assault wasn't used, and to say something about mid lane Puck, like he is playing into a dazzle. You know, no matter what you pick into a dazzle, I feel like this guy is gonna do well. Like you need some ways of either dispelling poison touch or I don't know, dodging it every single time. And phase shift is fine, but it isn't working.
Yeah, and he's struggling to get CS as well in the mid lane. Like Echo's really getting inside of his head. Living rent-free right now. Already double the CS in double digits. This is brutal. I don't know if we need to call the police or something, but this is brutal.
You want to say it's illegal, right? Oh, Puck! I don't know about this. He went in.
that was something. Oh, butterfly effect. Really playing on the edge here. They do find the clockwork kill in the bottom lane. Aster has sent 3 heroes to punish the Luna and the Treant Protector, but Luna lives. Treant also lives.
Butterfly effect, I'm sorry. I'm not watching bottom. He did play him in the end. Like, he managed to get both the runes and maybe even the third one, it seems like. And Echo is just like following him. Stop! Thief!
Stealing everything.
Yeah, he took 3 runes, you know? It's like, I mean, you know what the craziest part is? Like, he's net negative after 3 runes when it comes to how much HP he's got, right? Like, he didn't really heal up, but at least Dazzle didn't get them. So, that's the positive.
Yeah, Dazzle's about to hit level 6. Puck just got to level 5. There's that also.
Top lane, Weaver.
Yeah, Weaver, 5 seconds for Shikuchi. Probably not going to get it. Dawnbreaker needs a good hit here. Mercy. Oh, he got the Shikuchi, but the stun from the Lion got off just in time. Almost intervening there, the clockwork just in time, but a little bit too late. If he did get something, you know, like a cogs push or something, maybe then the Lion wouldn't have gotten his impale or the earth spike off.
Yeah,
that was the
really
difference
nice.
of Erika living or dying.
Yep. The impale was there just to make sure he dies, I feel like, in the end. Because they were trying to give it to Dawn. Cogs, top lane, let's see, can they get the Dawn?
Constant battling. Meanwhile, Treant Protector almost dying to skeletons in the bottom lane at the same time. They're still chasing the Dawnbreaker. Should be a secured kill with all those minus armor applied by the bugs. So, Erika Poyoyo will take this one. YSR04E. Hard to say that fast.
04E. It's 0, right? It's okay. Oh, whatever. YSR 04E. Did he use his car plates as a nickname? What do you think?
I wonder. That's another way to dox yourself.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
Googling
like
this right now.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, this guy bumped into me yesterday. Police are doing nothing. I'm calling for Reddit support to get this car hitter.
Well, now that I'm Googling this YSR04E, it's actually just giving Dota results, which is a positive thing. But there's a random, the visual novel database for Yorishiro-kun.
Yorishiro-kun, okay.
Yeah, something to do with artificial intelligence. So I guess your bet on Elon Musk might be correct. However, Clockwork, behind enemy lines, you could say, hunted down.
So it's an AI. It's not real Erika. It's like Aster is. Now it all makes sense. Aster is actually utilizing OpenAI. The bots are back.
Yeah, the bots are back.
Remember when they won versus OG? Like, good times.
I remember. I loved some of the stuff that they were using. Like, I remember the crowd went absolutely wild when one of the OpenAI bots put a sentry under the tower, and the tower started hitting the sentry ward, and it took it like 8 hits to destroy it. And people were wild about it, but it's not really something big. Luna, however, in big trouble. There's 4 Aster heroes chasing both of them down. Frisk is spreading to take down TZ, but the big target, the big money, it's on the Luna. And that, of course, goes for YSR04E.
Yeah, 0-4-E, he goes bot, gets a kill, moves back top, farms. This is feeling like a really good start of the game for the Weaver.
Meanwhile, mid lane,
Dawnbreaker.
got Dazzle now focused here by Eagle, and they want to get this kill. He gets the Grave off just before he dies. Might be able to survive a little bit longer too. Mercy gets the kill with his right clicks, just relentlessly throwing them, despite giving his life away. But
Dude, this
it's the
Weaver is
offlaner and the
everywhere.
supports, and he's got mana, he's got a full wand as well. But yeah, I agree with you. This Weaver is absolutely everywhere right now, making a big difference.
Bottom lane, is there some battle going on, or am I?
Is Weaver in bottom again?
Yeah, he's not. He imagine if he time lapses, goes to another lane, continues fighting. Like, yeah, so far very active game for him. He has to remember to farm a little bit too, but that's what's so crazy about this guy. Like, I love Weaver as a carry because you don't have to farm. I mean, you do, but you can just fight straight up from having power threads plus 1 item.
You got my brain racking now with time-lapse plays, you know, buyback, time-lapse, die.
Yeah, refresher, time lapse again.
The good times of pressing time-lapse, and you go back at 100 HP, and then you're like, this is not what I signed up for. Frisk is having some similar feelings here, as Mercy and TZ are hunting him, but he's just gonna Shadow Realm, teleport back home.
This
Like
Luna
they can-
almost died to the Skellies, by the way. Look at her. 10%, 20%. She dropped so low, it's crazy.
So, Dazzle going for the Aghanim's Rush.
Uh-huh.
I was wondering, what was the hero I was talking about the Aether Lens? Is it the Lina?
Which
Oh, it was
one?
the spellcaster Lina that I was wondering. Yeah, that was the one
Hmm.
that was like the you go for the Aether Lens first. Like, there's probably no other better item that you want to build in this meta first for that hero, even if you have a fantastic start in the mid lane. But yeah, Aghanim straight up for the Dazzle. Has a DD also in his bottle, so Echo already hits for 100 damage per right click. So this is a pretty scary hero to go up against for anyone on the side of Eagles. None of them are that tanky to withstand a long fight against Dazzle.
Yep. And none of them can realistically keep the fight going for long enough when there's a Dazzle healing everyone and graving everyone. So, like, one good thing for them though is they can burst him down. You have this line, you have the finger, you have the hex, the impale. There's so many stuns, silences. Like, if you're Eagles, your fights will need to start that way, right? Like, you need to
Look at
be
mid.
able to destroy Dazzle.
Dazzle pops his DD. See if it's going to take 3 or 4 hits to kill him. Now the Weaver also shows up. Yeah, that's just ridiculous amounts of damage. That's 1,000 HP Lion, by the way. He died to 3 hits off the Dazzle.
Didn't feel that way, yeah.
Dawnbreaker, a little bit tankier. Still in the trees. Also got a lot of other hostiles around. 6 seconds for hookshot, so Clockwork. If he lands it on the Dawnbreaker, that's a go sign. And he's not too far either. If they could catch the root, that could have been an opening for them to go in, but looks like that's a no. They got the tower, they got what they wanted.
Yep. They got the tower, they opened up the Ancients. Maybe they can smoke up very soon to take down the Luna. We'll see. Right now it looks like they're mostly thinking about the puck. The puck went in, actually.
Yeah, he did, and it's gonna get terrorized, but or not. He's able to dodge the first set of abilities, and here comes the Dawnbreaker. Coil onto 2. Echo can't do much to help him out. He will throw in the grave, but Treant also getting a very nice root, locking them down
Nice
for the
impale.
time being, and they will lose Frisk. They've also lost their Clockwork, but they do get to respond at least with a couple hits onto the Dawnbreaker. Sadly, not enough for a kill. Mercy. Yep.
I love the tips as well. They know what. Yeah. That was just stupid, man. Like, holy hell. The good old Dazzle plus. You know
heal
what that
bomb.
reminded me of? Yeah, the
Yeah?
heal bomb, but it reminded me of the old school Dazzle Brood Mother lane. That stupid Wihas team always did it against me. I can't remember what the name of the team was. Ah, Balkan Bears. Balkan Bears did it
Balkan
against
Bears,
us
yeah.
all the goddamn times. Goddamn time. Padrino. That was the guy. Padrino was playing the Dazzle always, I feel like. I can't remember who the offlane was, but Brood Dazzle. They surround you with spiders, they bomb you. And you're
Yeah,
like...
that's a good old strat, yeah. And it still works to this day, which is the fun part about it. Ukio, though, he is focused around by 4 Aster heroes, and that's a very easy Luna kill for Aster. Even further increasing their lead. This game is now at a snowball phase, where Aster can pretty much do whatever they want right now. Almost an Aghanim's also already on the Dazzle, just a couple hundred gold short, so he gets the last hit on this tower. I think Aster can just, you know, roll around the map, go from kill to kill.
Yeah, they be hunting right now, 5k ahead. Yeah, like you can sort of take these fights, I feel, if you're Eagles, but it's so difficult to reach the backlines. You need a blink on Lion. He's trying to go in with force. Let's see.
Attempt is made. They're spreading out nicely away from the coil attempts from Butterfly Effect. Clockwork silenced up, but he's on the high ground now. 3 seconds for the hook shot, so that's what they needed. They're not going to follow that deep, though, on the side of Eagles. They leave it as it is.
Aster definitely way more disciplined than they were in the morning series. Being way more careful.
Someone was more drowsier than we, Lizard.
It seems that way, even though it's not early morning for them. They get the Radiance from Wraith King. 3 and 3. Ah, you're dead, sir.
Yep. Nice little crit
Lion
there
as well.
from the Wraith King there. Lion is in a bit of trouble, but that tier 2 tower will protect them for now. But Dazzle has the Aghanims, so we got a nice upgrade on the Shadow Wave. It's such a long text to read as well. But you know what Shadow Wave does.
I don't. Too long didn't read. TLDR.
Yeah, exactly.
It just... it hurts. And some cooldown is reduced or something. I don't care. I just know it's broken. I'm kidding, but... Lion is dead.
Yeah.
Or maybe. Nice
dodge on the fear once again, but that's too much damage for him to sustain. They've got the hook, not the hook shot, but the cogs placed down. And Dawnbreaker pretty deep in too. But here we go, the Eclipse. That's the first time we're going to see that with level 2 Loosened Beams. Not enough to kill the Clockwork. So that's that. Dazzle is completely drained out of mana, though. So Aster might need to back out. They don't have the resources to continue fighting.
Yeah, but this is ugly. It's already becoming really ugly. The Luna is unable to go to either set of Ancients. Like, she has to farm. The jungle is just really damn slow. She is 2k behind the Weaver. And that's just not something that you are used to with Luna. You're supposed to be ahead.
Yeah, Luna, at least these days, with the Shard, you're basically capable of matching up to on-par net worth cores on the enemy side. So it's not only about Luna has to be in the lead. I mean, it's always better if you're in the lead, because then you really feel like a powerful carry. But at least these days, when you tie up a net worth with another core, you can fight. But right now, the Aster lineup is getting away. So I think you're just forever stuck on farm mode. Hunting Mercy here. We got Erica showing up as well, and throwing the Crab Orchestra with a couple Deso hits. Lion seems to die even faster.
Yeah, there's just too much stuff on him. Like, and so much vision is being given, right? Like, the one thing that Aster have got, like, it's very difficult to juke them. Like, you get these rocket flares on you, you get the Storm on you, or how you call them, Crab Orchestra.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're into crabs so much, but...
It's just our Finnish equivalent of the Swarm. It's you know, it's an orchestra of crabs. They make these small, like, sizzling sound, and they're vibing to the music.
Ah, it's those ones. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
The crab rave on the beach.
Yeah, the crab rave. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Just call it the Crab Orchestra. They are beetles that latch on, so I guess you could call them bigger beetles. Okay, that's a finger up the Clockwork.
Now I have the goddamn crab song in my head, man.
Yeah. That's the one, the crab rave. Mercy? You're quite deep, sir. Picks up the double root on the way. He lost 50% HP to 2 bramble mazes. It feels like anything can now kill this lion. I know lion is squishy. We all know he's a hero that dies super fast, but for some reason I'm still amazed about how much damage lion ends up taking from the smallest things in the Dota universe. While Luna has been found in a very peculiar place, surrounded by 3 enemy heroes. That's Aster cleaning up another big kill. Luna's not getting to play this game, and it's not looking good at all for Eagle. If this is what we have to see, or what they have to show, I mean, Aster's just getting a free ticket to the next round.
It definitely feels that way. Aegis should be there too. Like, you have this Dazzle, you have the Weaver. Like, he's taking so much damage. There is no contesting this. Like, Eagles, they're already they're 6k behind, but you see what I mean. Like, even in the last game, they never really made any plays, and it feels the same here. They're always just responding, and of course your Luna is gonna get caught if that's the case, because you're not applying any pressure to the enemy team. They're just choosing and picking their battles constantly.
Yeah. Pick your poison, so to say. Or pick your battles. There's too many of them going on right now, so Eagle, you're kind of forced to choose between, do we 5-man and hope for the best, or just playing the map and hope Luna's going to get a big item that's going to change the game. But that BKB, it's only just started for Luna to farm that 4,200 gold for that item, so it could even mean Aster can get a lane of Rax, and they're just going to sack that lane.
Yeah. However, I just want to say that one reason why the game might feel like there's nothing that they can do, one reason might be the lion without a blink, like a 4-staff on him. And the 4-staff is great. You're playing versus... look at the couriers waiting for Dazzle, by the way, around the tournament.
Oh, Mercy's gonna snipe them. He's gonna get 2 couriers. Nice one, Mercy. But they're pushing the high ground at the same time.
Nice one! Haha! Your base is falling. And you are killing the couriers, you know?
You got the couriers, but we're gonna get your base. Forcing out the glyph here at least, so that will hinder Dazzle's plans on taking the Tormentor. They're TPing it to defend though. At least Erica. I will force them away.
He has the Aegis, so maybe they will try to go on him. Let's see. Lion is still
now
slow.
Echo's gonna realize the couriers are dead. If they didn't realize it during the push, then now at least. Very fun. Very fun.
That's way too fast.
Okay, they're fighting in the river. They got the coil. It does connect onto the clockwork, but there's no real follow-up. That's a big issue. Luna does not get there in time. No mobility items whatsoever. It's just the passive Yasha.
Ooh.
And Mercy. Yeah, he's gonna have to get crit in the face by a lightsaber from Wraith King.
Does he have the dagger? Nah, he was really close to the dagger. Unfortunate. Even if he gets the dagger now, even if he gets it right now, it's not really a big deal. If they had that dagger earlier, they could have made some plays on the map. Like, you could start moving, getting pick-offs, perhaps killing the supports, maybe even the Dazzle. But Aster, they're already prepping themselves to push high ground, so...
Yep. One of those big items also just highlighted on your screens. The BKB on the Dazzle. Full on 9-second charge for the next attempt. And this is the last tier 2. There's nothing else to claim except Eagle's base. I hope you're ready for it. Luna has been able to secure 3,000 out of the 4.2k gold, so let's see if they decide to defend this one. Or Or do they just let these racks fall? Of course, they're going to give a bit of a fight, but I don't think they're going to go for a full commitment without the BKB on the Luna. I don't think it's just not doable. Still an Aegis as well on Erica. That's the tier 3 gone. Butterfly effect goes for a bit of a soft initiation there. Tries to poke as much as possible with the blink. Luna still hasn't got the BKB. Still a couple hundred gold short. He's panicking from jungle camp to another jungle camp.
Really trying hard, and he's pushing the side lane with. He's doing everything right, everything that he can do. Like the Mantas are pushing the side lane. He's farming the camps. Like he's gonna get that BKB. He even managed, like with everything that's happening, with the state of the game, he even managed to get the BKB and creep up to number 4 on net worth, right? Like he's getting closer even to Weaver, but it's still a rough position to be in. Maybe they can fight with this BKB. We'll see. What about everyone else? Like, do you have a BKB on Dawnbreaker as well?
Yep.
Puck went for Maelstrom. Like this guy wants to hit. Let's see, smoke.
Yeah,
Nice.
I mean, Maelstrom with the Aghanim's, I guess that can work, but Butterfly effect stun locked and killed from 100 to 0 without the chance to retaliate. So this is your ticket, Aster. Take it.
Yeah, this Clockwork needs a command. Like, not only... Hey, that was really good. Butterfly effect, the reaction time on him was insane. He gets away from 5-man smoke. But Clockwork, that hookshot and the cogs to pull him back. Perfect. That was so nice.
This is a lane of racks now, claimed by Eagles. Luna
Still farming.
still
Waiting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Without the puck, I don't think they had a chance. So it's a bit unfortunate because a kill this close to your own base when the lane's are already pushing in, it does mean a lane of racks will be secured.
Yeah.
Hence why they're trying to keep the side lanes away.
Yeah. At the same time, I just want to defend Puck. I don't think that he was super out of position or anything like that. He's the only one that can kind of play on the map. It's him and Dawnbreaker, so he needs to be out there. And he almost escaped too.
Yeah, he came all the way from the top lane towards middle. And he was already pushing the top lane as far as possible, while Luna was splitting bottom at the same time. There is a dire scan towards the river, so Aster holding on to the high ground position. And Eagles have smoked up. They see the Luna. Do they see the rest of them? The Clockworks run in front of them, and they do get the jump, and they have to finger into the shallow grave. So they won't be able to kill the Clockwork. Meanwhile, Mercy is killed off by the Weaver, and the chase is on. Aster.
Run.
One down. Can they get another? Ukiyo is trying to hop, skip, and a jump as fast as possible. That hook shot was, very optimistic.
Yeah, that
No catch.
That was still some above average length of hookshot, but it just wasn't good enough. Level 2. Level 3 would have connected, by the way. 500 extra range. He would have gotten it.
What would you think if Clockwork Hookshot could go for an infinity distance? You could basically hookshot on an opponent the moment he respawns. The downside is you're going to go to the fountain with him and die. What do you think about that?
Why does that sound so familiar to me? Something like that existed in the game. No, seriously, something like that existed. Maybe
exactly, something like that has existed. I think it was either Mirana Arrow that went forever, or then it was the Clockwork Hookshot. And as we can see, another catch. It's onto Luna. Round number 2, activate. Tries to teleport out and is able to get away. That BKB preventing any battery assault ticks from going through. So, close call.
They're still chasing him, like they have this outpost. He didn't TP to the base, and they did see him because they had the Storm or the
You think you're
crab.
safe? You think you're safe in your own jungle? Mercy goes in for the stun onto the Wraith King.
Butterfly.
And Butterfly effect again. They're trying to get the catch on him. He's stuck on the spot. Oh, and he gets hammered by stuns.
What happened? I thought he had a blink there. Was he not turned in the right direction? He looked like he had a blink there.
Waning rifted to the side, but I'm not sure if he got caught by a root. Very interesting interaction there. Might have been a minor mistake, or then he just didn't blink after he used the. He could have gotten hit by something. There is a radiance on the Wraith King after all, so maybe he got super unlucky and just got hit by a tick.
Yeah, but you can blink out of phase shift though. I mean. Oh well, in any case.
Oh well, anyway.
I think he was just turned in the wrong direction, so by the time he turns, he gets hit. In any case, he did buyback, and this is that one Hail Mary smoke. It's gonna be broken by clock, it seems like. Yep.
Nope, that's a
Misses
missed
the
hook shot.
shot.
Yeah, Treant was going in a straight line. He has a chance to drop his ult, but will he get it off in time? No. They got the Dawnbreaker there, and a buyback instantly from the Treant Protector. Wraith King about to drop for the first time, but not gonna drop fully, and they also get the Clockwork out of harm's way. So they force a buyback, they forced a couple ultis, the coil is spent, the finger is spent, and Aster's just gonna regen and reset.
Yeah, I really feel what the big problem is right now for Eagles. Like, they finally got to the place in which they can maybe fight, but now they've been battered and destroyed for so long. There's blood in their eyes, there's rage, they aren't even taking these fights properly. Like, they're going on clock every single time. Man, there's a Dazzle behind. Hello, like, you're not killing anyone if you don't kill him first. Like, you need to scout him somehow.
Yeah, I think that's what they were trying to with that smoke in the lane, trying to make a wrap around behind potentially to their own triangle position, but they got ran into by Aster. And the Treant Protector, he took the brunt of it. He had to buy back right away. But in the bottom lane, he got themselves again an attempt at the Clockwork, this time successful in doing so. Dazzle's not in the fight. Mercy will fall. Wraith King about to die. Finally, they get him down for the first time. Dazzle's standing at the back line, but now they have themselves reunited. 4 versus 4. Coil is available. Gem's also on the ground. Maybe somebody did recover it. Frisk at least can't find it on the ground. He's going to get graved up pretty early here. Yule's onto the puck. He's going to be sent into the air. Moving out with that orb. Still holding onto the coil. Ukiyo coming in. Treant ulti landed on top of him. Weaver low on HP. Does get the grave again from Echo. But they are slowly dropping as well on the side of Eagle. Luna goes down. And Dawnbreaker on the run. He's about to drop as well. Dazzle right behind him. Hexed up from the shard, and they will survive. Weaver trying to teleport, but gets rooted on the spot once again. He's getting healed by Echo. Echo with the triple kill so far. Gem down on the ground as well. Butterfly effect. He's not going to try and go for a snipe play this time. Weaver surviving. Dazzle surviving. 3 kills for Aster, and a gem also recovered.
Yeah, but that fight realistically was the best Eagles could have wished for. Like, they eliminated one hero straight off the bat. There was no Dazzle in the fight, so that's why they were able to do it. They kill off the clock, and then it's such a nice place for a Treant to be in, right? Like, it's so hard to fight in the trees when he's just sitting there invis. He's using Overgrowth on 3-4 heroes. Like, Luna is able to just pop BKB and right-click away. That was... I don't know, if you could imagine a fight for Radiant, it's harder to imagine anything better than that. Unfortunately for them, it didn't matter because they still couldn't get the Dazzle first. Weaver dropped to 1% HP or something, it doesn't matter, like, the grave is there.
Yeah. Outside of Eagles trying to focus Dazzle, is there another win condition in this game for them? Can they stretch this game?
Look, you can go super late, sure, like Luna is gonna become really strong together with Dawnbreaker. Will they be stronger than Weaver? Maybe not, but there's a Lion to control him, so you do have a chance later on. The problem is, even later on, Dazzle is becoming stronger and stronger. Like, that grave is gonna be almost on 0 cooldown. So you... basically, no matter what happens, you need to kill the Dazzle in these fights.
A lot of problems are going to start mounting up. I love how Dazzle also has the Enchanted Quiver, so you can always keep yourself safe and still be able to dish out a bit of extra damage. Oh, they go for the backline. Snipe on the Dazzle. Maybe it works. Yes, it does. Or does it? 2 HP. The grave. Actually, it is the Wraith King Aghanim's that is keeping him alive for the time being. And finally, Echo falls. That was such a surprise from Eagle, but they are successful in sniping the Dazzle for the first, pretty much, it feels like the first time in the game. That is death number 2 for Dazzle, but it's been forever. Just what they needed.
That was exactly what they needed. They managed to defend the high ground. He wasn't even able to use his cheese. Like, you do have these ways, right? Like the line with Finger of Death, like that's 700 damage right now. Like you can take down the Dazzle.
I was confused for a bit, like, did he get a grave off? But he did actually die. It was just the Wraith King Aghanims that was keeping the Dazzle up for just a little bit longer. Didn't get to do too much, at least, because it was only Mercy who died in the hands of the Skeleton King.
Yep, was just a reincarnation from him. Dazzle had a respawn talent, right? Like long time ago, and now he gets that from Aghanims. Anyway, the fleet of couriers are flying his way. The Tormentor.
Yeah, there we go. That's a Tormentor loses half of his HP with 1 heal bomb.
Yeah.
And that's a shared gold bounty. So looks like we're full on shards.
I remember
a bit over 1,000 net worth for the team.
The smoke up.
Can they catch the Luna again? It's been the story so far. They catch the Luna and then they transition into a push.
Or
This
line
time-
is even better, maybe.
Maybe it is Mercy. Yeah, Mercy. 14 deaths already. He's died half of Aster's kills. It's not a fun game for him.
Yeah, Lion. It's just not the hero that anyone plays at the moment.
Yep, and he might die again.
Again, though.
Oh dear, Mercy. Oh, they got the tree and ult to connect in a lot. That's a decent amount of damage. That's already 1 hero down. It is the Weaver falling. And the Wraith King also dropping for the first time. So, I guess Lion's mission has been complete. We sacrificed you for a Weaver kill. Ukiyo popping his BKB, so does Echo. Echo holding onto the high ground as a Dawnbreaker now diving in as well. The hookshot stun does connect through, but they are doing work. They're trying to get the clockwork out of the way. Dawnbreaker looks like he might die first. Butterfly Effect making some work at the happen at the same time. And finally against Echo, there's the cheese being popped as well. Butterfly Effect will dodge firstly, but the Luna is still up, and they have plenty of firepower on Eagle. It's the 2 most important heroes. What can they do? Risk.
Yeah, she's
Risk
not up.
going
She
in.
died.
They got the Yules. They have an Eclipse ready. Maybe Luna will die for a second time. That's a dieback, and that could just be the end of Eagles. And he is down. Yep. Butterfly Effect by himself is trying to do everything possible. But it is too much of a mountain to surmount. It's too much to climb. And he's gonna get stunned up once. Maybe he's gonna get stunned up by a second time. He's gonna be able to dodge the stun during the phase shift. And he's back inside the safety of his base. But Aster, they're again 1 step closer of cleaning out this series, Lizard.
Yeah, the Luna buyback, TPing in to try and help the puck was not the play. The problem is, like, when you're doing that, they're all on 20-30% HP. And then when you get there, they're all full because Dazzle is just constantly spamming the heal. So you get baited very easily. They have the Lion and puck. Maybe they can burst someone. But this looks very, very over. Weaver is up, he's TPing in. Yeah.
Very grim situation to be in right now. He just picked up the Hex on the Wraith King, and they do get to connect onto the puck. Will survive a little bit longer. Wraith King, though, gonna get the early grave from Echo.
They're still
moving out. Oh, Mercy just died. Okay.
I love how he just dies, you know? Some random ass poison touch. Yeah, he's dead.
It's like everybody else is still fighting, and then Lion's having a heart attack at the back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, a nice pre-hex coming out from the Wraith King, and that's gonna be Butterfly Effect gone. And the Dawnbreaker's taking heavy hits from this Weaver. It barely escapes with 100 HP. 1 more hit from the Weaver, and that would have been done. Butterfly Effect coming in with that instant buyback. That was a beautiful pre-cast hex on the Wraith King there.
Really, really nicely done. And they get the puck just before Luna is up as well. So now that Luna is up, you don't have the puck to fight with. Look, they're gonna try and defend versus Megas. I can't blame them. This elimination on the line, right? But you already diebacked with your Luna. You're not even going to get that butterfly that you want to. Meanwhile, on the other side, your Weaver has completed a Skadi. This is a maxed out Dazzle with the Skadi, with the Daedalus. It's not. It's looking rough, bruv. That's all.
Yeah, we're living dark times, innit?
Yeah. But
Dawnbreaker being focused here. Not a lot of buybacks remaining on the side of Eagles. This is one that can afford a buyback, but not the way you would like to use it. Mercy going for the backline, sniping the Dazzle with a finger, but the BKB moving himself to safety. Ukiyo tries to do some work with the Eclipse, but it will not do anything. And Eagles, their run for the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur is at an end. It's just 2 remaining, and Aster roaming free inside the base. The tier 4s are being sieged by an army of skeletons as the double tap, the GG, it comes out. Aster will continue onward.
it was a nice attempt in the end to try and win these fights by eliminating the guy that saves and graves everyone. Like, it was a nice attempt of them, but it just was a little bit too late. By the time, in the first game and in the second game, it felt the same way. By the time they get to a point in which they can actually make plays, they are already way too far behind. This second time, I think that Four Staff was a nice idea online, but they needed the Aetherlands Blink. They needed a way to actually start these fights off. Unfortunate.
And it didn't get to utilize him a lot. He got 2 stacks on his ult. He's got 17 deaths to his name. It's a bit unfortunate for Mercy to be the the target for Aster this game. But then again, you did catch the Luna a couple times, like stuck in front of a tier 1 tower all by himself, maybe not even a tower up anymore. And Aster was very successful with their map movements. A lot of pickoffs that they found, good synergy going on, high tempo. And Eagle didn't really get to pace up. Their net worth was falling behind Aster rapidly with the tempo they got with this Weaver Dazzle. And again, this Dazzle hero is just something else, Lizard. Like, man, every time I see it picked up, I see things are going to happen. And things definitely happened for Aster. A 2-0 series victory from them, and they get to play yet another series in the lower bracket.
Yeah, what's the next one that they are gonna play against? Who are they playing
Still
against?
undecided.
Yeah,
So
TBD.
head over
It's
to the
TBD.
Mango stream, maybe. There's there's the other matchup going on with Team Zero versus Go Along, and the winner of that is going to be facing up against Aster. We say goodbye to Eagle, and on this stream, we will be watching Team Bright versus Invictus Gaming. But this game is scheduled for 2 hours from now. We've got a lot of 2
Another break.
So long breaks. Yeah. But I mean, you got any thoughts about that series? It's going to decide who goes into the grand finals.
Well, I'm expecting finally Invictus Gaming to step it up, but at this point, honestly, I have no idea. It's the Chinese region is a mess. Like, you can see Aster losing to one team and then winning versus another that's kind of on the same level. Invictus Gaming as well, losing in the real qualifiers back in the day, a few days ago. So it's going to be a 2-0 no matter what. I'm telling you that. Like, we are team 2-0, the two of us.
It does seem like it. But hey, we'll see you guys in 2 hours. The stream's going to stay up. If you want to catch up on the other lower bracket series, head over to ESL_Dota 2 Mango. We're on the Tango stream, so just swap one letter. But hey, we'll see you guys in a bit for the upper bracket finals.
wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone so long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now.
Hello, people. I hope you have the stream and your audio on, because what's coming up next is our last cast for the day, and actually our last cast for the closed qualifiers, because unfortunately we won't be around tomorrow. Lizard probably is. I am not, but it's Team Bright versus Invictus Gaming, and we are at the winner bracket, the upper bracket finals. So that means the victor of this will advance to the grand final. The loser goes to the lower bracket finals and has a second chance of getting to that coveted grand final battle to finally get themselves into the main event. So stakes are high, but they're not as high as they could be. However, this is a pretty important matchup for both of these teams. Invictus Gaming, the storyline for them, they came from the second open qualifier, couldn't qualify in the first, but they have made their way this far. And Team Bright, earlier on today, knocked out Team Aster to the lower bracket, Aster being the invitee into the close qualifier. So that's a big feat. But now you got to repeat that mission again. You know, the work is never over, Lizard.
Yeah, they did it versus Aster. Why not? Why couldn't they do it versus IG? I do believe that they can, but I do not believe that they will. Let's put it that way. Team Aster, like just looking at the names, Team Aster feels a bit weaker than IG. And not only looking at the names, just looking at the way that they played, like these two teams. I feel like IG, yeah, they suffered some losses, but overall, they still feel like a true tier 1 team that shouldn't even be in the qualifiers, you know?
Yeah.
So because of that, I feel that IG should make quick work out of Team Bright, but you know, I've been wrong before. I called Aster today. Well, what did I say about Aster? I said that they aren't the favorites anymore, and I don't think they are, at least not when it comes to taking the tournament. IG, however, they might be. Who's your favorite? Is it IG?
I'd like to say IG, just based on the name. Legendary organization, at least in Dota. TI2 winners. That was 11 years ago, but obviously the same roster, right?
Yeah, exactly the same. No changes whatsoever.
Nothing has changed in the course of 11 years, obviously, but I did like Team Bright's performance in game number 2 versus Aster, especially with Phoenix. He went 7-0 and 14 on the Queen of Pain, unkilled. They had a good idea of, just kind of ramping up the tempo in game 2, going a bit more early game with the CK and the Quap and the Doom. And they were able to coordinate very well and very quickly in fights. You talked about the E-Blade, for example, saving the CK. The opponents tried to disable the CK with another E-Blade to prevent him from hitting people. But they had all over a good idea, good execution, and a solid draft. So if Team Bright, if they can replicate anything from that last series, IG might not be the favorites coming into this one. But let the draft decide at least a portion of this game. This first phase, very expected, maybe. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm the Team Spirit Breaker. Hey, where's the team?
Hey, team is gone. Oh, yeah, because the compendium is gone, right. The patches removed it.
Oh, feels bad, man.
We're back to old school Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, he had his moment of glory, and now it's over.
Yeah, that's how quickly we forget TI winners. You know, it takes 2 weeks.
2 weeks, and they're washed. They're washed already.
Exactly. But yeah, we've seen this before. Nothing to say. JT, they both like the Spirit Breaker, and Team Bright, they've answered with the Shadow Demon before. Other teams have also gone for the Shadow Demon response instantly in the first phase if the Spirit Breaker is picked. So nothing out of the ordinary.
Actually, it was IG that lost to Eagles, right? Like they lost one game to Eagles earlier. Yep. They played Spirit Breaker as well. They played it mid, and they got destroyed by Butterfly Effect Magnus. So they ban out the Magnus this time around. do not like, nothing to say, is Spirit Breaker. I have to admit, though, like it didn't look good, and I'd rather see it on someone like Boboka or even JT, and perhaps give nothing to say one of his heroes. Give him
Mhm.
something flashy. Even a Kunkka, sure, why not? It's banned out, of course, but just give him one of his boys. He's very versatile, but I haven't seen his Tinker yet. Another one. Like I think they
True.
picked it once at TI, but 0 times so far at Qualifier.
Yeah. And we've not from IG, but we have seen a Meepo pick, which we discussed earlier on today in the first round of the lower bracket. It was by a team that did get knocked out. So I think it might have just been like, hey, I don't think we're necessarily going to win this series, so let's have a bit of fun. And if we can win with a Meepo, I think we can win anybody. So that one didn't quite work out. And Team Bright, kind of pairing up with this SD Grimstroke, you can. It's Grimstroke is technically like a free Aghanims now in this case for the Shadow Demon if you can get your Purge to connect
Yeah.
onto 2. So
Mm.
you can think it that way too.
Yeah, sure, and it's not really that hard to use it, right? Like you have Shadow Demon and Grimstroke. Shadow Demon isn't necessarily forced to use his ulti, so you can always just wait for the Grimstroke to use Soulbind and then follow up. In that way, it's nice. But whenever I see Shadow Demon and Grimstroke, Phoenix instantly comes to the mind because this is one of those heroes just destroys. Like Endweaver as well is very problematic. Like
Yeah.
this is an issue with when you open with two heroes that aren't versatile and you know that they're supports. Usually when you do that, you leave yourself open to be exploited and abused by different things, and Phoenix is one of those heroes that get on top of them, like Weaver or Spectre are another. Then there's some offlaners such as Beastmaster and Lycan, they are the third ones, right? Like these outskirt supports, it's really difficult, in my opinion, to open up the draft like this.
Also with Team Bright, with the player name Phoenix, the mid laner for Team Bright, he's had to play against Phoenix 3 times so far, and this will be the 4th Phoenix game he has to play against. He's starting to get very familiar with how the hero works upside and down. But yeah, I think the way we could kind of describe this draft so far is, you got the strong Spirit Breaker, you got countered by SD Grim, they got countered by Phoenix Weaver, but does the Void counter anything on the board right now, or is it just it's just a carry that we like to play? It's a carry that will work. We know how potential the Void can be, but is this a counter in any way to the Phoenix Weaver?
Uh, is it like a big counter to Phoenix? Not really. Is it a counter to Weaver? I wouldn't say that it's a big counter, but it gives you a lot of catch. Like the Chronosphere is really nice, and time dilation is also really nice versus Weaver. If you get clipped as Weaver by time dilation, you need some dispel. Like you need something to get rid of it, or you can't. Like the way Weaver plays is every time Sukuchi is off cooldown, you're probably using it to reposition yourself, right, in team fights.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
want to be locked down. So Faceless Void has those things, two things going for him. Yeah, so overall, I would say that it's a decent Faceless Void pick. Like in the lane with Grimstroke, you're strong. Like you have a target to Inkswell always. You can jump on top of enemy heroes. So overall, I don't mind it. I wouldn't say that it's a counter like Bloodseeker or something like that, but it's still pretty strong.
And it took a bit of time thinking about this 4th pick for Team Bright to bring out the Primal Beast. So now we have some early game tempo. We have something that relieves some of the pressure your opponent might be applying, depending on what picks they go for. Or maybe if this next one is going to be one of those early game heroes. Because Invictus Gaming, yeah, of course, Spirit Breaker Phoenix comes to mind. Like, yeah, Barathram's going to be all over the place. But that's not how they really play this hero. Like level 4 to 6, you don't really move around with your Spirit Breaker unless you get to level 6 and you find an opening. Of course, you will charge or TP and charge and try to get the biggest benefit out of the hero, but he's not the most aggressive hero early game. So IG doesn't really have like anything else except for strong lanes, and they're kind of locked in their lanes with this draft as well. Now with this Naga also coming into play, it feels like it's Bright that's going to be moving around more.
Yeah, Monet Naga. This is some old school gaming right here. So what are they doing? They are moving Weaver to 4, Phoenix to 5, Spirit Breaker mid, and they're last picking their offlane, or Spirit Breaker offlane and last picking their mid. Either works.
Yeah.
I okay. Do I
flex
like
there.
the Naga pick? Yeah, of course I do. They picked it for a reason. It's pretty solid here. Like you have Song as well. To once Chrono is popped, you can Song save your allies. You get some extra catch for the Faceless Void as well. The Shard Diagrams later on in the game as well works wonders. I
You
do
want to know
like it.
what's old school? Old school. Let's go
Mm-hmm.
support Naga.
Oh shit! I mean,
Oh shit!
honestly, like that. Yo, I'd love to see that, man. Like we probably won't see it, but I wouldn't mind at all. Like some throwback. Holy
Yeah.
hell, I remember, man. I just got flashbacks of playing support Naga. Like she was pretty strong, you know, like rotating around with her, but it was different. You could click the Riptide, right? It wasn't like
Yeah.
few attacks and then it procs. You
That's
could
the one,
click
yeah.
it. Yeah, it was some good stuff. You would have sleep
then
to
you
set
gotta-
up like black hole and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, then you got a small buff to it too later when they got the Aghanims. When you sing, you heal your allies. That was a thing that buffed the support Naga even more. Core Nagas didn't really care about song regen until ultra late game, where it was like a luxury item. So you could go Weaver carry, Naga support, but we'll see. I don't think IG is necessarily going to take that route, but they bring out the Earthshaker. So our mid, by the way, looks like it's going to be locked in into the ES, and JT would bring out the Spirit Breaker to the offlane. Now, Bright, they see their laning matchups. Who are we putting against the Earthshaker? I wonder.
It could
Ogre?
be Primal Beast and last pick offlane. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I feel like it wasn't the Shaker that needed addressing because you already had the Phoenix Primal Beast, but you needed to address the Naga somehow. Now you got the Doom. Why is Doom good against Naga? Like you get some nice things out of him when it comes to itemization. Like the hero itself is decent. Scorched Earth, Infernal Blade, it's okay, but like you can itemize against her very well later on in the game. The AoE Doom, the Shivas and whatnot, blinking on top of her, dooming her so she can't sleep. Like these are all really nice things. So overall, when it comes to Invictus Gaming, we're on point with everything besides Weaver and Phoenix. Shouldn't be too surprising that Boboka is playing Phoenix, but yeah, position 5 Weaver, position 4 Phoenix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do have both as range heroes, so you wouldn't be too surprised if Phoenix would have been the 5. But yeah, it is Boboka likes to bring out that Phoenix. So what I'm looking at right now is maybe the Weaver adds a bit of extra punch because you have more minus armor now with the Riptide compared. The Riptide added with this Weaver, so you could fight with X-Nova and Monet, but I feel like it's going to be a farming lane. You are up against the Doom, so maybe you poke early, and at some point it just transitions to like, yep, they're just hitting creeps, and that's it. So I'm expecting more of the fighting coming out from this Faceless Void versus the Spirit Breaker. Potentially in that lane, we might be seeing some more action. That's just how I feel right now. It could be completely different. Weaver Naga just want to brawl, battle the whole time. They see an opening, they go for it, throw a web, throw your crabs in, throw your illusions in, and start minus armor ripping your opponents apart. So, How do you feel like this early game might go? Give me a speculation, Lizard. We haven't really gone for early game speculations. What's the scenario going to be?
Early game speculation. Let me see.
Yeah.
You caught me at the wrong
happening,
time
Lex?
because let the game start. Okay, now I can answer that because I need a visualization. I need to see the heroes. Okay, so bottom lane we're gonna have Phoenix and Spirit Breaker. I feel like Boboka and Spirit Breaker aren't gonna do a lot there. It's mostly just like let the Spirit Breaker farm, Phoenix can rotate, secure the lanes. That's my speculation. Unless some big mistakes happen by Faceless Void and Shadow Demon, they shouldn't be dying. Phoenix can die, but Void and SD shouldn't. That's the first call. Second call on the mid lane. Mid lane, it's a Shaker, right? Yeah, nothing to say. Shaker versus Primal Beast. Yeah, without rotations, I don't know. I don't see a kill happening as well. The potential is there for both of them, but only if one makes a blunder. Top lane is probably the most interesting one. I feel like on top lane we can see some bloodbath because if they get a good creep, they can really dish it out into Naga. Weaver can get out of position as well easily. Some stroke of fate and blood grenade, and he's gone. So top lane is the obvious call, but you know how it usually is. When it's too obvious, players play a bit more carefully, and then they mess you up.
Yeah, that's how I feel like maybe I should trust my gut feeling and say that top lane is actually going to be passive. Hence my prediction that Doom's just going to farm, Naga's just going to farm, but you know, traditional in its sense, traditional Chinese Dota, where we see our first kill at 15 minutes.
The old school Chinese Dota, yeah, before they became more Eastern Europe than Eastern Europe. There was a switch. I think you know what my conspiracy theory is. The shift was, well, not conspiracy. What my theory is, all the Malaysians and SCA players infiltrated the Chinese region. They brought the brawl with them.
Well, you got a whole team of them, basically here.
Yep.
On the side of Invictus Gaming, only Monet and X-Nova, or was it Baboka? Yeah, Baboka.
Baboka. X-Nova
Those
is...
are the two natives, basically, for the region, and the rest have been... they found a place in the China region, which also is a kind of a statement, because it was a very, very long time that the Chinese region was literally 100% just Chinese players. Unlike every other region, which is kind of like mixed teams. NA doesn't even have an NA roster of the good old EG, the Shopify Rebellions, and of course now they've gone their separate ways. But I think it's a statement in a sense that they've come to stay.
Yo, what's happening by the way with NA? Do we have like an NA team right now? I wasn't following the region. After Shopify Rebellion disbanded, do we have anyone?
And then Nouns also went all over the place. So
what about TSM?
I don't think they do. TSM is all over the place, right? They have Immersion as their fourth player. Kasane, Whitebond, Braille, Tomato. That's, you know, Peru, Canada, Indonesia, place, two Russian players, so no Americans.
Yeah. I mean, finally the NA LUL memes are real.
And also Snaking. He went to the Middle East, North Africa, Team Falcons.
Yeah.
But I was surprised by one thing. I talked to you about Area 1234. He's playing with Gamax Esports as a POS4 player. He's called the very famous Area. So
the very
carry
famous
player, the very famous. Yeah, he's definitely very famous in my my memory at least. Yeah. Irving.
I love that confidence. Yeah, he's dropping a bit low. He has the Devour for some bonus armor to help him.
Actually,
so
I need
far,
to take a look at what's going on in that qualifier. Yeah, they're playing up next against Winter Bear, but that's Middle East, North Africa. We are watching China Dota here. The other lower bracket matchup that started at the same time is Team 0 versus Team Aster. Both had 2 O's from their previous round.
Mid lane Courier, easy clap.
Noise snipe.
Unfortunate, yeah. The Courier followed him through the river. Do you ever get angry at couriers? At your courier, by the way.
Angry at couriers.
Yeah, I have
that's kind of wrong in a way, but I get your point that their pathfinding can be very messy from time to time.
Yeah. JT being hit by a tower a bit bad, but should be fine. Dude, like I think I have some disorder. Like I get too easily pissed off by my courier, like to the point of distracting me from the game, you know? The way people flame bottom lane Shadow Demon. Is this a kill?
Oh, I mean, now it should be. Icarus Dive does connect, and first blood for IG. Maybe even a second kill. Faces Void is fairly low here, so Baboka, JT keeping up the pressure. Time dilation is popped, though. A little bit of tick damage there on the side of Baboka. He does have Fire Spirits ready, and now Void really hanging on a thread here because Baboka is just sending more and more spirits in, and that is your second kill on
top lane.
So
Irving,
maybe no more. Are we starting the bloodbath now? By the looks of it, we
like
are.
Oh, nice.
slow.
Nice little stroke of fate. I wonder if he tossed... Ah, no, there's sticks on Weaver. I was thinking maybe if he tosses Blood Grenade, uses sticks, he could go, but... on Weaver, but no. He had too many sticks. It survived.
They're,
Yeah, my...
No, I mean, I don't know. I'm just, you know, baffled by the thought that we have 2 kills already.
Yeah. I expected 3, maybe on top lane, but all my expectations are wrong so far. I guess mid lane, nothing is happening. Shaker is owning the primal.
But they are fighting in the top lane now, especially with Baboka rotating. Imitator just dies to X-Nova and a couple Naga illusions chasing around. So a 3rd kill for IG. Bright are sitting at 0 right now.
Just look at mid lane for a little bit. Nothing to say is... Oof. This is painful.
Yeah, this is straight up destruction in the mid lane, yeah.
Don't get hit, sir. It's not healthy.
Yeah, Primal Beast was not the counter for the Earthshaker, at least, so nothing to say is going to get a free game.
Top lane, Irving, TP's out.
Nope.
He tried to
Nope.
TP out.
That's a walk of shame, sir. He's gonna be walking back to lane. So even more trouble for the side of Team Bright. IG really prepared for this one. They're just they're on fire.
Yeah, every single lane. They won all 3 lanes, basically. And now on bottom, they're rotating in. Maybe they want to go for a... Nah, Weaver actually
And
moved
Silly
up.
Me was talking about during the draft that they have stable lanes and they're locked in these lanes. Hell no. IG, they're moving around.
Yeah.
And
No, no,
mostly
of
just the Phoenix, really.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 supports are actually very mobile. And can rotate quite a bit. Especially if you secure the Naga's lane early on, and then she just illusion pushes and farms the jungle, then as Weaver you're free as well.
Yep.
But it looks like 2 Wisdom Runes will both go Dire's way.
Alright, they're going to attempt on the Naga in the top lane. This is going to take a lot of work, but they got the Inkswell stun. He's down to 300 HP, pops the Lotus. TP coming in from the Shaker. This could be huge with that Ghost Slam. Imitator gets slapped down, and Monet gets to survive. Irving runs out of firepower against this Naga, so nothing to say. Getting his first kill on the board, too.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, 2 Wisdom Runes going IG's way,
And
too.
that, too. Everything's going their way. This could be a very fast game.
Yeah, it's not looking great. Like, you have Shadow Demon. I feel like he should have contested the Wisdom instead of going for the kill on Naga. It's easier, right? Like, he can... Phoenix cannot contest him, Weaver as well. Like, you just use Disruption on them, you take the rune. Well, didn't happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's tough to say what Team Bright is looking at right now. And also, a thing that I've been very curious about for a very long time, and I haven't figured out an answer to it because I haven't spent enough time with the Chinese region. Like, I occasionally cast the Chinese games, like maybe a few times a year, and that's it. Mostly I just spend my time with West Europe, mainly East Europe, and of course NA the last couple of years, as Phoenix gets just hammered down in the mid lane. Is the Chinese player mentality. You know that they respect their opponents in a different way than we Westerners. We have a lot of banter, we have a lot of flame going on, and when it comes to like official matches, you can see that if you're playing against a clear favorite, they're excited to play that matchup. And they know they're going to get destroyed, and then they feel bad about it. But they were like, hey, we got to play against a pro team. How does the Chinese teams face against each other? And how does Team Bright take this matchup versus IG? Is it an honor for them? Do they feel fear? Are they already demoralized that, yeah, this is the best team of the qualifier, we're going to get destroyed today? How do they think? Do you know anything about that, Lizard? Because I clearly have no idea.
There's a lot of respect in the region, like, to the old school players. Like, I think way more respect to old school players by most teams. But there's always outliers. There are always players like Emo, like Shiro, you know, like guys that are gonna be, well, not necessarily Shiro. I mixed him up with someone else. But basically, there are always players like Emo that are young, that are gonna be very flashy and also kind of a little bit disrespectful, you know, in the old chat and in the way they talk to other elderly players. But in general, I feel like there's a lot of respect, like even more than in the Western scene.
It's just that does that respect turn into fear of your opponent?
It depends on the personality of the player. Like you can't put that on a region or not. Like some players thrive.
Right.
You know, like, some love.
I was just thinking if there's some kind of culture to it as they try to go for nothing to say, and this could still work out. Inkswell, big stun, connects onto 3 heroes. Pulverize comes out as well, and they're going to have to drop the chrono. They destroy the egg first. That's the first target. Can they get more? JT under a bit of a stun lock. Xnova, however, is cleaning up a double kill for himself, and there looks like the Faceless Void's going to be the next one to follow. Monet doesn't have the ensnare, but pops the song. They've got their time to get their spells back up of cooldown. And Primal Beast, does he get the onslaught away? JT is there to interrupt it with the charge, but he goes through. Usually, the Spirit Breaker wins this battle, but Primal Beast this time just goes straight through.
Yeah, he messed up a little bit. I feel like both of them... I'm not sure. Should both of them get stunned? Top lane, Echo?
At least... Okay, this is a tight one. I mean, he's dropping that Vanguard regeneration isn't going to be enough, and Xnova also shows up, so that would have sealed his steal. But at least from my past history, I feel like Spirit Breaker Charge is stronger than Onslaught, but I guess it could be down to luck which one connects first, because as you can see, the AoE feels a bit bigger on Charge of Darkness versus Onslaught.
Yeah, right there, because I remember playing a couple of Breaker games into Primal Beast, and sometimes we both get like stunned. I get moved back, he gets stunned. But
you'd need to know the exact animation AoE, because if you come at a different angle, maybe that changes things a little bit.
Well, I think you're right. It also comes to the angle and server tick. Yeah, this game is crazy. That's why we love it. There's just so many nuances.
There's a lot of nuances that Team Bright has to answer this game. It's a 4K lead for IG. Bottom lane at the secret shop. They found themselves a Shadow Demon, Undying. Well, he's not undying, at least, because he's found a mere mortal in the eyes of Xnova. Now 5 kills on the support Weaver. Top tower also falls, but Boca does get a bit of poke from Imitator, but he's out.
Yep, they're getting themselves a nice little lead on side of IG. At the same time, the team fight is solid. Like you could see the team fight from Team Bright. Inkswell into Primal Beast Onslaught is no joke, and then follow up from the Chronosphere.
But holy, when you look at net worth, that is a big discrepancy between the cores of both teams, and they're using this to their full potential. IG, they know they're feeling that they're a bit ahead here. Phoenix gets destroyed by nothing to say. We already highlighted how good of a game this Earthshaker is going to have, but destroying your enemy mid in 2 hits with 2 consecutive enchant totems, that is just that is quite the something. They're going to attempt at least with this disruption onto NTS. He just Echo Slams right away, and he wants to go on the next one. Egg in a perfect place as well. Imitator can't do anything about it. Irving slowly ticking low, and that stun's going to connect onto the Grimstroke as well. They don't even get NTS. He gets denied by JT and the rest of the squad. Phoenix charging in, and JT has the stronger charge. Again, Phoenix gets poked away. JT with a double kill. 4 heroes dead on the side of Bright. They already lost to Phoenix as well, so technically they did get team wiped already. But does he lose his life on top of the 5 they've lost already?
JT.
Hiding in the trees.
It's such a JT thing to start diving, you know, to be...
he didn't even want to dive there, but the game tells yes, go.
Gaben interfered. He forced him to dive. Yeah, that's a disaster for Team Bright right now. They're buying all these Midases and they're not finishing them. Instead, they're fighting. There's a chrono, but there's a song. Like, you're not killing her.
Singing in the endless time. There we go.
She can just TP. 4 heroes, rotation for nothing really. I feel like, you know, you were mentioning this big network discrepancy, and it is huge. And Primal Beast down bottom,
Yeah, he's taking some bullying here and might actually cost his life here. There's the Shadow Demon is teleporting in. He's got the bubble on one and slowly burning Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix burnt by a Phoenix. Ain't that ironic?
Shadow
And
Demon.
on to the next one.
Yeah. That's a
TD
1000.
shaker.
That's almost like the Shaker and the Primal Beast. I feel like are the reason why we see this discrepancy. Like, okay, all lanes didn't go great, but mid lane was the worst. And now you have this Shaker with the Blink Dagger way too early on. He's just destroying the map. Like, he's making a huge difference everywhere you look.
A lot of death all over the place. JT 308, X-Nova 503.
There you
Volca
go,
even
another
has
one.
a 13 KDA and nothing to say. He's done this before. He will do it again.
Top lane.
Yeah, it's just death all over the place. Irving gonna be the next casualty. So how long can Team Bright take this beating?
I mean, they can try for a bit longer because they all itemized. Well, not all of them. There's a Midas on Doom and Midas on Void, so they probably will continue, you know, just playing a bit more. But it's very unlikely that they'll be able to turn this one. 15k, 15 minutes in. 1k GPM advantage for
Yep.
IG.
It's just X-Nova's Weaver who is not above the rest of the team of Team Bright. Even the Phoenix
he's
has
close.
more net worth now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is I wouldn't
who
even
died,
say
right?
this is a rude awakening. This is just how IG operates.
Yeah, pretty much. He jumped in. He jumped in. He's dead. I feel like there's no echo. Maybe he's not dead. Never mind.
X-Nova just wants to steal his CS.
He's scared in a way.
Frustration of almost finishing off a creep and somebody just yoinks it right in front. You know, the Rubik zap. It's like you're almost done finishing the camp and then he just zaps all the creeps right in front of you and you're like,
Yeah.
you feel like you want to throw a middle finger in the air. Like, why'd you do that? I mean, you're an opponent, so obviously he will do that.
We should change the high five into a middle finger, you know. You can use it once a game. Phoenix. He's
JT.
going in for JT.
Okay, this time he loses the charge battle. I think he was feeling a bit confident there, but they've got the backup. There goes one. And they just need one stun for Phoenix,
Oh,
and
come
JT's got it.
on. Come on.
JT lost one charge battle, but he wins the charge war with this one.
Yeah. That bash, that's just sad. Like, Phoenix is already having a rough game and then he gets firsted bashed. by
Oh,
the
he
shake-
charged.
by the- No, it was a bash. It wasn't a charge.
Sure. It's a
Yeah,
9-second
it was-
cooldown.
I mean, I could be crazy. I don't know. I saw
We're,
right
we're
click.
both
He lit-
crazy here. We're all crazy
he-
here.
He literally took his arm up and hit him. So
Sometimes that's
I'll-
all you need. Powerful,
Yeah.
powerful man.
I'll look at it again. I'll go on the
No, no.
replay and I'll tell you. I'll tell you
I,
later.
I,
in the
I,
day.
I believe you, Lizard. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. We
For
have
science.
still a 1k GPM at 18 minutes with an 18k lead for Invictus Gaming. This is an absolutely brutal game. So Team Bright, they still feel like they have a shot at it. Their itemization is not online yet. Doom Midas faces Void Midas. I think the Midas is the reason why they are still going on with this game. 'Cause
Pretty much, yeah.
they need to hit the right targets at the right time. A lot of big streaks to be collected too. They see the Doom in the lane, Midasing, so nothing to say. It's like, yep, they're around. JT gets hit by the Chrono, and they are going to attempt with their best, but the Echo Slam hits on the back line, and nothing to say. He's going to get doomed up by Irving. JT survives the Chrono, and the egg is dropped right in front of the Doom, in front of the Primal Beast, but Phoenix is doing a lot of damage here, rolling around with that trample. They have to intervene with the song. Monet getting the rest of his squad back to safety. Nothing to say. Blink is available. Wants to chase down Phoenix. Undyne will drop to X-Nova. And that was close that Phoenix could have actually gotten a triple kill. The pace that they were dropping in that inside that trample onslaught combo.
Yeah, he was. You mean Phoenix Primal Beast, right? Like he was He was dishing out a lot of damage, indeed.
Yes. Yeah, Phoenix Primal Beast, yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't enough to take the Shaker at least down. He was doomed as well, but he manages to get away. It's just like this network advantage is huge. If you look at Phoenix, even you're talking about the Midases on one side. Well, Phoenix has a Midas, Spirit Breaker has a Midas too, unused, and he has 2 charges, but still.
Yeah, the Phoenix Midas.
Yeah, exactly, Baboka. He's got a Vessel, Midas, he's going into Hex next. This Phoenix is, I mean, he's 4th on the net worth charts. He's higher than Doom.
With the amount of Phoenix picks here in the Chinese region, and if Team Bright is still going to stay alive for a long time, we need to come up with a nickname for Phoenix at this rate so we don't keep confusing the hero and the player. Would be so much easier, Phoenix, if you just picked Phoenix. Phoenix mid.
Phoenix mid playing Phoenix.
Yes. I had some friends back in pubs. Yeah, like I had a couple of friends in pubs playing mid Phoenix, and it was like this guy hits 3,000 HP fairly early on, and that was before all the stat changes a couple years back.
No, I did it. Like I spammed it actually on mid. I spammed like long time ago, maybe 6 years ago. I spammed Phoenix and Kotl. Those were my 2 mid lane heroes. Before all the changes, maybe even more than 6 years, like.
Right.
Because they were just so easy to win the lane with. You just spam constantly. Back when mid lane was put in a way that you had all the trees around the tier 1s, so you could hide on the sidelines and channel Illuminate, and I love that shit. And then Phoenix had a plus 65 damage talent on Fire Spirits, like level 15. You literally, like, you buy Vessel, you buy Veil, no matter who you go on.
Oh, that was a big miss there from Irving. They put the Inkswell, he blinks in with the War Stomp, but it doesn't connect onto the Shaker, so he misses every other spell too, so that's a wasted Doom. And IG's pretty happy to just walk off the Doom, which a normal human being wouldn't normally be able to do. They are closing in, nothing to say. He's thinking about Imitator here. He's going to go straight for the Doom with the Echo Slam. Fissure dropped in the Enchant Totem. Big heals, but also the damage from the Phoenix feels it's a bit overwhelming for this Doom to survive. JT, beautiful charge, hitting 3 in the back line. Nothing to say will drop, though, and Phoenix Primal Beast, he's going to go down. And that is 2 heroes gone from the side of Bright. And there we go. They've had it. They've had enough of this one. It was a brutal beating, but the beating, I think it's finally over.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Phoenix, the Primal Beast, actually is managing to get kills, even he almost has nothing to his name. Like his net worth is really low. He's been beat, but still with 1 Blade Mill, he's managing to take down heroes, which was commendable. At the same time, this game, it was one of those that's kind of over after the laning stage. You lose all 3 lanes. One of them, you just get crushed on, which is mid lane. It's very difficult to come back, like almost impossible.
Yeah, especially like the fact that Monet, all he needs to do is just secure the game for the team, basically. If you're winning mid and you're winning your off lane, you have a Spirit Breaker that basically relishes in a game where the early game is going in his favor. Same thing for the Shaker. You just enable 2 big cores to carry the early to mid game. We can carry the first 30 minutes if you want, Monet. You can just hit creeps and just tune in for the push whenever you want to. So very easy execution for Invictus Gaming this game. So Team Bright, I think they need to take another look at that laning stage. How can they do a couple things better? Because right now I felt like they were a bit disarmed too early into this game. This was a stomp. Yeah. This was an outdraft, and this was a stomp coming out from IG.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, is there a way for them to actually mix things up, or is this going to be the same scenario in game 2? Because sometimes it looks like it's the draft, sometimes it looks like you're just being outplayed individually on mechanical skill. And this game was purely mechanical skill out of my, like, the way I see it, at least. Every single lane, they just got outplayed. You know, those tiny little outplays where you're feeding, where you're dying, they add up and the game is unplayable.
Yeah, the skill discrepancy may be high in this one, but it's up to Team Bright to decide. Can they still put up a fight? Otherwise, Invictus Gaming will head over to the Grand Finals. But again, we're going to be taking a break before we head over to game number 2 to see if the series goes on or if the series ends. We'll be back in a bit.
Touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin, my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. That you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
maybe for the last time here on this stream today, we might be facing one of the teams going into the grand finals, the other dropping down, but it's game 2, so it's not the decider. It's up to Team Bright if they're up for the challenges. IG is leading the series here currently with T-Panda and, of course, Lizard. We've basically didn't get to see too much of Team Bright in that last game, so I wouldn't say fatigue is probably the big impacting factor here because I believe they had a bit of a break in between. They played the early morning series. They've been sitting on the sidelines, looking a little bit. Maybe what IG was drafting, what kind of ideas did they bring onto the table? Team Zero even took a map or game away from IG, so it went all the way to 3 games. But we need a different Team Bright for this series to get a tie to happen here, Lizard.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head when you were asking about how much these players respect what the culture is like. When it comes to just the respecting and thinking highly of players, maybe that puts some fear in you. I feel like if you're Team Bright, look, these aren't unknown players. These guys have been around for quite some time. We've been watching them in Division 2, even in Division 1, all of them. Undyne, for me, was one of those potential Tier 1 future players coming from the Chinese scene. But that wasn't... What happened to them last game wasn't nice. It didn't look great. And I feel like the best way to approach it is to forget it, just completely put that game to the side and try to go into the next one with being as PMA as you can. Because that last game was more about some individual mechanical mistakes, and those things you can't improve those from one game to another. You can just it's all about confidence, I would think. Just
yeah, it is.
Just focus and play the best game that you can.
From the mental side of things, I think most important for Team Bright would be to find their own identity, the way that they, as individuals, play Dota, how, as a team, they understand their strengths and weaknesses and kind of come together naturally. Because I feel like game number 1 probably went under a bit of, shaky hands, and decision-making easily starts to crumble if the opponent's tempo is so massive, especially coming out from a laning stage like that you don't seem to get any of the calls right. You just go defensive/passive and end up being in huge trouble. So find that own identity and play alongside your Dota, not what the opponent wants to do, more like what you can achieve best. And they bring up the Spirit Breaker, which is a strong pick, and IG, their reply is a Magnus, so they don't even feel like Shadow Demon is the answer to counter the Spirit Breaker. They've got something up their own, This is exactly what I'm looking at. IG doing their own ideas and their own execution, and don't worry too much about, direct counters on a hero.
Mm-hmm. No, I can see it, but the Spirit Breaker that was played into Nothing to Say, when he played it versus Magnus, he lost quite convincingly, and they banned out the Magnus last game after picking out Spirit Breaker. They didn't want Team Bright to take it. Now they leave the Magnus, but they take it for themselves. So they put some thought into this, and then they picked the SD. So there was a lot of thought put into this. What went through besides these two? Let's see. Prophet band, CK band,
Bristleback
band
available, but of course the offlane is already pretty much picked, unless this Magnus ends up being Nothing to Say. So,
which it might, right? I would put it on 50-50 even, between maybe even 60-40 that he's gonna play it. Between him and JT, both love playing it, but Nothing to Say definitely likes playing it a bit more.
Yeah. That could also mean a Faceless Void draft could be building up or brewing up, at least on the side of IG, because the direct synergy with the Magnus, maybe that's something Team Bright's already thinking about, that it could be a Void game. Do we already preemptively pick something against it? Silencer isn't that type of hero really, but I feel like Silencer is an easy answer to counter-initiating on your opponent's aggression, because they already saw how strong IG can be with decision making, their reaction time, the targets that they focus. Global Silence kind of puts it into a halt, so it could be an advantage they could exploit.
Yeah, gives you one big ulti to play around. Something they had a chrono last game, but nothing like a support to play around. This time around, you have global. You have some combos with it, right? Let's see if there's anything else. No, no, but you can have like some charge into global. You can also have Magnus using RP on your side, like you said. It prevents any big follow up or counter initiation. Like Magnus goes in RPs, then they get global. What's gonna happen? Like they have to pop their BKBs or something, and that comes later. So it's an interesting approach because Silencer wasn't really picked a lot. Like this hero struggles. I feel like he got buffed to a point in which he was really strong in the lane, and then he got nerfed. And now he feel. You know how Lion felt in the last game. I feel the same way about Silencer. Maybe even worse because you press that R once, and then you're kind of done for 2 minutes,
Yeah,
and then you press it again, and then you're done for 2 minutes. Like
the fountain support.
pretty much, yeah.
On the positive side, it is a very buyback value hero. You could use Silencer for information. You get killed, buyback, pop your ulti, because then you know where they are. So it's a weird way of looking at it, but that's something you can do with Silencer. End up in the wrong place, get information. Weaver and Spiritbreaker can quickly get to the occasion where the action is happening. So then you have this very, Silencer could just even hold on to an extra bank and just buy back and press R if he doesn't do it before. But we see Clockwork and Luna. Clockwork at least applies, again, that early pressure from IG against Team Bright. And Luna, we kind of discussed this hero already. He can be in tied net worth against any other enemy core, and he can join fights and fight back. It's no longer that Luna has to be ahead. Luna can fight in equal net worth situations.
Yeah, we have seen the Luna like you just mentioned earlier with the shard. It's okayish. Like you get this Empower to work with, but it's not that big of a deal. What's missing from IG, in my opinion, right now is some easier catch for the Weaver. Like if they do put this Weaver on a carry, I'd like them to have something like, I don't know, maybe put Mag on offlane, get a puck. Like get one of these guys that will make it easier for you to play against the carry Weaver. Because right now, I don't feel that he is that contested at all. That is.
Yeah, maybe another mobility hero that could also set the tempo.
Yeah,
I feel like maybe like a Orchid Storm Spirit, something on the side of that. IG does have the last pick of the draft, so they can see their matchup and they can think about what is the hero we really want to put into mid.
Yeah, and they won't need it, right? Because Spectre is now the carry, so Weaver will be just a support, Spectre the carry.
Yep.
So you can play around that when you're IG now. You can think about the draft a little bit differently. Now Mag can go offlane, can be mid. Doesn't really matter anymore. There are some nice things about Team Bright. The combo with Global is now obvious, right? Like you have Shadow Step into Global Silence, so you can get on top of a target and follow up with a Global Silence to prevent any saves or anything like that. Like if you get on Shadow Demon, he can disrupt himself. So some Lotus Orbs will be necessary, some BKBs very early on IG.
And they banned out the Puck and the Earth Spirit, and we know Puck is a counter for a lot of those mid heroes that have mobility. Quops, Storm Spirits, they're usually the targets for a Puck pick. So that idea of going for either of those is now open for IG. And also the fact that Team Bright, they have no saves. Like Global Silence isn't actually a save. It's a tool to turn things around, but it's not like a bubble save from, say, if Necrophosis was in the game, you could save from Reaper's Scythe. You could save someone from getting caught by Clockwork, or maybe if Magnus RPs somebody, you can't just hide them or Oracle ult them or something. You don't really have any saves. You're kind of relying on your teammates to come and help you out in force.
Yeah. I'm really wondering what the last pick will be from IG. I liked your Spirit Calls, like these high mobility heroes. I think they're fine. They struggle a bit into Silencer, but you don't. Do you want to go just tanky because there's a Silencer? I don't think so. You can put Mag mid even, like that's an option, but into
what
the
about
Quap.
Tinker?
Not sure. Let's see. They go.
Oh, it's that guy. It's that guy. It's the Dazzle.
Yeah, we forgot all about him.
All right,
yeah,
Blizzard 2-0.
I think so. Yeah, and I don't think so because of the insane outdraft. I don't think this is an outdraft. I think it's more about just Invictus Gaming being a stronger team, stronger players. Like when you look at Team Bright, they actually have so many ways of dealing with Dazzle. Like Quap isn't that bad. You have Quap Global, Spirit Breaker, and Spectre. Like this isn't a team that starts fights off by obvious ways. You know, like you can actually get on top of on top of Dazzle's silence, global silence, and kill him off before he's able to do anything. So if they play their lanes right, like if they step it up a little bit, I really think they could take this game. I don't think they will though, but it would be fun to go game 3.
It would. I mean, it would also show that Team Bright is up for the challenge. They're ready to face off against IG and go the full distance. So I would like to see them give this a real brawl. Even if this was a game that IG would win it, I'd love to see Team Bright do at least better than what they did in game number 1, where they just weren't able to establish anything. So it can only get better, right? I mean, but that's just what we as casters are hoping for, and probably all the viewers as well, because otherwise everyone's going to say IG's the best team, right? Aster's already in the lower bracket. They've stumbled a bit. They lost to the other team in this matchup. And then, of course, the good old copy pasta meme of they lost to this, question mark.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I do feel that IG are the stronger team at the moment. They do feel that way, so we'll see once they match up, if they match up. I believe the grand finals should be IG versus Aster, and the way I see it right now, IG are stronger. But you know, there's another meme, and that's that Aster always wins. The organization always wins regional tournaments and then loses internationally.
Well, at least both teams smoked up. The Lanham Stairs have been warded up, and also a very, very curious about this Dire Ward here, because it's right next to a Watcher. Right, well, I mean, a bit north from the Lanham Stairs. You look at that one. Observers going through the Radiant side of the map right now. We want to go to that one. Yeah, there we go. Right next to the Watcher. Very curious ward placement for extra extended vision, let's say.
Yeah, like especially because you have this co-op mid. Rotations on co-op aren't gonna be easy, but Clockwork can do it, right? Like X-Nova will be down bottom. I'm not sure. Like this ward, it does give you a lot of vision, but
and it's hard to predict, right? Because it's right under a Watcher.
Yeah, my problem is I would predict that I would presume that Queen of Pain isn't that easily gankable from top lane anyway. So having that ward, yeah, you're gonna see some moves. It's gonna give you some info, and I guess it's good as that, right?
Yeah. Well, we've got our game 2 laning stage now underway. Dazzle versus Quap up in this mid lane, and if something Phoenix can do better, at least he's not up against Shaker. However, we've seen Dazzles destroy some of the lanes today, and also yesterday, so Phoenix is up for a challenge. At least you've got this traditional mid laner, probably has years of experience playing this one, and just needs to adapt to the meta.
Oh, he just got hit like 3 times.
That's very awkward. Yeah, the range creep was hitting something else, so he picked up aggro.
Yeah, that's the worst way to start the lane. Like he even got like 3 CS out of the first wave, and now he's forced to retreat to the tower. This is awkward.
Nothing to say. Not a single last hit missed. Up to 8. Well, there's that one denied, so let's put it that way. Also in the top lane, the matchups have changed a little bit. Waboka with the pause for Shadow Demon paired up with the Magnus up against the Spectre Silencer, so you have double slows coming out of both of these two. It's good for chasing, especially for Spectre, yeah, and the blood grenades as well. So you got a lot of slows going in there.
Yeah. It's a stronger lane than Cloak, especially because you're playing into a Shadow Demon. You place Arcane Curse on him, he can't really use Shadow Poison anymore. Spectre did get skewered back though.
Again. That's the second time already JT's
Bot
been
lane?
pushing him. Now let's see if this is going to be Imitator falling. Yep, it is. IG for the first blood, and for the Luna out of all heroes. So that's a pretty big first blood.
Yeah, especially because, like you mentioned, Luna is one of those heroes. You give her a small advantage in the lane, suddenly you
third
can't
skewer.
trade. Yeah.
Spectre might be dead. You might have just lost your carry here. Oh, no,
Baboka
oh
will
boy.
fall, it seems like. Never mind.
It's not enough
Needed
tick
one more
damage
hit.
on that Arcane Curse. Only 16 damage, and also the magic resistance taking some of that off. So not even getting a trade and losing your carry.
Yeah,
Aye, aye,
needed
aye.
one more hit. We needed one more hit from the silencer, unfortunate. But yeah, Spectre got skewered back like what, 3-4 times already.
Yep.
So eventually you're gonna die. Have you tried not being skewered, sir?
Probably not a nice feeling skewering somebody. Put him on a grill.
Yeah, why is it called? Because of the horn. He skewers them
because
on
of
the
the
horn
horn,
and and moves them back. I see. Just wants to make some kebab. That's the point.
Yeah. Impale your opponents. Put them on the barbecue. Going for a deep chase here onto Baboka. He's a bit too far away. He's going to miss out on some CS. JT's the lane under control in front of his own tier 1 tower. And one, at least half a wave missed on the Spectre. He's got 9 CS versus the 17 on JT. So again, a bit of a replication of, replication, is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I mean, it is looking
Sure,
like a replica
it
of
works.
that last game.
Yeah. Mr. Data, replicate the last lane. Is this too boomer of a? It's too boomer of a joke.
Yeah. This is not looking any better compared to last game, but it's only 4 minutes in. It could be a whole lot worse. Phoenix is struggling in the mid lane versus the Dazzle. Dazzle doing a great job, but kind of how the hero is built. Baboka is chasing the Silencer at the same time. He's got very low mana though, so he won't be able to spam Shadow Poison forever.
Yeah, he pretty much just forced him to take the bounty rune in case Queen of Pain goes for the bounty and not base. So, nicely done by him. Battling it out. He knows that Magnus is completely fine on his own up top.
Yep. And that's a big benefit for Nothing to Say, because Phoenix had to do the, walk all the way back home.
Yeah, X-Nova bot.
See if they can get this clockwork, or if it ends up being somebody else dying. Nice cog push on both Imitator and Irving. Monet able to dish out a couple extra hits onto the Weaver.
They tried to kill JT as well with all those slows, but didn't manage to. By the way, that bottom lane fight it was packed by good skills and good plays. The way they cogged the Spirit Breaker and then the way they moved him away from Weaver's range, it was insane. Shadow Demon full stop at the same time.
And that's the first kill for Bright. And it goes for the Spectre too, so he's happy for this little recovery kill, which he kind of desperately needed as well, because they are already falling behind in net worth compared to all the other cores on the side of IG.
It is better than the last game, though. It has to be said, right? Like, mid lane, yeah, you're still being crushed, but it's not as bad as in that last match. Top lane Spectre, okay, she's probably is having a worse time than the last game. That needs to be said.
And you can still at least relieve the side lanes, but Nothing to Say really being a nuisance on this Phoenix. He did at least pick up the region rune. Now look at this, we got a lot of activity in the mid lane. Irving though charges into the bubble, so he's gonna die inside the cogs. Maybe the Dazzle falls first. That's actually huge for Team Bright to get that Dazzle out of the way. A much needed kill so that Phoenix could get a bit of a breather, because he if anyone needed one.
That's how you do it. You sacrifice your soul to give your Queen of Pain a little bit of a free time, at least.
This guy
How far is he?
He hasn't been catching a break for the first 6 minutes with this Dazzle constantly on his heels.
But are we sad about it, by the way? Are we sad about Queen of Pain finally being bullied by someone? Like, you know what? Screw Queen of Pains and Queen of Pain players. Like, I've been molested by them so many times on the mid lane. You go there, Shadow Strike. You approach Shadow Strike. Like, go screw yourself. I'm actually happy that this Dazzle is destroying her a bit.
Well, in my experience, I think Queen of Pain, yeah, it's annoying, but it's not as annoying as an OD mid player that snowballs, or a Shadow Fiend that basically just reads all of your moves. RP used for a silencer kill. Yeah, he's looking like he's got this one in the bag. So yeah, OD,
Spectre.
Shadow Fiend, and I think Ember in some cases is super annoying. Spectre is also in massive trouble. 3 stacks of poison, tries to jump away to the other lane, takes the tower! Ooh, gets a kill on Monet with Irving and Imitator, thankfully creating a situation in the bottom lane for the Spectre to not only get a kill, but also escape the panic in the top lane. So, very big move from Team Bright.
Dude, that was insane. That was like the best possible scenario that this Spectre could ever hope for. Nothing to say.
And now onto the mid lane they go, into nothing to say. They've also picked up the shield rune for the Quap. He's got Sonic Wave, and Dazzle is low. He will save it. He's not even gonna ulti him, and just right-click nothing to say down during the silence. So that is good.
Why not disrupt him though? Like if you disrupt him, I think you're baiting Quap at least into ulting. You know, because maybe she'll think, okay, he has Grave after he comes out, so maybe I should ulti. But okay. Because disruption was there off cooldown. He just didn't want to use it, didn't want to cast it.
That also, like for me as a caster and a spectator, just translates to the calm-headedness, because a lot of players would have pressed R by now. He didn't. JT's being charged. Imitator behind enemy lines. Coming in as well. Nice attempt. They will take down the Magnus. And we're seeing some fighting spirit coming out from Team Bright. There's the Sonic Wave. Bubble save for the moment, but he will die to Imitator. And they've got Clockwork combined as well. IG losing members back and forth. They've only lost 1, but nothing to say. Battling versus 4. How far can he draw this battle? Takes a double kill there, but Imitator finally closes him out. And a big win for Team Bright. They needed this.
Uncharacteristically, for nothing to say, he had Magic Wand, 10 charges, and he could have used Grave after. But he just leveled up. So by the time he took Grave, he wasn't fast enough, I think, to cast everything. He could have lived a bit longer there, maybe forces them back. Probably dies in the end anyway, but still. Nicely done by Team Bright, yeah, like you said. They're really utilizing. This is like what we were talking about a little bit during the draft. They have a super high mobility on their side. The charge, the shadow step, the Weaver going in, the Quap as well following up. Weaver.
Now let's see how quickly they can get here. RP onto the Weaver. Also a Rocket Flare flying in. JT with the skewer damage. We'll finish off this Weaver. That is an RP used on a support, but I guess JT is also like, well, I'll just use it off cooldown for a kill and go back to farming, so always worth it. Weavers are super annoying from time to time. It's like, if you don't have the required control, they just keep on getting away. So you kind of have to use these high-cost abilities to at least secure kills on heroes like this.
Yeah. It's something we mentioned as well. They don't really have a lot of catch. They need this Weaver, need this Dazzle to get a shard eventually. That will help out. I was thinking because of that Weaver might be a carry as well before they last picked the Spectre. Nice. By the way, it's a lot of confidence from JT to even use that RP. So many players wouldn't, you know, because RP he uses ulti. I lose RP for a time lapse, feels bad.
Let's see what they can do here. X-Nova. Get charged by Irving. Nice placement of the cogs. Pushes him away. Imitator comes from the other side. So does the Spectre. Spectre applying a lot of damage there with the help of the minus armor from Imitator. So X-Nova will go down. Very short cooldown. That's a 60-second ulti that the Spectre can always use if his team is creating situations. And most of them have been coming from this bottom lane. So it has been completely abandoned by IG. That tower is bound to fall.
Nice little stack taken by Monet, and at the same time, top lane Magnus took the tier 1 tower.
The charge.
He's got a blink, by the way. He's hiding it on Mag, and now he's ready to fight, perhaps on mid.
RP is coming off cooldown, so JT's ready. He's battle ready. Now all they need to do is just bait Team Bright in. Stack them up, kill them up.
Yeah, that's all they have to do, but they have to be careful. Undyne has global silence as well, so he's hit his 6.
They saw the Weaver. They've got the sentry placed down here on this cliff, so Imitator has to be careful of his positioning too. Funny thing is, it's also a couple pixels away from their own sentry in the river, so they don't even know about the sentry placement there. And there we go. They missed the skewer, but Global comes out from Undyne. Irving goes in for the charge onto the Magnus. Nothing to say. He's also very low on mana. Walking away. X-Nova coming in with the hook shot, connecting onto the silencer. They're still fighting in the river, on the stairs. They're fighting in the beaches.
Nice RP.
Whatever you call it. And they got the RP, but JT will fall. Queen of Pain still in the middle. Phoenix Sonic Wave pushes them away. Nothing to say. Just rolling back and forth in the river. Can't find an opening to fight back. And now, Frozen this quick poison touch. And that kind of diffuses the situation. So Bright, they get the RP baited out and they get a kill. They also use a couple ultis of their own.
Yeah, I love how every single player on the Bright is 50% HP, but no one died. That RP caught, what, 3 or 4 of them? 3, I feel like. They still couldn't just dish out the damage. There is nothing yet. This Luna, she's level 10. She doesn't hit really hard. Has the Manta Mask of Madness. Yeah. It's almost nothing, yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dazzle pumping over 3,000 damage that fight, despite having very low mana at the end of the fight. So
yeah.
Let's see if they try another time. They might go into middle again. They have Shadow Step ready. Imitator going around the river. No vessel charges though, so that is a bit annoying.
Mm-hmm. They know there's no RP, so this is... They don't have global, that's right, but I feel like you could be taking a fight or two right now if you're Team Bright.
Seven to 10. 17 kills in the last 14 minutes of this game. Luna still in front. Monet has spent the majority of this game farming, as a Luna should. He's also got that shard lined up, so as soon as that Manta is up, if Tormentor isn't the one to give it, he'll just buy it himself. Meanwhile, Shadow Step for another X-Nova kill. And yet again, another for the Spectre. He's now on a dominating spree. So ever since the Spectre died in the laning stage, he's now picked up 4 kills in a row. JT, nice dodge on Irving there. Cancels the charge with the Shockwave and goes in the other way for the skewer play and takes him out. Very nicely played by JT.
That's funny, because like 3 of them are setting up on JT, but it feels like 3 of them are alone and he isn't, even though he's just one hero. He's just faster, outplays the Spirit Breaker so hard.
The trap has been sprung by JT, not by Team Bright.
Yeah.
Imitator walks into Bavoka. Oh, he tried to ulti him there, but gets away with Shikuchi.
Yeah, he's just trying to ward, I guess, on Weaver. Yeah, plants that sentry.
The sentry wars, so to say. Monet's courier dies. There's so many sentries from both teams inside that middle area, but they're all just outside of range. But Boca will die, and Monet with a very early Eclipse, expecting them to dive deeper, but they're not even coming. They just kill a hero and go their own way.
Yeah, that's I mean, level 2 Lucent Beam Eclipse, not the greatest loss ever.
The thing is, do they know? Did they see the animation go off?
Not sure. I feel like they did. They had the cliff ward, right? So probably they have.
Oh, diving deep again. Clockwork yet again the target. Nothing to say. Well, living up to his name about what he can do about the situation. Tries to teleport out. Irving, first hit bash. No, not even the second one. And Dazzle gets the TP home.
Unlucky. Sometimes you get the first hit bash, sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you don't. But at least Team Bright, it's not even showing signs of life. They're doing pretty good this game. This is day and night to game 1.
Yep. I feel like the draft that they've got is allowing them to play with full confidence, just constantly on the offensive, which is something that they really couldn't do in the last game. I love this. Like, you have a blink, you have a you have a time lapse. No, sorry, Sokuchi. You have shadow step charge. Like, it's so easy for them to play pub style. You know, just constant rush. Things, however, will start changing a bit. Like, this Luna will have a shard or a BKB soon. Your Dazzle is gonna have an Aghanims. There's an Orchid on Magnus, by the way.
And a lot of people in mid right now. Nice global placement there. Phoenix would have died otherwise. Skewer was about to go off, and those right clicks could have just done the trick. So Phoenix gets out. Global is spent though, so IG, they might see another opening.
Dude, just look at JT's build. Look what he's doing.
Oh, the Orchid
like
Magnus.
if I gave you Orchid, okay, because of Quap, right? Like, you jumper, you RP Orchid, or just Orchid Skewer back. But if I gave you the Manta Orchid Blink Dagger Power Threads, you would never guess Magnus. Like, there's no way. You know, guess the hero thing on Reddit. Like, I don't think you would guess Magnus from this inventory.
That could be a difficult one for sure. Like, especially the Blink Dagger is the one that really like kind of messes things up, because you're like, oh, Power Treads and Orchid. That could be Spectre. That could be or Ursa or something, trying a bit of a different build, but it could definitely work. But having a Blink Dagger on top of that as well, it's some nice theory crafting from JT. And like you said, it's against the Quap mainly, so that he just doesn't instantly escape. But it will hinder Team Bright during team fights. Getting hit by that random silence, Weaver won't be able to get out. They can kill him much easier. You can even save RP now that they have another tool against that hero.
Nice little smoke. I don't think they weren't scouted, right? They weren't. There's no global. They have RP in 15 seconds, so a good time for IG to actually find a pick-off.
Yeah, they are invading. Inside the triangle right now, heading towards the Spectre. He's at the other Ancient camp, though, so does IG cross this T1? Rocket Flare is thrown in nearby. A nice subtle placement, too, so...
Do you like the...
scout some movements.
Do you like the Radiance build on Spectre?
Radiant Spectre?
Like, yeah.
I mean, Dazzle doesn't build MKB, and Luna's kind of forced to do it then. So I think I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Radiance back in the day on Spectre was mainly because of Haunt, right? Undyne manages to get away as well. Like, JT just can't catch a break. 4 staffs, global silences. They're gonna have Radiance for the next fight. This could be huge for Bright. Especially because Monet is trying to push without BKB. Like, he is missing 300 gold.
But is it too obvious that they're glyphing a tier 2 tower? Imitator does throw in the Crab Orchestra. Global Silence is also hit by the Orchid. He might just die to the Orchid. Yeah, he's going to die to it for sure. But Irving is getting a nice charge into the backline. And a good Sonic Wave connecting onto multiple heroes. But they might just lose the Spirit Breaker first. The Eclipse is perfectly placed. The hook shot onto the Silencer. And Bright are losing members before they even get a proper fight going. So that is a huge win for IG, because that opens up the tower that they can take as well, right? And the Tormentor even too.
Yeah, I feel the global silence in that situation was redundant. Like, you're using global silence to try and save a Weaver, and the Weaver is dead already. There's no saving him. He can't time lapse because he's gonna die to the Orchid burn after the silence is gone. So you don't have global silence for the right fight. You can't get on top of Dazzle easily.
And that's also a bit of an issue of their draft that we discussed, that they don't have the saves. They need to build items for that. You're going to need Lotus Orbs.
Yeah, I really think...
Nobody's even building them yet.
JT. Nice. Nicely done by these two assassins. They have a hook shot.
Hook shot's ready. There we go. It will connect onto the Spectre. As the cogs are blocking one exit, but there's a secondary. There's the Demonic Purge, and Spectre in huge trouble. Tries to go to the cliff. He's got stick charges, and X-Nova does drop low, but he's the one to claim the kill. And now Weaver, he's also on the run. He should be able to make his way out.
Dazzle?
Meanwhile, Dazzle versus Quap. There's the grave, and Quap is about to die, but doesn't quite die. Oh, the Ogre smash!
the stun!
Oh! Ogre almost gets it.
Yeah, it would have been funny if he managed to. Yeah, overall, Team Bright looking much better than in Game 1. Actually putting up a good fight. That small little, well, not small little, that big engagement around the Tormentor, however, makes me feel that IG have still got this. But Team Bright, they just have to adjust. Yeah. Team Bright, they just need to adjust the way they fight. If you can charge the Dazzle, pop Global, and Shadow Step on him.
Alright, let's see what this one leads into, as they've got JT on their side. So, Phoenix, he's got that Aghanims picked up on the Queen of Pain, so extra damage does flow in their favor. That opens up a tier 1 tower to be taken.
At this point, if you're JT, I think you feel that you kind of grieved your team with the build.
Oh, Irving gonna get caught by the hook shot from Xnova, and they just dropped the Eclipse. Not even a second thought from Monet.
Yeah. This, by the way, isn't the... It's a build... When Magnus just got Universal, like when he was changed to Universal, Manta was built on him quite a lot, if you remember. And he was that unstoppable core, like even a carry. He was played position 1. But in this game, maybe a BKB earlier was necessary. I don't know. He needs a Dispel in any case.
Both teams are desperate for those. Global onto the Dazzle. That's a big kill. Nothing to say. His Dazzle is being shut down. He is second in net worth, but that's a lot of deaths on his name. They're afraid to go on Monet, even if he doesn't have Eclipse, because JT, Baboka, Xnova, they're all around the area. So they will back out. But another important kill. That was a 4K lead for IG not too long ago, and the economy has been brought to a balance.
Yeah, perfectly done by Team Bright to eliminate Dazzle and JT a couple of times now. They're finding these little pickoffs. Like, the name of the game for Bright should be Vision. Like, the better information they have on the map, the easier it is for them to just jump one target, eliminate it, move back. I am surprised that they're letting this... Yeah. I'm surprised that they're letting it go so easily. Like, they could have fought this.
Yeah, giving it away without a fight. So Monet will get himself an Aegis. Whether it be a fighting Aegis or just a farm Aegis, Luna is going to have that secondary life for the next 5 minutes. Team Bright, maybe it changes their rules of engagement. You know, the ROE. Another military term.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Indeed. Yeah, it's like, do we spend this time farming as well? We might as well do that too. Feels like maybe they're banging their heads into a brick wall if they want to fight a Luna Aegis, because Monet has yet to position himself badly. He's been joining the fights that they can surely win. Kind of like anti-mage gameplay style, you know? If you know you can win the fight, that's when he shows up.
My idea is, though, that they can still win these fights if they eliminate Dazzle first. He still doesn't have a BKB. If you are managing to kill him once or twice before that BKB shows, like you could slow down even the Aegis. You don't have to fight a full team fight. Just slow them down from taking objectives. And I do believe that he has a BKB now. Yeah, it flew out to him.
Yep. Monet, does he want to poke high ground here? At least he's going to send his illusions in. Shadow Demon creates more illusions out of illusions. And here we go. Force out the glyph at least.
The throwback.
Very low commitment. Actually, gonna commit the hero for the push now, knowing he has that secondary life. So Bright, what are you gonna do? Almost losing a tier 3 tower. They already lost that Tormentor into a tier 2 in the bot lane. Now they lost a fresh tier 2 tower pretty much right away as IG got themselves that push going, and now almost at tier 3. So a lot of objectives are starting to melt at this stage of the game. Monet is really strong at sieging.
The good old
Oh, there we go.
clockwork is that?
It's not even just an attempt. They use the global silence for a kill, but Irving, he's got some unwanted guests coming from the other direction. RP into the bulldoze, and can he charge out? He wants to, but he can't.
Do you think that global was necessary there? Probably not, right? Like Undying, maybe he's a little bit too quick on the trigger. Because they killed the clockwork. The clock is dead. The moment you see him, he's gone.
I think it comes down to, like, Undying, he has one job this game, and that's pressing his ult, so maybe he is a bit trigger happy. You might be right.
Yeah. He's like, I'm helping, guys. I'm helping.
But in a way, like, when you put yourself in the perspective of, like, you're a support player, right?
Yep.
The times when you're protecting high ground as a Lich, your only job is frost shield the towers and stand behind the team. You don't get to do anything else. For the silencer, it's something similar. Nice charge from Irving into the backline. Does get hexed up, so he's interrupted from getting his ulti off. Monet is just going to blow him up with the Eclipse. Where's the backup? Nobody's showing up to help him. He went all by himself, and now they have to glyph their base because these tier 4s are taking damage from the glaives bouncing about. Monet is throwing in with this Luna. And another minute of Aegis. Mid lane, rack secured, and oh, another kill imitator will drop just like that.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Because of using that global on top lane, now you don't have it for this fight. And in this fight, if you had global, you'd be maybe able to go on Dazzle.
Yeah, it's a domino effect, and they lost heroes without the abilities that they need to hold this base, so they're going to lose even more. IG is just welcoming this opportunity to continue pushing.
These illusions are killing the silencer. Like, he needs to run base.
Yeah, not very enjoyable. Yeah, they've lost 2 lanes of racks at 28 minutes. So the Team Bright, they've given a hell of a fight this game, and it's been looking good from time to time. But that one domino effect ends up being super costly. I hate to be a broken record, but every time somebody dies, a building falls.
That's the Shadow Demon Luna, right?
Oh,
they're going in.
They might be able to get that Magnus. Yes, they will. JT falls. They finally got the chance to fight back. Monet's like, I'm going to TP the hell out of here. And I'm going to be successful doing so. They're all trying to TP, but Irving cancels 2 teleports with 1 charge. And now IG forced to answer with nothing to say. And Baboka, there goes your Dazzle. There goes your Shadow Demon. And just as soon as I get from talking that Bright hasn't been able to achieve much here, they are handed out a perfect fight, getting 4 kills out of the side of IG. And oh my god, Irving canceled 2 teleports with 1 singular charge. That was game-changing.
Yeah, the state of the game is still pretty grim for them, but if you look at net worth, they're only 3k behind, you know, and losing sides versus Luna, like you mentioned earlier, it's not really a representative of the state of the game. It's more like you make 1 mistake and you're instantly punished for it. So Team Bright, they really have to be clean in their game plan from now on. They're in a decent spot. I wouldn't even say that they're really out of the game. They just need to be very careful with the global. I think that's
yeah,
the most
important
important thing.
condition.
Yeah. And you don't have to care about Baboka. Like, he's usually a problem, but not in this game. You just need to care about Dazzle. Like, he's the one. Baboka didn't go for Lotus or anything like that, so if you pop that global and kill the Dazzle, you'll most likely win that fight.
Well, let's see what Team Bright can conjure up this game, because we're 30 minutes in. 2 lanes of racks have already been lost, so IG, if their game feels pretty easy to some extent. If they win a fight, they get mega creeps, or they can start sieging tier 4 towers. They can also get to Roshan really quickly. So Team Bright, they have so much more to do. They still have tier 2s to finish out of the way. There's a couple big streaks that they should be able to snap away from the side of IG. Spectre still continues to grow. almost has that Aghanim's, so we are actually going to get the good old haunt.
Yeah, he's what, 400 gold away. Now the only question is, does he save buyback or does he buy it? Like,
Yeah, do you
it's
buy
kind
out
of
or not?
dangerous. Yeah. It is dangerous to buy out now. In case he buys out, he just gets blown up. The game's over.
Oh, talk about danger.
They're in vision.
Right under a ward. JT will catch both, but Irving again buys some time for the Spectre. Can he survive? There is a bubble or something because he is surviving and actually running away. And Monet spurns everything. Here we go. Irving charging in as well. Baboka low. So is Monet. Imitator will be the one to drop first, but there's a 1-1 trade. X-Nova to drop next with Phoenix, and nothing to say. Surrounded by hostiles. Here comes the Spectre for round number 2, but that Dazzle looks like he's just going to teleport all the way back home and will survive. And Monet, the same thing, but the Yules is there by Phoenix, cancels the teleport, and there's your carry, Luna. And we talked about the streaks. Spectre claims a big bounty out of that. Wow, wee-wah.
Yeah, like Haunt and also Roshan, unfortunately for them, will respawn in about 2 minutes, so they have no such luck to get all this fight and also take Roshan. They are charging, not the Dazzle, but the creep wave
smoking
instead.
up. They are smoking up, though, so they know Spirit Breaker's around. He just cleaned out the wave, nothing to say. Does he back all the way back to the base? Does look like he's just going to be chilling around in the jungle, finding a couple of creeps, as they've left the gem inside the Roche pit, so they will know when Roche will spawn. IG don't, but IG will know that Roche is up. Or at least have a hunch that it is up because it's taking so long. X-Nova. Hook shot to safety. Radiance burn from the Spectre Illusion. Oh, the heal from nothing to say just in time. That Spectre Illusion could have spoiled the party.
Yeah, JT tried to catch Queen of Pain, but the Yule saved her. Like, the Orchid doesn't really do a lot anymore. Just Yule himself managed to get back. Overall, man, this is, I would even say, in Bright's hands to lose or win. Like, it's all about how they execute.
The keys are in their hands.
Yeah, they are having a really good time right now. The Spectre even has a buyback after buying Ags. Like, what you could do, even you could force a fight with Spectre going up front and then buying back using Haunt to move back into the fight, taking Aegis. Like, they have a really nice win condition at the moment.
Phoenix also just picked up an Octarine core on this Queen of Pain. Monet is in the front. Yep. He has that Silver Edge.
Hex Weaver, by the way.
With it. Oh, Imitator just goes straight through him. So the Weaver gets a bit of information. Undyne in a very bad position. Instant Rocket Flare. Irving charges in. Goes for JT. Here comes the Spectre. Surprise attack. Maybe they can kill the Magnus off right away.
Hex.
Pops the Manta as well. But he is low on HP. 300 HP right now. Gets the Grave. Tries to TP home. We've seen this before. It's cancelled though. And killed off by Phoenix with a Sonic Wave. But Phoenix dies as well to Monet. The Eclipse fully tanked on the face of this Queen of Pain. And a 1-for-1 trade. Oh, yeah, both cores dropping very fast there.
Basically, Queen of Pain tried to rotate in the right position, and he did. But Luna, the Silver Edge, or Shadow Blade doing a lot of work. He was just there, you know, hiding, waiting. Pops the full Eclipse, like you mentioned. There's no Queen of Pain now, there's no Haunt, there's no Global. Like,
and Roche is favoring Bright. They have the outpost.
They do, but this is, at the moment, probably the best situation that IG have been in the last 5 minutes. If they take this fight. They also have BKB and Satanic on Luna, so they're in a really good spot to fight.
There you go, the Haunt will be popped, and onto the backline they go. Shadow Demon completely vulnerable, and nothing to say. Doesn't get the Grave up, he might die himself! Oh, he barely gets it out as the hook shot coming from X-Nova. Baboka and Irving both die. Irving coming with the buyback as well. Look at the damage! They just absolutely get obliterated on the side of Team Bright as IG miraculously so many glaives bouncing back and forth, and of course Dazzle, he had his say in that fight, dropping all of their armor, and holy, that turned so quickly. Monet dealing 8,000 damage with the Luna in such a short time span.
Yeah, that was insane, but
you're right, Lizard. IG in a prime position, they utilized it.
It was such a good position for them. Not a lot of spells on Team Bright to use. Global wasn't there. I still respect Team Bright for trying to go because Magnus was dead, right? Like if you manage to kill off this Dazzle fast enough, then perhaps the fight is easy. But the problem is you kind of have to send all of your heroes on top of the Dazzle, and then those glaives just evaporated them. Honestly, like, this is a much better game than I expected. This game too.
Yeah.
After seeing game one, after seeing game one, you're thinking, yeah, this is gonna be a wash, easy 2-0. But this is way closer than we thought.
It has beaten our expectations. It's starting to feel like an upper bracket final, really. At least this game too. This is the worthy game. But Team Bright
Definitely Dazzle
holding on
charged.
to with red right now. Does force out the BKB. Global Silence does he have the damage. The cheese will be popped, but there's still a lot of traffic. X-Nova, nice interruption with the hook shot. Imitator going out with the Crab Orchestra. Dazzle still being controlled. The Hex is going to be there. The bubble save from Baboka from the high ground. They don't see where he is, but he's saving them. Monet coming up the Eclipse. They will take down Irving. Sonic Wave doesn't do anything in this fight. And they're instantly going away. But oh, they got the RP. It does connect onto the Weaver. They don't know about it until now. Nothing to say is going to be around on top of him. Undyne being chased by Monet. Trying to juke in the trees. Tries to TP out, but he's given Vision. And the Lucent Beam will finish him out. Finish him off.
Yeah, no buybacks.
This is dangerous territory now.
This is game territory now. There's Haunt. Maybe something that helps you, but no Spirit Breaker, no Silencer. It won't be an easy defense. If possible, even.
They need to hit the backline again. They need to hit the backline. That's the only thing that they can do right now. They've got Shadow Step, but 20 seconds for Haunt, and that Tier 4 tower's about to fall. He's going to go for it. They go straight for the Shadow Demon. X-Nova once again on point with his hook shot, interrupting their attempt. Baboka surviving, standing still. He's got an entire team to help him out, and the Queen of Pain trying to do as much as he can, using himself into the air, buys some time, but not enough to kill IG's heroes, but they are low. They are super low. X-Nova's down. Imitator coming up with the buyback. The Ancient is exposed right now. IG, are they going to rush it? They are attempting, at least with Monet and JT. They're pushing. They're trying to do as much damage as they can. 1500 HP until the Ancient is down. IG, they're so close to victory. JT is the last guy alive as the Aegis pops on the Luna, but IG have done it, and they're going to the grand finals of the Chinese closed qualifiers with that game.
A very, very close matchup. Maybe too close for comfort for IG. At some point, it felt like this game was out of their hands, and it really was. Team Bright, it's a Luna Shadow Demon. Like, you lose a fight or two, you make a mistake or two, suddenly you're two sides down. Unfortunately, that's the way it is, and that's the way it was. But they managed to mix their stuff together. I really like the way they played this draft. I hope that in the future they play more of this and less of game one. Like, just get these heroes that are able to converge on one target fast enough. Like, even this last engagement, how did it start? Dazzle showed himself for a millisecond. They instantly charged and went on top of him. Maybe they were a little bit even too eager in this last fight. If they waited for Spirit Breaker to reach and then used Haunt, Shadow Step, that is, maybe they kill him. If they stack up the stuns and the damage.
Yeah, the fact that this game it was going in IG's direction, it was really up to Team Bright to make this game entertaining, and that it definitely was. This was very fun to watch. That Team Bright is showing up in strength, and they screwed the respect to IG. It's like, we can play this game as well. They made Nothing to Say suffer. He died 8 times on this Dazzle. They found their options and their entries. It wasn't like a clueless team not sure who they should focus these fights on. They knew exactly who they need to kill first or focus first to open up these fights. And a lot of small, minute details going on between like fight interactions, right spell usage and stuff, which really made this a fun game to watch. But it is Invictus Gaming that takes this series. And again, Lizard, it seems like we are the 2-0 crew. That also means that we're done for the casts, but until we get to that point, what do you think? Is IG looking like a favorite to go through, as tomorrow they're going to be playing the grand finals?
Honestly, like, I'm seeing these big teams, and they're making so many mistakes that it's hard to it's hard to say. They obviously suffered some reshuffling, right? And because of that, they're not in their prime. But it can be anyone's game. I do think that IG is maybe a little bit stronger than Aster, but at the same time, I wouldn't be very comfortable at calling that. Yeah, IG's got this easily. I think it's 55, maybe 60% in IG's favor, in my opinion.
Well, it's going to be a tough battle because we need to find out who is going to be IG's opponents in the grand finals, because the lower bracket semifinal between Zero and Aster, I believe that game is that series is still going. Zero won the first game versus Aster, so Aster's facing elimination right now. That game is going on at the secondary channel at ESL_Dota2 Mango. Head over there to watch what's going on, because that's the last series they have on that stream. And for this stream, at the Tango stream, we are done. Thank you so much for watching and listening to us. We are also done for the qualifiers. We're not going to be showing up tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure Permasneeze and Crasheroni are going to have a hell of a day tomorrow with the final remaining games. So Blizzard, thank you so much for joining me here. It's always a pleasure to be with you, buddy. Let's hit the gym, and you guys, you do the same thing. And until then, take care of yourselves, everybody. Good night, and bye-bye.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now.